Yeah, we'll get it back because we're going to swap radios, I think.
This one's like got his XLR to mini jack now. Was that focus right in the loop?
No, well, it's only listening, it's not doing anything, but yeah, it won't affect anything. You got an external jack?
Radios, yeah.
What's that? Is that that's
Jack's mini jack. Right, let's try that. Let's see if that makes a difference. Right, let's use that as your input from the mic. From the
I was looking over to my right to make
try one other thing. Kind of diving, good. I don't know if there's a bit of built-in limiting somewhere, but that's not going above 6, which is good.
I think we're all defined by certain moments in our life. Many things happen to you, but that is the defining moment. Obviously, when 17 people before me got 100 hundreds in test matches.
So that was a pre-record. Yeah, we've come down on that, so we're peaking into 6 as well. That's fine. So that's good. So we're just adjusting the level on there. Yeah. So this is all good. Keith, boys, could you all just join me? Is that okay? So we're just setting everything up now. Our feed from here, so we work this exactly as we normally would, and then this is going to the video guys. This cable here, Brian, I think what we will do now is we will just try moving this back there and gaffer that up. This is a precarious lead, so we just mustn't touch anything on there basically. So I'm just going to see when we do that whether that works, which it doesn't. I think I'll just press that now. So that's half in, is that lead, that cable. It's got to be, otherwise they won't get us basically. So that's just got to stay as it is.
You haven't got a jack to Voneus, have you?
No, that's the only one I haven't got. If you can see those levels there, they want to be peaking in and out of 6 basically. If it's hitting 6, that's fine. Flicking on and off is fine. The best way to change your mic position is just by grabbing the arm. So if the yellow lights are on solid all the time, just touch the arm back a touch until it's just peeking in and out basically. So if I get as close as I can, and we are actually live for anyone who's just joining us, just to sneak in. Welcome to the Voneus Village Cup on Live Sports FM and also on the Cricketer YouTube channel. I'm Jonathan Pinfield, alongside with my colleagues Luke Edwards, Keith Higgins, Bill Marshall and John Beddoe, and we're just going through a bit of a tech spec, so you're getting a behind the scenes exclusive look at what's happening. We're in the Tavern Stand, and we've also got our colleagues from the Middlesex County Cricket Club media team with us. They're going to be providing the live video stream, and I'm just talking through with the boys what's happening. So in the meantime, if you're lucky to be listening now, let's hear from Sir Geoffrey Boycott reliving his 100th century.
I think we're all defined by certain moments in our life. Many things happen to you, but that is the defining moment. Obviously, when 17 people before me got 100 hundreds in test matches. Nobody had ever done it in a test match, the actual one. I remember John Edrich telling me he got his 100th hundred. He said he against Derbyshire, it was a cold, horrible day, hardly anybody there. And I suppose I was lucky, partly good enough, to do it in a test match against Australia, which is the old enemy, to do it at home, at Headingley, in front of a home crowd, lots of pressure. But it happened, and don't ask me how or why. England have had Wally Hammond, Len Hutton, Dennis Compton, Jack Hobbs, W.G. Grace, go on, better than me. And they didn't do it, I did. But I say, it's just one of those magical moments.
And I know you're always spoken about being in the moment and being completely focused on what you're doing in the here and now. So when you scored your 99th 100, you didn't actually realise where the next game was.
No, I'd had so much pressure coming back to Test cricket at Trent Bridge. I'd been, my choice, out for 3 years. I knew I was under serious pressure playing against Australia at Nottingham. People wondering if at 36, nearly 37, I'd have still got it. I'd have lost it. Was I any good against the Quicks, Thompson and Pascoe? So yeah, all that. I succeeded and got through it, got 100. We won the Test match. I was elated. I mean, it's like a big sack of coal off your back. So 3 days off and then went to Edgbaston. We played a rain-ruined match, Yorkshire versus Warwickshire. Unfortunately, we couldn't do anything. Rain interrupted it a lot. I got 100. Okay, I got a lot of 100. So it wasn't big in my life in a rain-ruined match. Nothing at stake. I was feeling obviously pleased after getting through Nottingham, but when I rang Rachel that night and she said, "Oh, you've done it now." I said, "Done what?" And she told me it'd been all over the news. He's got his 99th 100, he'll get his 100 at Headingley. I thought, oh no, I don't need any more pressure. I mean, even got more pressure now. Everybody's thinking you're going to get one. I mean, getting hundreds, you know, I got a lot, but getting them in test matches is harder. Getting them when it matters, in front of your own crowd, it just adds and adds. And yeah, it was a special moment because there's so many things like that. And I've always believed that cricket is such a lovely game because it breeds character. You can have talent. How many kids do you know growing up? You said, oh, he had wonderful talent. If only. If only he'd have had concentration. If only he'd have practised. If only. Well, if my auntie had had balls, she'd be my uncle, wouldn't we? If don't count. It's really, you know, can you do it? Have you got all those characteristics besides talent? So, yeah, I was very pleased with Nottingham and pleased with Headingley. It brought out all the facets of character that is needed in cricket besides talent.
Now, you've spoken about your 100th century as an iconic innings and one of the highlights of your career. I guess a bittersweet memory for you was your highest scoring test match cricket, 246 not out against India. A tremendous achievement, but not fully recognised at the time.
Well, the chairman of selectors, Doug Insole, I should have spelt his name with an A, he had this idea about brighter cricket. He'd already dropped Kenny Barrington 2 years before in 1965 against New Zealand at Edgbaston for supposed a slow 100. And he did it to me. And we won the match. That's the most important. If batting slowly affects the game, so you don't win, then you're entitled to be getting a slap on the wrist or a reprimand or something, because it's an individual game within a team framework. It is an individual, but it's still within a framework. That's what makes it unique. But we didn't. We won the game by 6 wickets. And on top of that, it took no notice of the fact that it was a very wet summer for the start of for Yorkshire season, which sometimes it is in the north. And we played on all these 8 pitches, club pitches, you know. And I think I got my first pair. I got another nought. I got so many low scores. I got 150, 100 and about 10 failures. And I was really struggling for form, and the only way I could get out of it was to stay in. And I grafted my way the first day for 100, and the second day I got 100 and nearly 140 in 3 hours and made up for it. But he just had this bright idea and dropped me. That was probably the lowest moment of my career, because I think doing that, it stuck with some people, and it was a stick to beat me with. Whenever they wanted to be critical or bring that up, whenever they wanted to say, oh, well, he didn't score quickly, to forget the good innings, where I did, and won matches for Yorkshire and England. And so I find it hard to forget about that and forget him. Forgive him? I don't know.
Now, you actually averaged 100 twice in your career. In those seasons, did you feel like what it must have been like to be like Don Bradman?
Oh, yes. It's the only time in my life where I've had a glimmer of a sight of what it must have been like for Bradman, who was, look, some people are great, some are world-class, he was just a genius, a one-off. And, I mean, it was just every time I went in, I almost got runs. And almost within a few overs of being in the middle batting, I'd think, oh, I get 100 here. I mean, the first year I did it, 71, I regard as the best, because we were still playing on uncovered pitches. So with the vagaries of the English weather, and particularly northern weather, half your matches at home, you got all sorts of pitches. And we still did have overseas players playing. I mean, Mike Proctor played and people. So to get it on uncovered pitches, that was pretty special, I thought. I think I got 1300s in 25 completed innings. And I'm, playing like Bradman. Oh, wow. I mean, almost, I talked to Bill Bowes, people, I talked to Maurice Leyland when they were alive, and Arthur Booth, and said, Bradman, what was he like? I talked to Aussies, Neil Harvey in Australia. I talked to a number of those. And the great fast bowler, Limwell. I talked to Miller. And asked them about Bradman, because he was a genius. And they told me all sorts of things. Whatever you bowled, he scored where there was a gap. I said, really? He said, yeah, you move a fielder and to the offside, and so he did it on the leg side. And he didn't whack fours all the time. People think he played like 20-20 cricket. He didn't. He just scored off the bowling. If there were only singles, he just scored. And it was almost nearly impossible to stop him from scoring. And then the other factor is he had the concentration, the patience, the determination to keep batting for long periods. So he made doubles and trebles. and put the game beyond the opposition. And that was why Douglas Jardine created Bodyline to cut him down to size, because he felt a guy who was averaging 100 and plus every innings means the opposition are going to score big. It's very difficult to beat them. So you have to cut him down to size, because if you can cut him down, you can cut the others. And it worked.
Now, many observers say that Michael Holding bowled the fastest ever over in Test cricket against you in 1981. What people often forget is that in the very next Test innings, you scored an unbeaten century. Where does that rank? Is that one of the best centuries you've ever scored, 104 not out at Antigua?
Again, it's how do you define best? The guy's got you out for 0-1, front of full house, people jumping up and down and falling off the vantage points on top of stands and palm trees and loving it, because they're all West Indians nearly. So it's a pretty rock bottom moment. And you have to go and play against him and the other fast bowlers 3 days later. There's no escape. In the week off, go and play a practice match, and play a couple of county matches. No. So, again, it's about character, isn't it? Determination, character. And, yes, it ranks high from that point of view. Do you determine innings by how many fours you hit, how many sixes, how many caressed cover drives that are elegant and pleasing on the eye, or do you regard it as a challenge? And I regard it as a terrific performance for me, because it was a challenge. It was a huge challenge of the mind. If you've been blown away for 0-1 and they've won the Test as well, they've blown away most of the team of the West Indies, so then you've got to play them again. It's a big challenge of the mind more than anything. Your courage, your mind, are you strong enough? And I succeeded, so I'm pretty pleased about that.
And finally, Jeffrey, how much do you enjoy commentary and being in the commentary box? I know nothing beats being out in the middle, but is it as close as you can get?
Well, I've loved cricket all my life. 25 years playing, I've done 25 in my 26-year commentating, and I love it. If I didn't, I wouldn't turn up. I'd just say, fine, thank you. I did television most of the time, till I went on TalkSport radio a bit and then BBC, and it was Rachel who said, go on radio. I said, really? I mean, it was always treated as the second best. Television, such a big medium, we all watch it. But the great thing about radio, she said, it'll give you time to express your views, stories, anecdotes, because I'm lucky, I can remember lots of things. I remember nearly every innings I played, who got me out, where they got me out, was it a good ball, was it a daft shot? So it does allow you to explore and to explain and to get some humour in, where television, I really was schooled a little bit by Jim Laker and Richie Benno when I first started, who said Richie's view was always, look, people can see what's happening on television. Don't state the obvious too often. Try and give them something that enhances their viewing. So Richie, why he was loved, he used words sparingly, put it that way, didn't he? He made them count, he didn't waffle on. And that made him a unique and special person, commentator. So try to do that on television. But on radio, you need to talk, because you're talking, nobody can see anything. And if you don't say anything, there's nothing. There's a blank space. And what the hell's happened, everybody says. So you have to speak, you have to be able to. And I think the biggest test is when there's rain. Because you've no cricket going on then. You better be able to remember some important anecdotes, some moments, some special things that happened in life, and seeing other people play as well as yourself. So I really, really enjoy it.
Tweet us now at Live Sports FM and follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
Welcome to Live Sports FM. I'm Jonathan Pinfield. It's the 23rd of May 2017 and we're here for the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club. There are plans in place to return to first class status and have improved facilities for everyone in Bradford to enjoy. Joining us here for the launch are specially invited guests, including Tom Harrison, the CEO of the ECB, the chair of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, Mark Arthur, legendary cricket umpire Dickie Bird, Yorkshire and England players David Willey, Adil Rashid, Johnny Bairstow and England skipper Joe Root, and Bradford Park Avenue's head groundsman Zairat Nasser Hussain. So as we've said, there's plenty of invited guests, so let's go along and chat to some of them now. Lord Patel is a proud Bradfordian and someone who's an ambassador on behalf of the ECB. This must be like a dream come true for you.
Absolutely a dream come true. I mean, if you look here today, this is what it's all about. You know, children from all backgrounds enjoying a fantastic day together. They'll remember this hopefully for the rest of their lives, and it'll encourage them to play cricket and be involved in cricket and make new friends. It's fantastic.
Just before we talk about today's laws, just give us a few memories that you've got from your time of coming down and watching cricket here at Bradford Park. Have you in the past? I guess you've seen some great players here in your time.
I used to live 5 minutes walk up the road, so all my childhood was walking past the ground most of the time and then sneaking in for the last hour when it was free. And you saw the great players and you always wanted to play here. And I remember playing a school final here when I was 12, and that was like the first time I'd been on the actual ground. Ironically, after I retired and my young son started to play, we played here for 3 years with Whipsey Park Chapel. So this was our home ground and it was fantastic. But it's great to see it come back, some of that former glory coming back today.
And I know that you're one of Bradford's biggest ambassadors. Welcome to Live Sports FM. I'm Jonathan Pinfield. It's the 23rd of May 2017 and we're here for the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club. There are plans in place to return to first class status and have improved facilities for everyone in Bradford to enjoy. Joining us here for the launch are specially invited guests, including Tom Harrison, the CEO of the ECB, the chair of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, Mark Arthur, legendary cricket umpire Dickie Bird, Yorkshire and England players David Willey, Adil Rashid, Johnny Bairstow and England skipper Joe Root, and Bradford Park Avenue's head groundsman Zairat Nasser Hussain. So as we've said, there's plenty of invited guests, so let's go along and chat to some of them now. Lord Patel is a proud Bradfordian and someone who's an ambassador on behalf of the ECB. This must be like a dream come true for you.
Absolutely a dream come true. I mean, if you look here today, this is what it's all about. You know, children from all backgrounds enjoying a fantastic day together. They'll remember this hopefully for the rest of their lives, and it'll encourage them to play cricket and be involved in cricket and make new friends. It's fantastic.
Just before we talk about today's laws, just give us a few memories that you've got from your time of coming down and watching cricket here at Bradford Park. Have you in the past? I guess you've seen some great players here in your time.
I used to live 5 minutes walk up the road, so all my childhood was walking past the ground most of the time and then sneaking in for the last hour when it was free. And you saw the great players and you always wanted to play here. And I remember playing a school final here when I was 12, and that was like the first time I'd been on the actual ground. Ironically, after I retired and my young son started to play, we played here for 3 years with Whipsey Park Chapel. So this was our home ground and it was fantastic. But it's great to see it come back, some of that former glory coming back today.
And I know that you're one of Bradford's biggest ambassadors and you're one of the lead people who actually champion Bradford Park Avenue as a ground that could really take advantage of our growing young population.
Absolutely, and for, you know, all those people
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And finally, Mark, how important is it for Bradford to be producing cricketers at every level who can not only enjoy the game but hopefully push up into the ranks and eventually play, fingers crossed, cricket for Yorkshire and maybe even fulfil the dream to play for England?
Well, it's absolutely vital, and today we've obviously got Joe Root, Johnny Bairstow, Adil Rashid from Bradford, who broke the mould many years ago, Moeen Ali and David Willey down here, and you can just see the interest in them from all the local cricketers. So hopefully there'll be one or two youngsters here that say, you know what, one day I hope that's me.
Well, as a Bradfordian, I want to give you my personal thanks for the tremendous effort of yourself and your colleagues, and onwards and upwards.
Thank you very much.
So, Dickie Bird, we're here for the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue. Tell us about some of your favourite memories. First of all, as a player.
Well, as a player, I had my probably one of my moments of glory here at Bradford Park Avenue against Glamorgan. I got 181 not out, and we won by an innings. We won the match easily. I got 181 not out, and I was dropped next match. They dropped me. I thought, oh dear. But I was so proud to be part of a Yorkshire squad, a great Yorkshire squad in those days, as it was. Because they're 6 internationals, Glamorgan, who I got my runs against, they had 6 international bowlers, test bowlers in their side. So, but we won by an innings. In fact, Freddie Truman bowled them out twice here. So that's some memories. And I also enjoyed umpiring here as a umpire. I used to love Park Avenue because it was something special in my life. And I've had some wonderful, wonderful moments.
Everyone always talks about the great atmosphere at Park Avenue because it's a very intimate ground. The crowd's right on top of the pitch. So, as a player and an umpire, you must have been able to hear the atmosphere in the crowd as well.
Well, yeah, you did, because the pavilion was down at that end, and the embankment went right back, right up at the two corners, went right back, and the crowd, because the pitch was in a dip, more or less a dip, and we used to call it the bull ring in our days. I don't know what they called it, but it was Bradford Park Avenue, and this was a bull ring, you know, and it was a football ground there. I mean, one of the best footballers whatever lived played for Bradford Park Avenue. That was Len Shackleton.
Absolutely. So it's got a great sporting heritage, and the reason that we're here now, Dickie, is because we've got new practice facilities. Bradford Park Avenue is going to regain its first-class status. As someone who loves the game, how important is it for the future generations to have great practice facilities, but also the potential of a first-class ground as well?
Well, it's a must for Bradford because it's a big city in Yorkshire, and this is a must. And the facilities now, looking at this ground, they're magnificent, and the square is marvellous, the square, and it will be good for the community, it will be good for all the youngsters, it will bring a lot of interest into cricket. Well, look at all the youngsters around all today, these youngsters what's playing here today, and it should be marvellous. I mean, Yorkshire first team could play here, could come back and play, Yorkshire second certainly, and Yorkshire women and England women's test side could play here. They could all play here, because when it's finished it will be a magnificent ground.
Well, Dickie, it's always a pleasure to chat to you. There's queues of people waiting to chat to you, and we've got the formal presentation soon, but it's been great to see you, and we're looking forward to seeing you throughout the season.
OK, thank you very much.
Well, Yorkshire's Director of Cricket, Martin Moxon. First, before we talk about today's launch, some of your favourite memories of Bradford Park Avenue as a player?
Yeah, I always remember it as being a ground with great atmosphere, because obviously the crowd are very much close to the action, and I think the surface used to be perfect. Really, it was very flat. So I think the atmosphere of the ground was the overriding memory. The old dressing rooms, that used to be so high and looking down on the arena, I think gave a great effect.
And what was it like to play on?
Yeah, really good. As I say, the outfield and the pitch was really flat, and just no excuses really for a poor performance, because everything was really good and in great condition.
Now, I remember as a young lad being at Bradford Park Avenue, where one of my heroes at the time, Jeff Boycott, I think had got a ton, was run out in the most unusual circumstances, and you were involved in that. I don't know if you're going to be reminded of it.
It's good of you to remind me. I don't remember everything that happened in my career, but I do remember that moment. So yeah, I was acting as his runner at the time, and Kevin Sharp drove Rupert Hanley, the Northants bowler, back down the pitch, and he got a hand on it, and I unfortunately was out on my ground, so I ran Jeffrey out. So yeah, it was a bit of an awkward walk back to the pavilion.
I can't imagine when you got back in the pavilion, put his arm around you and said, "Don't worry about it."
I guess the only saving grace was he was over 100 at the time, so better than him being obviously not. But yeah, it was a bit embarrassing.
Now, we're here today for the launch of the new practice facilities at Bradford Park Avenue, and the announcement that the ground is also going to be working towards first-class status. How important is it for Yorkshire cricket in general that we've got such a great facility coming back to life?
Yeah, I mean, it's important for the area. I think that's the first and foremost, that the area now has got a fantastic facility to promote the game of cricket. And it's the first time I've been here since all the work's been done, and to be honest, it's absolutely outstanding. The net facility and the changing rooms and the quality of the outfield already, is really excellent. So all credit to everyone that's been involved in achieving this. I mean, it's been a fantastic amount of work being done, and credit to everybody, because it really is. A fantastic achievement. It's only going to get bigger, isn't it? With more work to come, over the next couple of years, it's going to be something really special.
And finally, Martin, in your role as director of cricket, how important is it for the young lads to be coming up through the ranks and eventually into the first team throughout the county? And fingers crossed, hopefully, plenty more from Bradford.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, as you know, our philosophy is to try and produce our own cricketers as much as possible, and we're a massive county, and the more young people that we have playing cricket, both for the men's and women's game, the better, really. And this facility here is going to really show cricket in a great light, and give the people of this community a great opportunity to start playing the game, and hopefully, as you say, one day they'll be Yorkshire cricketers.
So, Dave, you just want to start by telling us a bit about your memories of playing cricket when you were growing up?
Yeah, I think for me, it all started in the park next to my house, playing, against the tree with my dad. So, certainly, when I very first started, there weren't facilities like this, and they sort of came in as I grew up. So, having somewhere like this is just fantastic for people that want to play cricket.
Now, of course, your dad represented England with pride. Was your hope and expectation that you could always follow in his footsteps?
I think my hope and my dream was, my expectation was never quite that high. So, yeah, growing up, I'd have always wanted to sort of play, firstly, first-class cricket for Northampton, and obviously it had been a dream to have played for England as well. So to have done both of them, I'm very proud and honoured to have played both first-class cricket and international cricket.
Now, you're part of a rejuvenation of England cricket at the moment, and you're one of our most dynamic cricketers with both bat and ball. We're here for amazing facilities at Bradford Park Avenue. How important to you as a cricketer at practice facilities? Because it's not just what happens out in the middle, is it?
No, absolutely. It all starts here. Even for us now, we spend day in, day out practicing our game, and having facilities like this available to all sort of ages and sexes is crucial. So it's great that the money's been put back into the local community for them to be able to play in such facilities.
The ECB have just launched the All-Stars Cricket Initiative aimed at encouraging younger players to get into the game. Bradford Park Avenue is one of a handful of grounds throughout the country that's been earmarked for first-class status, along with practice facilities as well. So how important is that we're encouraging the next generation of cricketers to follow in your footsteps?
Yeah, massive. I think with the technology these days, it's sometimes easier for kids to sit inside and not be outside playing sports. So I think the All-Stars cricket is exciting. I've seen how they've done it in Australia with Milo cricket. And it's brilliant. I think it will rejuvenate cricket here in England, and hopefully, you know, it does, and you can see some, you know, results of that in the next few years, playing, you know, not only for domestically but also internationally.
You're never out of the game with bat or ball. Finally, what keeps your enthusiasm for the game?
Winning games of cricket, there's no better feeling than winning games of cricket, whether it would be 2020 or 4-day cricket. You know, there's no better feeling than winning, and you know, it's always nice when you contribute to that, but you know, winning games of cricket is just the best feeling ever.
Adil, firstly, your memories of growing up and playing cricket in Bradford?
Good memories, good fun memories, you know, obviously Bradford, home, brought up there, been around Manningham Mills, Bradford and Bingley, but when I was growing up it was good fun, but I never expected to be where I am today from what it was then, but that's life, you know, that's hard work and dedication, and it pays off.
Now, in my time playing cricket, or sort of turning out, I only ever really remember one decent leg spinner before you in the Bradford League, George Batty. So what inspired you to become a leg spinner? Well,
I think it was my dad. My dad at a young age, 9, 10, 11, just threw me the ball and just taught me how to bowl leg spin. From there, it just came natural to me, and I was working hard, and from there things just kicked off, you know, playing for a club cricket, then you go into county trials and England, and from there everything's kicked off. But all the credit, you know, obviously goes to my dad.
Now, we're here for the launch of Bradford Park Avenue's new practice facilities. As a Bradfordian, how proud are you of today?
Definitely very, very proud, you know, to see this facility, to see what it was like 15, 20 years ago, you know, where there wasn't much here, but then for ECB and the Bradford Council to come along and, you know, put the money in here, invest in here with the facilities, nets, and you've got the pavilion, you've got the scorecard, you've got the ground now, hopefully looking all good, in good condition. Hopefully now the kids can come here and really express themselves, enjoy themselves, and get the good coaching facilities they want to then hopefully go further in their field.
Now, in a couple of years' time, as I said, the ground's marked for first-class status. There's a possibility you could be playing here. So you've got a couple of years to work on 2 or 3 new mystery balls.
Yeah, a couple of years for that, but obviously it'd be nice as well. Be playing in Bradford close to home would be perfect as well. You know, obviously born and bred in Bradford. Very proud of, you know, where I'm from as well. So yeah, that'll be good times. You know, looking forward to that as well. So hopefully it can actually come back into first-class status as well. It'll be lovely.
And finally, Adil, there's a great turnout today. Lots of people practicing, lots of people to see you and your colleagues from Yorkshire and England. How important is it that Bradford continues to produce Yorkshire and England cricketers of the future like yourself and Johnny Bairstow and so many people who've gone before you?
Yeah, definitely, because we all know that Bradford, there's a lot of talent in Bradford. You know, that's not actually been seen by a lot of people, but now hopefully this facility is here now. Hopefully the coaches can see that. People can see the talent that Bradford has to hold, and hopefully they can go further. So it's important for that. Obviously, it's good to get Bradford's name out of there and back on the map.
Well, you've only got about 6,000 more autographs and photos to do this afternoon, Adil, so enjoy the rest of your day.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Johnny Bairstow, firstly, some of your memories of playing cricket as a young lad.
Yeah, obviously it's born in Bradford. It's great to see it back up and running. I mean, being from here and being part and parcel of, well, coming and seeing the facilities and everything that's happened, it's great to be around it.
Your dad had some great games here in his time as a batter, wicket-keeper all round the and skipper. You must be itching to get back, hopefully in a few years' time when Park Avenue has first-class status.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're very fortunate to have 2 very good venues at our disposal. Obviously, Scarborough's somewhere that we like to pride ourselves on our results, and has been somewhere that has been very successful for us. So we look forward to coming to Bradford Park Avenue again. Obviously, with everything that's going on here, it's an exciting time for Yorkshire, and it's great to see so many people down here.
Yourself and Adil are the latest Bradfordians to have representing Yorkshire and England with pride. How important is it for us to have a return to some great facilities that hopefully will pave the way for the future generations?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, hopefully with these facilities you'll get the next Joe Root, the next Adil Rashid coming through, and that's exactly what we want to happen. We're very fortunate to have a huge amount of cricket to be played in the county, and to have these facilities at our disposal is something that we've got to take full advantage of.
Well, Johnny, thanks for your time. You've got about 5,000 autographs and selfies to take, but great to see you again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers, thank you.
So, Joe, firstly, just some of your memories of playing cricket in your formative years.
Yeah, a lot of my memories were coming down to facilities not quite as good as this, but at Aberdale Park, and sort of learn my trade in the net areas there with my brother, with my family, and with the guys down at the club, and it just sort of all stemmed from that, really.
And you're here for the official launch of the practice facilities. How important is it for the county game and the English game to have facilities like this?
No, it's really important. You know, the whole aim, I suppose, for us as cricketers is to try and keep developing good young players, and the best way of doing that is to provide facilities where they're able to do that, and this is a fantastic starting point. To see that in Bradford and to see a lot of attention paid to this area is brilliant, and it's going to be great for Yorkshire cricket.
And for people living in and around Bradford, what would you do to encourage them to come down to Park Avenue, perhaps pad up, glove up, hit a few in the nets and start playing?
I'd say come and try it out, and you've got a great opportunity to use some fantastic facilities, and it'd be silly to waste that chance. As much as possible, encourage as many young kids to come and have a really good chance to play in some first-class facilities.
And finally, how important is it for, again, Yorkshire and England to have young players coming up through the ranks to make sure the game's as strong as possible?
Yeah, it's massive, and I think it's a real big incentive for the England Cricket Board at the minute is to try and get as many youngsters playing the game, and as I said, you need good facilities for guys to have opportunities, and this is a great opportunity for Bradford and for the people around the area.
Well, you always play with a smile on your face, you inspire thousands to take up the game, so let's hope that cricket at Bradford Park Avenue is just another step on the way.
Yeah, let's hope so. Thank you, mate. Thanks.
Tom, could you start by telling us why we're here today?
Well, we are here today to celebrate the opening of a brand new pavilion at Bradford Park Avenue, but it's a great deal more than that. It's the coming together of a community project which is reinvigorating a historic ground for both Yorkshire cricket and cricket in the entire country, and making sure that we put Bradford Park Avenue's ground right at the heart of Yorkshire cricket for the future.
Now we're here for the official launch of the practice facilities. Yep. We've got first class status earmarked. Yep. Why is it important that Bradford has a facility like this?
Look, I think Bradford plays such an important part in Yorkshire's cricket history and its changing cricket future. I think, as we've heard today from some of the community leaders locally, this part of the country is such an important place for cricket to be the thing that really knits the community together, that really demonstrates how cohesive cricket can be to unite communities from all different sides and come to celebrate what we have here as a first-class cricket facility, that hopefully in the future we get to recapture some of those memories that this ground has given cricket fans all over the country for so many years. I think over 330 odd first-class games have been played here, so the history is so rich, and I think we see a very bright future, a fantastic multicultural future that really gives us something to inspire cricket's future in this part of the world.
Now, it's a great opportunity for Bradford and Yorkshire, but of course this is part of a national ECB initiative where you've earmarked a number of key destinations in the country where we can really develop young talent. Just give us an overview of that initiative and where Bradford fits in that jigsaw.
Well, it's not just about talent identification, it's about actually being a relevant sport going forward. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we have got as many opportunities to give young children and adults as well the opportunity to play cricket in parts of the country where some of those facilities are no longer available. So this is about reinvigorating cricket in parts of the country where we know there's a real passion there, and sometimes in some cases the facilities don't match that passion. This is one of those spaces, and actually if you look at our the demographics of cricket in this country, Bradford is a living, breathing, thriving example of how successful we can become again as a sport which dominates this part of the country.
Now, I know that there's been some research recently commissioned and launched which has got sort of concerning figures about the lack of awareness of cricket, particularly amongst young people. And off the back of that, you've launched the All Stars initiative. Tell us a bit about that. Yeah, well, the All Stars cricket launched actually as a programme. It's rolled out in about 750 clubs. There's about 2,000 more coming online. There's over 2,000 clubs in total coming on. And the aim is to get 50,000 children between 5 and 8 picking up a bat and ball over an 8-week programme in the summer, and this is delivered through local cricket clubs. But really what we're doing is saying that in order to have that lifelong connection with cricket, is you've got to start early. You've got to capture that imagination now, earlier than ever before, because of all the distractions and things that kids are exposed to from a very young age now. So in order for us to be part of their conversation and for part of the things that they're passionate about, cricket needs to make that connection really early. All Stars cricket is about doing that at 5 years old all the way up to 8. At today's launch, we've seen over 200 school children playing out on Park Avenue, having a great time. I think I've spotted a bit of talent there as well in terms of some future cricketing stars. But Why is the perception and the awareness of cricket so low amongst children at a very young age compared to some of our other national sports?
Well, I tell you, it's a problem that all team sports are facing. I don't think it's something that is unique to cricket, but what is clear is that in order to be relevant and for us to secure our future as a sport in the mainstream going forward, we've got to work extra hard to make sure that kids make that connection early on. So, we understand some of the reasons are about lifestyle. People seem to have less free time than they used to. People are exposed to a lot more different things. I think Sport England's got 178 sports that it's asked to support. So there's enormous competition out there. And we're aware of that, and we're fundamentally trying to change that. Where cricket sits in what kids and young people are passionate about, and we're well on that road to make sure that cricket maintains its status and grows its status as the number one summer sport and the number one challenger sport to football.
And finally, we're celebrating a great day here at Bradford Park Avenue. What are your hopes for Bradford and some initiatives like this over the coming years?
Well, I look forward to this project being completed and for us seeing some cricket being played at a very high level. But most of all, actually, what excites me is the way that community have responded to this facility. So I look forward to girls and boys of all ages and all backgrounds, faiths and cultures coming down and enjoying cricket in this fantastic facility.
Well, we're stood on the hallowed turf at Bradford Park Avenue in front of an immaculately prepared wicket. And whoever's head groundsman here has not done too bad a job.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm quite happy with where we are at the moment. It's been good.
Now, when you took over as head groundsman of Bradford Park Avenue, I think it's fair to say that it was a bit of an unfavoured ground. It was something that needed a bit of TLC, that had a proud heritage and tradition, but it had seen better days, and you've worked tirelessly over the last few years to get it into an amazing condition that it's seen now. We're going to talk a bit about the facilities a bit later, but in terms of the playing area, just talk us through the work that you've done over the last few years here.
Yeah, I mean, when I took over as groundsman a couple of years back, yeah, it was quite rough. It was quite, rough is probably an understatement, but we had it all scarified. We put plans in place. I was fortunate enough to have Richard Robinson as my mentor, so a quality groundsman there. So we put a plan in place of what we wanted to do, how we wanted to get there. So we scarified, got rid of a lot of the debris and the leftovers of the 20 years of dereliction, and these are the fruits of it now.
Well, it looks tremendous. We're here today for the official launch of the practice facilities, but also the big announcement that we're working towards first-class status. So we're saying what a great job you've done, but you've only just started.
Yeah, and the exciting thing is that being a first-class groundsman of a first-class cricket ground, could you dream of anything like that? Of them years of playing cricket in the Bradford League and finally achieving a dream, if you want to say, being part of the county club. Born in Yorkshire, bred in Yorkshire, and now groundsman for Yorkshire.
Very impressive. And we're talking about the immaculate prepared surface. We're stood out in the middle right now, but there are big plans off the pitch as well. We've had a sneak preview of the new practice facilities, which are now officially open. Give us an overview of what's going to happen in terms of the infrastructure around the ground.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously there's the 8-lane nets that are down on the old football pitch. The bigger picture is the new banqueting suite, restaurant, changing facilities. We're going to go up in the top corner up there, and then it's to terrace out, to seat it all out, and the old Canterbury Avenue stand will be roofed, and the end of it all will be the floodlights, so giving it that first class status. And hopefully Mark has just said to me that I'm looking at least one game per year played here, Yorkshire coming here for one game, and that is huge. And like today, if you look around, you've got anybody that's everybody in cricket on Park Avenue's turf, going back all that history, all them players that played here, and you've got Joe Root, who's the England captain, and the England players coming to do it. When was the last time we could say that, as proud Bradfordians, that this is what we've done, or this is what we've achieved?
That's Bradford Park Avenue's head groundsman, Zaira Nasser Hussain. Well, that's all we've got time for here at the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club. Just want to thank Nas and all our guests who've joined us over the last half hour. On behalf of myself, Jonathan Pinfield, and everyone at Live Sports FM, I'd just like to thank all our guests this afternoon, and there's no doubt that Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club has got a massive part to play in the future of Bradford and Yorkshire cricket.
We've got so many posers in the game at the moment, it's frightening. I mean, we brought the European game over here where they're falling on. I mean, we didn't invent that, we got rid of it.
The highlights of my career, I have been beating some of the best fighters pound for pound in the world. Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, marvelous Marvin Hagler. So I've had a wonderful career.
The Premiership, as big as they are, and it's a fantastic league and the best supported league and watched league all over the world, a lot of those players come through a system. Grassroots football, that's where it's got to come from.
Floyd Mayweather's probably thinking, should I fight this kid or not? He must be scared of something. That's why he doesn't really want the fight. He's not really keen on the fight between me and him. So let's see what happens.
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as 53 million. Wow.
This is Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
Tweet us now at Live Sports FM and follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
This is Cricket Live on Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
A very good morning and welcome to Live Sports FM, the home of live sport. I'm Jonathan Pinfield and I'm delighted to be joined by Luke Edwards, John Beddoe, Keith Higgins and alongside me, Bill Marshall. We're here at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final between Alverdley and Calmore Sports, and you can also watch the live video stream on the Cricketers YouTube channel. Well, it's a lovely, glorious sunny morning. We're set for a showpiece final between two village teams who've done really well to get to the final, and alongside me is Bill Marshall.
Good morning, Jonathan. They've just done the toss. The players getting a hearty, the captains getting a hearty round of applause as they walk off this prestigious ground. They're about possibly going to have some team pictures because I think there's a bench out there on the outfield. So 10 people there attending the cross, including the two umpires. So players, the captains just dressed in their blazers, just making their way back to their respective changing rooms here.
And there's been a bit of speculation about the weather, Bill, but touch wood, it's looking great.
Yeah, there's a bit of rain forecast, about 3ish this afternoon, but it's looking set fair at the moment, Jonathan. Two umpires just walking back to the wicket, doubtless to put the stumps in, so it's all looking set fair for a cracking day's cricket.
Well, the match is due to start at 11 o'clock in a few minutes' time. We're going to be bringing you details of the toss and what the captain who won the toss has elected to do. But in the meantime, let's hear from Sir Geoffrey Boycott chatting to us about cricket, Katy Perry and recovering from cancer.
It was the most traumatic part of my life, really. And I think it has been and will be so in the future for lots of people. Cancer is now affecting almost 1 in 3 people. And when somebody close to you gets cancer, it's not just the person that's affected, the person who may die, but it emotionally affects the people close to them because they're connected, they all know they may lose a loved one, they have to help that loved one through the treatment, and it is an awful time for everybody. Look, it took me nearly 12 years to get around to putting it down on paper, my experiences, because the only word I can think of, it's so traumatic. Trying to relive it is upsetting. And in fact, I couldn't remember all of it. It was my wife Rachel who had to help me because she helped me through it. I was so full of morphine at the time, trying to keep the pain away, that I kept falling asleep and waking up and falling asleep. So I needed her to get it accurately down. As well as putting my experiences, I hope it will help a lot of other people, because so many people are going to get this awful disease, and I think they need a little inspiration to see that it is possible for people to come through it. There's no guarantee, nobody knows who's going to be lucky to come through it, but you sure of hell have to give it your best shot. You have to be strong, you have to be positive, Because if you don't do anything, if you sit down and just cry about it, and I cried, let me tell you, I a grown man, I'm not proud of it. I was ashamed and embarrassed by it, but it does make you cry because it's a life sentence, it's a killer. But you have to have a go. So I'm trying to tell people that if you just sit down and do nothing, you sure as hell will die. And so you need to, or I need to feel to encourage people to really get the mind right to say, hey, I'm going to give it my best shot. I'm going to have the treatment. I'm going to think positive. I know I can't guarantee it, but I'm going to try. Because staying alive is the most important thing. The most important thing we have. Everything else pales into insignificance. And I think reading my time, and it was traumatic, it was really upsetting, it just might help people say, listen, I've got to do what he did, I've got to try. And the hardest thing about cancer is even when you try and when you're positive, when you give it your best shot, when you try and stay strong, when the going gets tough, the treatment is awful, at the back of your mind all the time you know that even if I try all the treatments and I stay strong, there's no guarantee I'm going to live. And I know that, and I'm trying to explain to people. But you have to try, and you can't look back. You can't look back and think, why did I get it? I don't deserve it. Why do I get cancer? It doesn't help that. You've got it. Deal with it. Move forward. Because looking back and trying to think, look at me. I didn't drink. I didn't smoke. Still don't. No, I've never had a pint of beer in my life. It's a heavy smoker, heavy drinkers type mind. It was in the tongue. So why did I get it? But sitting there thinking, why me? Oh, I'm so unlucky. That doesn't help. You have to think, what do I do about it? How do I try and solve it? And you've got to try. And I've tried to get that over in part of my book. It's not all about cricket. That so many people are going to have a great difficulty, a great traumatic experience, and they have to try and stay alive.
Two people sadly no longer with us who you pay tribute to in the book, who were good friends and colleagues of yours who I grew up watching, David Bairstow and Graham Stevenson, and you said that again they had that positivity in their cricketing careers and they were real match winners and real charismatic players for Yorkshire, weren't they?
I have three favourite cricketers. In reverse order, it was Ian Botham, David Bairstow and Graham Stevenson. David Bairstow was the most positive person I've ever met. If I was picking a team, I would definitely make him 12th man, because I don't think he was ever down for more than 5 seconds. And then he was up and positive and lifted everybody in the dressing room. That's a great gift, to lift other people, you know. And in a team sport, you need people who get some life and soul and vitality into the dressing room, that you can't be down and morbid because you're trying to win. So you need people that lift everybody else. It's a gift. He had it. And Graham Stevenson is my #1 favourite because he made me laugh every day. He's daft as a brush, which people in Yorkshire know what I mean. He's lovable, but he would exhaust me some days, irritate me, frustrate me, make me mad. But he was talented, but he always made me laugh.
Natural talent as well, and of course you shared the record-breaking 10th wicket stand for Yorkshire, and you know sometimes things like that are forgotten in his achievements that are forgotten, but as you say, you know, a great cricketer as well as a great character.
Well, in stressful situations, which sport can sometimes do, like life, you get this tension, pressure, stress, call it whatever you wish. It just, we all know that we have these moments. If somebody can lighten it by making you laugh, you're more likely to deal with it better. And he made everybody laugh. The best tribute I can ever pay him is whenever the lads went out at night for a drink or a meal, they wanted Graham to go with them. And when he said he was going to have an early night, they never allowed him because they knew he was the life and soul and made them laugh. And it's the best tribute I can pay him. Nobody wanted to go out without Graham Stevenson being part of it. And the girls loved him because he made them laugh all the time. He made them feel great.
I'll have to try it. Now, after your successful cricketing career as a batsman, obviously you've forged a successful career as a commentator. Your Cowdrey lecture here at the NCC raised a number of questions about the future of Test cricket, and you followed that up in the book as well with real questions about where are we with the state of Test cricket and what's the future.
I think Test cricket's got a serious problem, and I'm not sure it'll be here in 30 years. I don't say that lightly because I love it. I think it's the best form because it tests not only your skill but your character, your courage, fast bowling courage, character in different situations. The game changes, it ebbs and flows throughout a day and throughout 5 days. 2020, for instance, is fun. It's enjoyable. It's all action in 3 hours, which is great. But it doesn't test your courage and character quite the same. So I love the game, and many people do, but whether it's going to be here in 30 years, I think England, Australia will be here for a long, long time. People always come to the Ashes, it's got tradition, it's got history. But when we play the other countries, you've already begun to see in England that Southampton, Headingley wasn't full. Not easy to sell those. Lords is different, it's the Mecca. It has 15 million people in a catchment area of London who they can draw on. So they get full houses, and it's the great cricket ground of the world. But in the provinces, I think it's going to get harder to sell tickets for the other teams outside of Australia. We had India, one of the great sides, one of the great iconic, and all the Indian people in this country, but we still couldn't sell all the seats. And I think that's been going on in other countries for a long time now. They're finding it struggle to get people at the test matches. We are just beginning to see it's going to happen here. And when that happens, you'll see that all the counties that have test matches, like Yorkshire, already they're in debt. We at Yorkshire owe 24 million. Is it Warwickshire 30 million, Lancashire, Durham owe lots of money, and so forth. That they're going to start to think twice in a few years. Hey, listen, if I have a test match and I don't make money as a loss, that's more debt. Where before, they always wanted a test match because they made money. I think in a few years they're going to start to think, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure we can sell New Zealand, Sri Lanka, and all these other countries. That's going to be a problem. Sadly, I won't be here to see it. I'll have gone.
Good stuff. Well, Jeff, thanks for your time. I know you're a good friend of Katy Perry, so send her my regards. And if I give you a number, can you pass it on?
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as her. 53 million she has. Can you believe how many? She has more people on Twitter than anybody in the world. 53 million. Wow.
Welcome back to Live Sports FM. I'm Jonathan Pinfield. Great to hear from Sir Geoffrey Boycott. And the atmosphere building nicely here. I'm Jonathan Pinfield. Alongside me, I've got a whole host of people. We've got James Gardner from Alvanley Cricket Club. We've got Luke Edwards. We've got John Beddoe. We've got Keith Higgins. And we've got Bill Marshall. Well, we were in idyllic surroundings in Wales for the semi-final between Neyland and Alvanley. Let's relive the closing stages now with James Gardner and Bill Marshall.
It's never over till it's over, but Alvanley certainly feeling on the verge of something special now. As Angels comes in again. Shot to the vacant short mid-on area. And that's all over the batsman. The field batsman went for a second run.
Albany are going to Lords. Simon G.
Not a misfield, but throw at the stump.
There,
so
kicks his head.
Stump were able to effect that run out there as the batsman went for a cheeky second, but it wasn't on.
The ACC are going to Lords.
So just preparing for Jimmy Eccleston just to sit alongside me. Jimmy, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Stupid question, but how do you feel?
Absolutely speechless. Still can't believe it, to be honest with you. To win it with these bunch of lads, it's special. Like, played with 7 of them, if not more, since the age of 7, 8 years old, and to get to Lords, be unbelievable. So yeah, just absolutely thrilled.
Great family feel about the club?
Oh yeah, everyone's a family here. As you tell, we've had a coach fall down today. All the girlfriends and wives have came down. More watching at home, listening to the radio. Just unbelievable. I don't really know what to say, to be honest with you. Just made up. Yeah.
Game was played in great spirit?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Every round we've had, to be fair, is they've all been great lads. So, yeah, it's just amazing. Just can't wait now for, 4 weekends' time. No injuries now, hopefully, and then we can all play at Lords. So, yeah, absolutely made up.
When does your league season finish?
The weekend before, so the 11th.
Right, yep.
So we've got
it gives you a
nice
bit of
weekend.
preparation time and thinking time.
Yeah, it does, yeah. It does.
Will your, just one last question, will your sister Sophie be proffering any advice, do you think?
Yeah, she will be, yeah. She's texted all the lads this morning saying good luck, and she's been listening at home. So yeah, she'll be made up, so yeah, can't wait.
Great stuff, Jimmy. Many thanks for your time and congratulations.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
So that was Jimmy Eccleston, a very steady spell of bowling there, hoping Alvanley get to the final. Now got Simon G, who did as much as anybody really before tea to help Alvanley through to the final at Lords. Talk us through your day, Simon. How's it been?
I don't really know how to describe it, to be honest. I think we've all wanted this for so long. You know, we've had numerous runs at cups, we've had semi-finals, we've had quarter-finals, we've not got through the local stages and things like that. And so I think to come all this way and to have all the support, as you can see here, of everyone has just been fantastic. And yeah, I'm glad to have been able to play my part.
What do you think's made the difference this year, Simon, compared to others?
I think this year we've fielded very, very well. You know, even the people that we played against, they've all said how well we fielded. We've had brilliant support, which means that, you know, every week we've turned up and we've done some really, really good, you know, good work out there. And I think it's the fact as well that everybody wants it. For the first time, you know, we've had really good availability. Everybody's really been in for it, and it's made a massive difference to us this year for sure.
You lost a couple of early wickets. You needed that consolidation.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've had a few games like that this year, and myself and Mike have done that job sort of quite a lot. And it's just one of those things that sometimes it happens. You know, we got off to a really good start against Flixton, and that was allowed us to come in and play some different cricket. You know, this time it was just you came in and we did the job, and then it allowed the lads at the end, you know, Jimmy and Chris and people like that, to come in and give it a bit of a whack and get us to a really good competitive target.
What were you feeling at the tea interval?
We felt good. You know, we were happy with the score we got. The last sort of bit of a flurry at the end really did help us. But yeah, we were really happy with the score that we had, and we fancied our chances of coming out there and defending it.
You've got a very good, I mean, you mentioned the fielding, but you've got to give a mention to the bowlers as well. You've got a very tidy attack, a variety of attack, and you didn't seem to have any weak links.
No, not at all today. James has bowled absolutely superb. You just heard him, and these past few Sundays, he's just been absolutely superb. Next level, and then obviously having someone like Chris at the top is brilliant, and we've got a very, very good spin attack as well.
That's great, Simon. Many thanks for your time and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mike Rollins just joining us. Sitting, just taking his position next to me. Congratulations, Mike. As the celebration's going on in the background, you lost a couple of early wickets. How worried were you?
Yeah, not the best start to the game. 1 for 2. Just thinking, geez, not today. Please, not today. Yeah, a bit frustrating to lose those early wickets, but fair play to Si and myself digging in there. As I said to lads before we went out to bat, it's important that we just set a foundation and we give ourselves a chance to kick on. So yeah, after losing those 2 quick wickets, it was important that we just hung around. First 10, didn't matter what the score was. Get to 20, try and be around about 60, 70 runs, and then give ourselves, ideally, wickets in hand for the second half to kick on.
How important do you think those last 4 overs were, where you got 40 plus runs?
Yeah, it's something I've been saying to the lads every game, is that last 10 overs, we should probably back ourselves to go 8, 9 and over, and if it all comes off on the day, there's no reason why we can't score 100 in the last 10. I must admit, there was a few nerves, including myself, during that last 10 over period. I kind of felt like we just needed to kick on a bit, but a few of the lads just saying, look, no, just keep ticking, we're doing all right, we don't need to explode too early, and fair play, the lads out in the middle just timed it right.
And a lot of confidence in your bowling attack?
Yeah, again, that was a quick outfield today, so to set the right tone, the first 10 is really important. Again, I just can't fault Chris Charles or Jimmy Eccleston. They've been absolutely brilliant, and you just don't get a bad ball from them. And I'd imagine as an opposition opening batsman, there's nothing worse when you're not getting any easy runs just to get going. But yeah, we've had a formula throughout the whole cup, and it's just worked.
And you've got some tidy spinners as well?
Yeah, we've got variation. I mean, not to big myself up, but we've got a bit of leg spin as well if needed, but I'm kind of hoping not to use myself. But
nothing wrong in being a leg spinner.
But if we had 240 on, I might have come on. But no, I keep it tight as possible and as long as possible. So yeah, we've got literally every base covered with our bowling attack. Yeah. It's going to take some batter on the day to play a blinder of an innings, I think, to get on top of our attack.
Great stuff, Michael. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Tweet us now at Live Sports FM and follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
All players. Next one up is Age shall not weary him, Andy Benny, and congratulations.
We've got so many posers in the game at the moment, it's frightening. I mean, we brought the European game over here where they're falling on. I mean, we didn't invent that, we got rid of it.
The highlights of my career, I have been beating some of the best fighters pound for pound in the world. Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, marvelous Marvin Hagler. So I've had a wonderful career.
The Premiership, as big as they are, and it's a fantastic league and the best supported league and watched league all over the world, a lot of those players come through a system. Grassroots football, that's where it's got to come from.
Floyd Mayweather's probably thinking, should I fight this kid or not? He must be scared of something. That's why he doesn't really want the fight. He's not really keen on the fight between me and him. So let's see what happens.
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as
tweet us now at Live Sports FM. And follow us on Facebook.
This is Live Sports
at Live
FM,
Sports FM,
the home of live sports. This is Cricket Live on Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
And a very warm welcome to Live Sports FM. We're at the home of Cricket Lords, the Voneus Village Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. Calmore won the toss and elected to field. The players are coming out onto the field, as you can hear. It's a great atmosphere. I'm delighted to be joined by my colleagues Bill Marshall, John
Good morning.
Beddoe, and Keith Higgins. We've got Luke Edwards with us as well. We've also got James Gardner from Alvanley, who's going to be joining us for a stint. We're set for a great showpiece final. We'd love to hear from you throughout the day. If you'd like to get in touch, tweet us at Live Sports FM. You can also follow us on our Facebook at Live Sports FM. But without further ado, let's hand you over to our commentary team on John Beddoe and first Bill Marshall.
Good morning, Jonathan. Good morning, everybody. Even you can tell there's a great atmosphere because even the 5-minute bell got a rapturous round of applause. So a watery sun, I would describe it as a watery sun at the moment, but the conditions are set fair, as Jonathan says. Carmore Sports won the toss and elected to field. Umpires leading the players out are Richard Ellis from Gravesend in Kent and Terry Dorr from Derbyshire. The bowling is going to be from the pavilion end, where Richard Ellis is standing. He's just waving to the scorers just to make sure that they're ready for the off. So you can also watch the live video stream of today's match on the Cricketer YouTube channel. If you want to get in touch with us, you can tweet us at Live Sports FM. Let us know where you're listening from, who you're listening with, and which side you're cheering on. First ball there, keeper standing up. So atmosphere's certainly building nicely, John.
Yes, great atmosphere outside. Both clubs have brought a few coach loads of their spectators, and they're in for a great day. It's looking absolutely fantastic here today, lads.
Yet again, a beaten outside the off stump. Keeper juggling with the ball there in his chest and managing to pouch it safely. So promising early signs for Carmore Sports, wanting to use the early morning conditions. Perhaps just a little bit of moisture left in the pitch, with it being getting into late September. Shortish run up. Batsman leaves that ball outside the off stump, swinging away in all probability. So tidy take there by keeper Max Bailey.
Tidy start here by Steve Wright. 3 balls, 3 dots, bowling a good line in length. The opening batsman for Olney, left-handed captain.
That's a confident pull off the back foot, fielded at fairly shortish mid-wicket there. No run. Carmore Sports supporters like that piece of fielding.
Yeah, I feel he's missed out there. It's probably a ball he should have put away. There's not a great amount of cover on the leg side, so he really needs to keep that ball outside off stump and try and see if he can find that edge.
It's a 7-2 field, John. I'm just trying to crane my neck to see who else was on the leg side. Just got a man at mid-on and a man at that shortish mid-wicket, so presumably swinging the ball away.
Yeah, he's obviously
bowling to an offside field. Sorry, John.
I was just going to say, he's 7-2 offside field. He's obviously bowling left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Olney captain and opener Michael Rollins, and we've got 2 slips of gully and a packed offside field, and the boundary this side is obviously significantly shorter than the leg side boundary. So he's
offensive shot there, just dropping the ball at his feet.
It's been informed. Stephen Wright bowling now is racked up 17 maidens already in the competition so far. So found the ball at the over.
Another tidy take by Bailey to finish the over off there. So by my reckoning, that's the maiden over, John.
Yes, that takes him to 18 maidens for the tournament so far now for the cup, and he'll be looking to add a few more to that tally if he can. Good tight opening over there, Bill. The one ball just dropped short, which I say Captain Rollins will feel he probably missed out on, but apart from that, with the slope going away from the left-handed batsman, and obviously left arm over, he's probably going to swing it away as well. Bowling to his field, and obviously experienced campaigner, knows what he's doing.
Rumour has it that Steve Wright has just bowled that over as an excitable character, so he's managed to calm his nerves and put the ball pretty much on the spot. Bowling from the media centre end now is Mike West, who's 42 years young. Knee problems, but he's coming in off a few paces now. That's flicked down the leg side on first runs of the day, and that's going to go all the way. It's gone fairly straight. So Max Bailey unable to grab that one, as it just the slightest of deflections there. John took the ball pretty much straight behind the stumps to the boundary in front of the pavilion there for 4 runs.
Yeah, definitely a loosener. Just back of a length onto Alex Reid's hip, and he's just helped that using the pace of the ball and just tickled it very, very fine, as you say, and puts the first runs on the board.
Of course, one of the disadvantages of being 42 is that it may take Mike an over to loosen all his muscles up. Comes in again. That's a much better line. Big appeal for LBW as the batsman props forward, but turned down by Terry Daw there, who umpires in the Derbyshire Premier League. So that was a much better delivery, John.
Yeah, much better delivery. Big stride in there from Alex Reid. So, you know, when you've got a stride in like that, he's batting right on the edge with the keeper up there. You feel very unlucky.
Next ball is leg side, and it's just flicked round the corner between square leg and fine leg. That's second boundary of the over. Confident looking shot there, John.
Yeah, confident again, poor line. He's got no protection on the leg side. There's no one at fine leg, which is quite uncommon. You normally, maybe 2 fielders outside, you'd normally expect to see a fine leg or a third man, maybe sometimes both. But yeah, just bowled into his pads, and Alex Reid isn't going to miss out there. And I think that's going to bring a change in the field now, Bill.
If Mike doesn't start to hit his stride, skipper Mark Lavelle may have an early decision to make about a bowling change from the media centre end, but let's give Mr. West a chance.
He's got protection down there now, so he's got quite a wide fine leg.
Next ball is outside the off stump, just dropped to the floor there by young Max Bailey, 18 years old.
Yeah, much better line there. Bowling to his field, bowling outside off stump, and obviously you can set field for those deliveries.
Weston again. That's another leg side half volley, flicked confidently through the vacant wicket area for 4 runs. So that's the third boundary of the over, John. Very expensive opening here by Mike West.
Yeah, that's the pick of the shots. It's a lovely drive through mid-wicket, just picking up the ball, probably a half volley into his pads, and just leant into it, turned the wrist, and again that ball raced away to the boundary away from us.
Certainly the outfield, which was mown this morning, is running very true, as you would expect here at the home of cricket. So 12 runs off the over so far. That's a better length, pushed off the back foot into covers, no run. That completes the second over. So contrasting initial overs there, John, from Steve Wright and Mike West. So 12 for none after 2.
It's actually 13. I think we missed a wide
right
start there. So apologies, it wasn't his 18th maiden, the opening one from Steve Wright. There was an extra showing.
I can now see the score, but I'm having to just slightly alter my position because it's being blocked by sliding doors moment. So you're right there, John. You can see it. I can't, but I can if I change my position. So 13 for none. Start the third over.
But it's an important over there for Albanley. I mean, it will settle the nerves. Bringing up those 3 boundaries, it takes a bit of pressure. Alex Reid will obviously be feeling happy now after putting away those 3 balls. It takes some of the pressure off the captain Rollins as well.
So skipper Michael Rollins yet to get off the mark. It's a respectful forward defensive there, pushing the ball back down the wicket. So fellow opener Alex Reid cashed in with those 3 boundaries, so his scoring rate, his strike rate is 200. That's tried to play an expansive shot to the covers, which interested both short extra cover and cover point, but he didn't make contact, and a tidy bit of work there by Max Bailey, taking the stumps off just to keep the batsman honest.
Yeah, it's very tidy because it was a ball which was full of a length, and he's almost hasn't taken that on a sort of just after the half volley.
Again, the ball's good line and length, and Rollins just on the back foot there, just pushing the ball back down the wicket. So good start by Steve Wright and by teenage keeper Max Bailey.
Yeah, he's certainly getting a little bit of shape away from the left-hander here, so it's a good opening spell of bowling. But another dot, so Rollins still to get off the mark.
Again, Wright on the mark, and that completes his second over at just the cost of that 1 wide, as John mentioned. So 3 overs gone, and Alvanley are 13 for no wicket, with Alex Reid on 12 and skipper Michael Rollins yet to get off the mark.
So that does now take him to 18 maidens for the competition so far. Tidy spell of bowling there though, Bill. Coming in, I mean, nothing more than sort of gentle medium pace, you'd probably say, but bowling that left arm over to the left-handed Alvanley captain Michael Rollins. He's kept him honest with a good line and length, and as we can see from the cameras behind the bowler's arm, just a little bit shape away and using the slope as well, just to keep Rollins honest and keeping him watchful.
Scoreboard, Lords exactly opposite us, full of information. So as West aims to bowl a tidier second over than his first, which went for 12 runs. He's in again now from the media centre end. That's a better line and length, and Reid just pushes forward into the covers, no run. So
it's an interesting one, is it? Because with the short boundary to the right-handed Reid on the offside, you'd think he probably wants to maybe bowl a bit straighter than he'd want to, but obviously it opens up the leg side for.
Batsman just trying to flick the ball behind square. I think that's come off his pads. Indeed it has. Umpire Terry Dawes signalling a leg by there, so score goes up to 14. Extras up to 2. Roland just taking a new guard as umpire Terry Dawes just trots round to square leg, having to do a bit of exercise for the left-hander and then the right-hander. Sorry, it's Richard Ellis, not Terry Dawes. Terry Dawes is the non-striker's end. So West in again. Another appeal for LBW, his second appeal for LBW of the match, but again turned down. That wasn't the most confident of appeals, John.
Certainly pitched outside leg stump there with the video we've got.
Bit of a half-hearted appeal there as West comes in again. Just pushed behind square. There is a man which we can't see, just running round to stop the boundary, but batsman able to come back for 2. So score advances to 16, and Alvanley skipper Michael Rollins finally off the mark.
Yeah, he'll feel happy about that. It was a nice ball onto his pads, which is held behind square, and it takes him on now to 285 runs in the tournament. He's Alvanley's leading scorer this year so far.
That ball outside of stump, just left alone. Bailey standing up to both bowlers, so just makes them a bit more conscious about possibly not shoving that one down leg side. That's outside the off stump again, left alone. So better over there by West. I've just got a message here from Clifford Estelle, says watching my beloved Calmore from Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia. Really enjoying the coverage. Cheers, Cliff Estelle. Thank you very much, Cliff, for that. Birthday message as well to
I think
Lynette Cox of Alvanley. So happy birthday to Lynette, who was staying in the same hotel as us this morning. So
I think it'd be interesting here to see what Calmore do with their bowlers. I think we saw in the final last year that having that extra bowler, that 5th, 6th bowler, certainly helped. So it'd be interesting to see how long a spell that these two stick with, and this will be the first time that Reed's going to be facing Steve Wright.
So Steve Wright to continue angled run, quite a distinctly angled run, John. It's not comes in from not 45 degrees, but maybe 20 degrees.
It's almost Angus Fraser-esque, isn't it, in terms of how he used to run in?
You won't remember John Price. You'd be too young to remember John Price, Middlesex in England, but he used to run in from a similarly angled run up. So he was a right-arm bowler though. So bit of an inside edge. His drive there from Reed, just back down to the bowler. Bit of shape there, as John said, just back into the right-hander away from the left-hander.
He was a fair bit of shape with that delivery then. That must have started a good sort of foot outside off stump and probably ended up playing about 4 inches outside, which drew the inside edge.
Next ball is just makes the batsman hurry up there. He gets a bit cramped as he plays a backward defensive shot there, just tucking him up for room there, John.
Yeah, he's bowling a good length here. He's obviously, with the slope, he's bowling left arm over the wicket, so he's always naturally going to be bringing the ball into the right-hander and away from the left-hander, so he's confident with his ability in the line. He's bowling a good length as well.
That's a full-length ball, hits him on the toe, but possibly doing too much.
Possibly inside edge as well.
So that appeal turned down by Ellis.
There's the glance towards the bottom of the bat from the batsman Reed there, just to convince the umpire that even if it was dead straight, that there was an inside edge.
Next ball is pushed defensively forward into the offside to a short extra cover, no run.
It's certainly easy to see though how and why Steve Wright has bowled the most maidens in the competition so far. Bowling to his field, bowling a good line and length, and bringing that ball in quite a fair bit back into the right-handed Reed.
So right in again. Again, that shape into the right-hander. I've just pushed onto the offside, no run. So Steve Wright will be well pleased with how he started this match, John.
Yeah, 3 overs, 2 maidens, just the solitary wide, which we missed in that first over. And I think Calmore will be, the happier of the two teams with the start 16 after 5 overs, going at 3.2 and over. Obviously, fielding restrictions for the start of the innings for both teams, and they'll feel like they probably just started as strong with the two teams. I'd say here, Bill.
So Mike West, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Just pushed onto the leg side, no run.
Greg, hold that shot. Come to our Greg.
So yeah, another ball just straight onto the pads there to Rollins, who's not going to miss out, and just helps that behind square on the leg side. And there's a fielder probably about almost 45 degrees, I suppose, ish, protecting the short boundary and two more runs to Rollins, take the score to 18.
To right, Torrey West in again there. Batsman just probably driving the ball into his foot there. It goes out onto the offside, no run.
Yeah, he's looking to be slightly more aggressive there through covering. There's a fairly wide gap. There's quite a short extra cover, and then
it's a good length ball, driven into the leg side, and that has indeed reached the boundary. So West standing in the middle of the wicket, double teapot impression. That he's now gone for none for 20 off his 16 deliveries.
Oh yeah, he didn't like that, did he? It was almost just a check push, wasn't it? And just evaded the fielder at mid-on and just raced away to the down this slope and to the sort of wide mid-wicket boundary for 4 more runs.
It's outside the off stump, left alone. Well taken by Bailey.
A good comeback there. Bowled that ball a good line, sort of a 4th stump line outside off stump, and again with the 6 runs, that Rollins happy to watch that one through to the keeper.
In again, just caressed into the gully, well fielded there. And at the end of that over, Alvanley are 20.
Sports FM, and follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
You're listening to Live Sports FM, the home of live sport. I'm Bill Marshall. Alongside me is John Beddow. We're here at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. You can also watch the live video stream on the Cricketer YouTube channel as the very accurate Steve Wright prepares to come in again from the pavilion end. And that's clipped firmly through mid-wicket for 4 runs. So Alex Reid certainly hitting his straps, John.
Yeah, certainly it was a poor delivery. I mean, he's worked it through leg side from probably off stump just outside, but it's a full toss and it's a short boundary, probably only about 40 yards from where we are this end of the square, and as soon as it beats the field, it's 4 runs all day.
The first boundary that Wright has conceded, indeed the first run off the bat, because his only other concession was a wide. That ball just pushed into the offside by Reid, who's scored 16 runs off as many deliveries, and Rollins has scored 8 off 23 as Wright comes in again, just drifting towards the leg side, just hitting the batsman on the pad as he tries to flick it square. Bailey running round from behind the stumps to pick that ball up to prevent a leg bye.
Yeah, he got there quickly. I thought when it just trickled down towards square leg, there's no fielder at square leg by the umpire. It might have been a quick single there, but good piece of work by the wicketkeeper.
Next ball is good length, just drifting back in. 4 defensive there from Reid.
He's getting a lot of movement back into the right-hander here. He's, so he's bowling that ball, starting at a good 9 to 12 inches outside the off stump, and again with the natural in swing and the slope, it's testing Reid's resolve here to see how patient he wants to be.
Right in again. Hits the batsman on the pad, and the ball balloons to gully, where the fieldsman claims a catch, much to the amusement of the supporters underneath us. Some people would say stop begging, John, as the sun breaks out again.
As a bowler in the field, you're always entitled to ask the question of the umpire, aren't you? But I don't think there's any really serious danger there.
It's wider left alone, too wide to bother with. So that's the end of the over, and Alvanley are now 26 for no wicket, with Reid on 16 still, and skipper Michael Rollins on 8.
Yeah, so 4 overs from right, 2 maidens, just the as you say, just the 5 runs, the 1 extra in the first one and the boundary off that over. So it'd be interesting to see here with Calmore if they want to keep a few more overs of right back up the sleeves, or if they're maybe going to think, whilst we're on top, let's try and get through and maybe pick up a wicket and keep this run rate below 4. It's currently at 3.7, so I still think Calmore will be the happier of the 2 teams at the moment.
Just a possible discussion there about, I don't think it was more about field changes, I think it was probably more about potential bowling change in the near future as Mike West comes in from the media centre end. That's a better delivery, just beating the batsman outside the off stump.
Yeah, Rollins now 8 runs from the 24 deliveries, so Reed's helping him out at the other end, but he probably feels that he needs to maybe just try and start picking up the singles, but there's not many singles in this field at the moment, Bill.
That's again wide of off stump, left alone, so Max Bailey had an early opportunity to show his skills standing up, and he's doing a tidy job at both ends of the wicket.
I don't think he'll be leaving too many more deliveries like that. I think it's something which is hittable outside. Again,
that ball outside off stump and left alone, so West just trotting out these dots at the moment, which will please his skipper after a less than good first over.
Yeah, he's certainly shaping the ball through the air well here, West, and
that's short and pulled confidently behind square. Fieldsman not quite able to pull that one back, and Rollins timing the innings nicely now, moves into double figures onto 12.
He didn't really seem to get hold of that very much, but again with the slope and with the short boundary, he's taken it from a good foot outside off stump, but the ball was back of a length, and I think that's the thing here today. You really need to be bowling. If you're bowling, you really need to be on your length. Anything short to the right or left hander who's always going to have the short boundary, it's going to be dispatched and it'll be put away.
So Weston again. It's outside off stump, left alone. Just for feeling in my water, John, this might be West's last over of this spell.
You'd certainly think you'd be thinking about a change, but maybe, I don't know, he's obviously advanced in years. He may be well suited to bowling through his 8 overs rather than coming back for a second spell.
It's a better line and length, just hurrying the batsman slightly as he drops it on the leg side. No run, that's the end of the over. So West figures now 4 overs, no maidens, none for 24. Score 30 for no, keep with Rollins 12 and Reed 16.
Yes, again another good over, just the one boundary coming off that over. So although he's going at a runner ball, West, because Wright's bowling so tightly from the pavilion end, again it's all about bowling in pairs, isn't it? It's about batting in pairs as well. So if you're maybe not just slightly below par, but your partner at the other end is sort of like holding their end, then it gives you that little bit of. So it's going to be Steve Wright continuing. He's going up 1.25 runs per over after 4.
It's hitting the batsman on the pad, but drifting down leg side. Just bowler gets the ball on his follow through and just tosses it to fielder at mid on, who vigorously rubs the ball to try and keep the shine on it.
There's a lot of effort going in to protect this ball, and obviously with the 2 bowlers you'd be looking to both swing the ball. You want to make sure you got one of those
good length ball, swinging back into the batsman, driven to mid off, no run.
It's a good field, I think, here from Calmore, Bill. Again, they've got a man very, very close in the extra cover, so cutting off anything, just dropping into the offside, and it's pretty much boundaries or nothing at the moment.
Right in again. Respectfully treated there by Alex Reed, pushing the ball into the offside as the watery sun breaks out again. So just a slight breeze about 10-15 minutes ago, but that's all just drifted into our commentary box, but that's all we've really had so far in terms of a breeze that affected us. Right in again. Leg stump line, just pushed to that man at short mid-wicket, no run.
Again, good in swing there from the bowler right, coming back into Reed. Again, think everyone always goes on about the slope at Lords, and I think until you've actually been here, it's difficult to really explain how big the slope is coming towards us away from.
And again, good length, just push forward to the offside no run. Yes, Heather Knight was talking about that in her good luck message to Alvanley last night, saying that you need to have your fielders finer at one end and wider at the other to try and counteract the slope. So right in again, spooned into the air and taken that mid-on, just leading edge just as quick there, John. So that's the first wicket for Calmore. And when the toss knocked it to field, the batsman mistiming that one, spooning it into the onside, an easy catch. So that's the end of Alex Reid for 16. So he was the main scoring option so far for Alvanley. And that's the first wicket with a score on 30, with Reid departing for 16. Caught by the bowler at the other end, West. The ball to the right, so Rollins is 12 not out.
Yeah, he was just trying to work that into the leg side, and again with the ball swinging in, we've just been talking about the slope, and we go on about the slope for probably most of the day, but that ball just angled back in, so he was trying to turn it through mid-wicket and just gets a leading edge, and it gives the simplest of catches to the bowler West there, so a good breakthrough there for Calmore.
You're listening to Live Sports FM, the home of live sport. I'm Bill Marshall, alongside me is John Beddow, and we're here at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. Next man in is Steve Charles, scored 348 runs in this competition so far, or in the league season, so far. Off-spin bowler, nicknamed Vern. Another left-hander. Well, left arm.
And a hat-trick in the
semi-final, yes, indeed. So you can also watch the live video stream of this match on the Cricketers YouTube channel. If you'd like to get in touch with us, you can tweet us at Live Sports FM and let us know where you're listening from, who you're listening with, and which side you're cheering on, and we'll do our best to give you a mention.
It's going to be a change of bowling from the nursery end, but it puts a bit of pressure now back onto Rollins. So the new batsman Charles will want to take a little bit of time. He hasn't got to go off on ball one, but just means now that Rollins maybe just needs to be slightly more aggressive and take that lead role as his partner and pal Steve Charles at the other end gets used to the pitch, the surroundings, and this magnificent stadium which we're playing this final in today.
Skipper Mark Lavelle bringing himself on at the JP Morgan Media Centre end with his spin. Tweaking the ball from hand to hand. He comes in to bowl. Gives that ball plenty of air.
He's taken 15 wickets in the tournament so far. He's bowling his left arm. That spun a long way back in.
It did. Leg spin. Not a trick. Always a tricky art to. Not leg spin, not left arm off spin. I do apologise. Certainly dropped on a nice length as Skipper Lavelle, giving the ball plenty of air. Batsman just looking on the leg side, see what his options are.
Yeah, good start here by the captain. 2 good dots and
bowling to skipper to skipper. It's just flicked into the leg side with the man square leg behind the umpire. Can't prevent a single, so Rollins goes on to 13 and new man Steve Charles, so a couple of left-handers in, which makes it easier for the umpires and the fielders. Don't have to change their position so much.
Yes. I don't know whether or not obviously he was aware that the Steve Charles coming in was also a left-hander, because bowling left arm orthodox spin over the wicket, obviously with the short leg side boundary to left-hander, it's certainly a...
Lavelle in again, that ball just turning off the straight. Just pushed off the back foot into the leg side no run. So Skipper will be well pleased with his.
Because you generally want the the longer boundaries to the left.
Opening over so far. And again. Batsman pushing forward, but that ball, he got a good stride in, and it was turning too far to be given out LBW. So.
doing too much. They're definitely going down leg.
Yeah, Terry Dorr quite rightly turning that one down. Lavelle in again. Just keeping the batsman unable to get on the front foot and drive, but unable to get on the back foot either and cut or pull. So very good opening over there, just a cost of 1 run. So 31 for 1.
Yeah, tidy start there from the Calmore captain, Mark Lavelle. He bats anywhere, I think, over the years between 1 and 11, but he's bowled a good length again. There's a couple obviously who started off outside off stump and have turned back into the left-handed Albany batsman. The ball which he started straighter in the LBW appeals, obviously just doing a bit too much and going down leg stump, but just a single, and again it brings Rollins back onto strike, who's 13 off 32 deliveries, and Albany just need to probably have a think about getting the roses on now.
So right in again, the batsman pushing the ball not very confidently on the offside, just going off an angled bat just to the keeper's left foot there. So right only going at about 1 run and over so far, John.
It's very tidy, very tidy spell of bowling here, and
Bailey can't take that when it went through his legs. Possibly kept a little bit low. Yes, it's just indicated to the bowler that it did keep it a bit low, but he's got that backup of 2 slips and a gully, and the ball just dribbling through to first slip. So no chance of an extra there for
a lot of movement
Albany.
again, both swing and off the seam. So he's keep your things very tight from the pavilion end.
Good length ball there, just got that away drift. Rollins just having to mind his P's and Q's there as he dropped the ball into the offside. The bowler and fielders excited for just a millisecond there, but he got enough bat in it to squirt it out onto the offside, no run. And again, beaten outside the off stump there, so right asking all the questions here this morning, John?
Yeah, no, he seemed to push that one through a little bit quicker than the previous deliveries, and again, just watching the stream again, there's good movement. It started that ball just on sort of off stump, just outside off stump, drawn Rollins forward, who's missed the outside edge playing down that line.
And again, that's a good length ball. The batsman getting on the front foot and driving, but can't get it past mid off. Ball very few hittable deliveries, John.
No, he has. He's bowled, I mean, as I say, he's bowled an extremely good line and length. I think the one boundary was obviously the full toss which he bowled to Alex Reid.
And again, trying to late cut the ball there. A bit of a half-hearted appeal for a caught behind, but no joy, and that's the end of another very, very tidy over by Steve Wright. He's figured now 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5.
Yeah, extremely tidy opening spell of bowling. I think I assume he's going to bowl through his spell of 8 here, unless they maybe want to keep 2 back. But Albany needs to keep an eye on the overs here. It's 31 for 1. That's 11 overs gone and a run rate of 2.8. You'd certainly be looking for something north of 180, 190, I'd say here today, Bill. And you just need to try and just pick up and rotate the strike and pick up singles if they can.
That's another ball just pushed onto the leg side. The batsman hesitated for a second, but realised that the gap was there. So
yeah, that's what both batsmen need to make sure they're doing. The non-striker needs to be backing up. Obviously, kept honest inside his crease. We don't see a man-cad dismissal. But
Charles off the mark. That next ball pushed into the covers, no run. John, it's been quite a while since the last boundary.
I think it was Alex Reid, wasn't it? I think it was a full toss which Steve Wright bowled to Alex Reid, she worked through. But Rollins is just getting a little bit bogged down here as the Albany fans below us break into a happy birthday song to Lynette. But 13 runs missed, 40 deliveries now, so maybe starting to feel the pressure a little bit.
Lavelle in again, giving the ball some air and beaten outside the off stump.
But a good start here from the Calmore skipper.
Batsman playing an expansive slog sweep there and broken the shackles there, hitting that ball behind square and just managing to find the gap between leg gully and the man at square leg who's running round, couldn't prevent the boundary, so
he's swept that hard and a much needed boundary for Overley and also for skipper Michael Rollins there, which takes him on to 17.
So Lavelle in again. Gives that ball plenty of air, slightly inside edge, a shot there by Rollins, out to deep mid-wicket, easy single. So at the end of this over, 12 overs gone, the score is 37 for 1.
At Live Sports FM.
Well, welcome back. Rollins now on to 18 and Charles just come in. 1 off 4 deliveries.
Yeah, so right speller bowler here, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5. In the first round of Calmore's Cup run, his 8 overs just went for 6 deliveries, and that's
a wicket. His batsman left the ball alone, and it was a fatal error because his stumps have been castled. So that's the other opener out. So skipper Michael Rollins has gone for 18. There's a good leave and a bad leave, John, and that was definitely a bad leave.
Yeah, as they say, good leave and a bad leave. I mean, just looking at the replays here, to be fair, every other delivery he's bowled has swung away and then moved away off the seam down the slope, and that ball has just held its line and just taken the top of off stump. So good line in length, and you definitely say that Calmore are certainly in the upper seat now and in the ascendancy.
Well, they were starting to exert a stranglehold were Calmore, and they've now capitalised with that second wicket. So they're going to have 2 fresh-ish batsmen at the crease. So that puts a bit more pressure on them.
So
on the Overley side.
So Rollins' 18 runs there does take him into the position of being the highest run scorer in the Voneus Village knockout so far. But he got a little bit bogged down there, Bill, hadn't he? We say he had the boundary in the previous over when he swept hard behind square. And 18 off 44 deliveries, I think he was just seemed to get frustrated in himself that he wasn't able to sort of push the score on.
New batsman is wicketkeeper Saiji, a hard-hitting batsman nicknamed Hench. So pressure on both these batsmen now to, as John says, not only to survive but try and rotate the strike, which is something that Alvanley haven't really been doing since they capitalised on that untidy opening spell by Mike West. Other than that, the bowlers have been remarkably accurate. No signs of nerves, no signs of the ball getting stuck in the hand.
No, the bowling's been it's been excellent from Calmore. There hasn't really been that many freebie deliveries for the Albany batsmen to capitalise on. Simon G scored a match-winning 50 in the semi-final against Nayland, and also in the rain-affected tie against Folkestone and Flixton, he scored a good 50 before the heavens opened that day. So a man in form, and I think this will be interesting. I think it'll certainly be interesting when he gets on strike to the spinner.
Another left-hander, so that's a good ball, just testing the batsman's defence there, just pushing the ball down the wicket as the ball again curves, threatening LBW.
I think I'd almost be tempted now from Albany, given the sort of the state of the game. Wright's got 10 deliveries left, so maybe you say let's just see off Wright and let's not give him any more wickets and consolidate for those 1.5 overs.
Hitting again, left outside the off stump. Yeah, I mean, so he's got very little left of his spell, and maybe the best plan would be to see him off, and it also gives the batsman a chance to play themselves in without doing anything too expansive.
Yeah, can't believe that he'll be kept back for 1 over. You sort of assume he's going to finish off his spell here.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's in again. Again, that ball threatening the stumps. Batsman's up to it, up to the task, pushing the ball back down the wicket.
But that's been the natural. I mean, that ball there is a classic example of all of the balls which rights bowl to left-hander swung away, going away off the seam with the slope, with the angle from the wicket, and the ball which got Rollins just kept its line. It just didn't seam away, and he just left it
again. Gives the batsman a chance to drive. He gets a thickish outside edge. Good bit of fielding there. Stops him getting off the mark. So that was a drive ball, the one who thought, oh, I can drive this, but it just wasn't quite there. Just again, the angle of the swing, just taking it away from him, and meaning he can't get the sweet spot of the bat on it. And again, that nagging length and line pushed into the short extra cover, and that's the end of the over. So Wright's impressive figures go on now. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5, and Lavello's made a good start at the other end with his left arm spin. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 7, and it's 37 for 2.
But because he's been so economical, it's enabled Calmore to keep a very attacking field in. They haven't had to, sort of push it back. So to the left-handers, he's got 2 slips and a gully, and obviously he's got then a man at backward point. And as we saw with that shot there from G, if you don't quite get to there and you are able to find that edge, then you've got men there to capitalise and hopefully snaffle anything. Could be another change in bowling from the nursery end. Could be Ben Perry.
Yeah, Ben taking 37 wickets this season.
Apparently he promised his fiancée this year that he wouldn't play cricket many Sundays. So
very wisely he's changed his mind. So does a spinner. Not that it's made much difference to Max Bailey because he stood up for everybody, but change of bowling from the JP Morgan Media Centre end, and off spin of Perry there. That's down the leg side. Bailey can't take it cleanly, but does that man at deepish leg gully able to mop up, so no run.
Yeah, it started wide and just wider, and possibly too wide in all fairness.
Perry gives that ball plenty of air, just a very half-hearted appeal for leg before, but umpire Terry Dorr there signalling wide.
Yes.
As the batsman tried to flick that ball behind square, so
a poor start here though, and this is important for Calmore that they don't just let Albany back into the game, and that's going to be another wide,
and that's can't be gathered by Bailey, and it's going to be a couple of extras in addition to the wide. The ball, oh no, they're going to get back for 3. So good running there. So that's a costly start by Perry, who's not really found his line yet. John, he's just let the ball drift down the leg side to some cost.
Yeah, it's a very poor start. The bowling has been very economical and been very accurate from Calmore so far.
There's a some remarkable stat on the scoreboard. He's bowled no deliveries and conceded 6 runs.
Yeah, and it's just the sort of thing which just give Albany that boost. Obviously the spinner, he's bowling round the wicket. He's bowling with the slope going away from the left-hander, and he just needs to tidy up his line.
That's just nicked to that man at leg gully, no run. That's a legitimate delivery, much to Perry's pleasure.
I mean, it's interesting that he's started off coming round the wicket, obviously 2 left-handers on strike, but with the line he's bowling, I'd fancy maybe to have a go from over.
Again, that's wide. Down leg side, and again that's a wide, so tidily taken there by Bailey, so this is going to be a long over, John.
It is, and he's just with the line he's bowling and how he's bowling, he hasn't got any leeway.
Ball driven firmly back to the bowler. He gets a good hand on it, and the ball just pops up and hits the non-striking batsman. So no run.
I mean, if we look at the field, he's got a man at backward point, cover, short extra cover, and mid off. If he's wanting to bowl that ball outside off stump, then you'd think he'd need to have another fielder across. And if he's going to be attacking the wickets, as he is doing, he's got the short leg side boundary, and he's just bowling the wrong line.
Again, that ball coming off the pad, going down the leg side, taken by that man at leg gully. So he's bowled a couple of balls where he would want to bowl them, and been pushed back down, driven back down the wicket, or pushed back down the wicket, but 80% of his delivery seems to be drifting down leg stump. That's a better line. Pushed to the man at short extra cover, no runs. So One ball left of what's been a very long over. Perry in again. That's on the back foot. The batsman hits the ball to into the covers, but his covers fairly deep, so they're able to. G's able to run a single.
I think he needs another. If he is going to bowl that line, which he's going to start the ball outside the batsman's off stump and bring it back in. I think he needs to have another field across, because that means that he can hide the ball outside off stump. You can have a sweeper out on the offside. The line he's trying to bowl with the turn and with the slope, the second it goes down leg side and misses a pad, it's a wide, as we saw in that over. And if there is anything which is full, which the batsman can sweep, and we've seen that both of these Albany batsmen are very strong sweepers and very strong off the pads. You've got a very short boundary here, so it's just, I'm not too sure of that approach there, Bill. I'd like to see him try over the wicket.
So, right in again. Batsman making a late decision there to leave the ball. Just caused a bit of consternation in the Calmore camp there. Just possible caught behind, but just got his bat out of the way in time. So
yes, this is right. That ball there wasn't too dissimilar from the one which got Rollins. It's just that one went away, and again that delivery just evading the outside edge there of Simon G. As I say, that ball which got Rollins is really the only ball which hasn't swung and hasn't gone away off the seam.
That delivery there, which the batsman's eyes light up, thinks, well, I can drive this, but it's not quite there, and with the away swing, they either misses it altogether against the outside portion of the bat. Right in again. That's pushed into the offside, no run.
This is going to be his final over, so 7.3 overs, 2 for 5 so far. Very, very tiny spell of bowling here from Simon Wright.
And again, that's well wide of off stump, but not wide enough for Richard Ellis to give a wide.
Stephen Wright, I beg your pardon.
I know what you meant. We've all done it. Again. That's driven firmly back to the bowler, but driven into the ground. Batsman stops it on his follow through, no run. So one delivery left of what's been an absolutely superb opening spell by Steve Wright. His captain Mark Lavelle couldn't have asked for any more. Can he finish the job off with another dot ball?
No, it's amazing to think there's only been the one scoring shot off the bat.
That's pushed into the offside. That man at short takes recover, and that's a deserved hearty round of applause there for Steve Wright. 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 5, and the first man to put his hand up as a contender, dare I say, for man of the match.
I think it's just phenomenal. As I say, 2 deliveries which have gone for runs. There's the wide in the first over as he trundles off, and the 12th man comes on for him, and that one full toss which Alex Reid worked through mid-wicket in the 3rd or 4th over. To think that there hasn't been a single, another scoring shot off the bat of 7.5 overs is quite phenomenal.
So Ben Perry hoping for a better second over than his first. Just pushed gently into the leg side, into that gap in front of a fairly deepish square leg. So.
But it's important here for Perry, because with all of the good work which Steve Wright's done there by bowling maiden after maiden after maiden, he needs to make sure he bowls it tight and keeps it tight and doesn't give Albany some free runs.
That ball just flicked till behind square on the leg side, leg by, but the man at leg goal is so deep that they're able to get a single. I'm a bit surprised he's so deep, John, because you thought one of his tasks would have been to prevent that single, but because he's well inside the circle. Perry in again, confidently swept, but there's a man in front of us who we can't see because he's underneath the stand here.
I just think with what he's bowling and the angle which he bowls and the flight and the drift he's getting,
that's driven firmly to mid-off. Good sprawling stop there, but the batsman can't stop the fieldman so deep they can't stop the single. So runs starting to flow from the media centre end. In fact, they have, apart from that tight spell from Lavelle, they have indeed for the whole match.
That's a freebie.
Expansive shot there. Batsman at mid-wicket, fielder at mid-wicket tried to dive to effect a stop, but couldn't do, and it's a 50 up for Olney for the loss of 2 wickets with 1 ball remaining of the 16th over.
But I think here we've seen, it's
Perry in again. Bit of an inside edge, really. Better line, better length, and can't prevent the single. So that's the end of a much better second over, even though it still cost 5 runs. Sorry.
Yeah, no. I think it was 6 actually, Bill. So I think there was a leg by. I think there was a leg by in there too. So 5 off the bowler Perry, but. Again, Olney will be. I think they'll certainly be targeting Perry from what we've seen, bowling from the nursery end, bowling round the wicket. If he's going to continue bowling round the wicket, he's given the ball plenty of flight. It's drifting into the pads, and with such a short leg side boundary, I think the Olney batsmen will certainly be thinking this is a bowl which they can attack and make up on those runs after the miserly spell from Steve Wright.
So change of bowling as it has to be at the Pavilion end because. Wright's finished those very, very tidy 8 overs, and it's going to be Liam Carty, 20-year-old, coming on with the traditional sunglasses there, John. Even though sun isn't really a problem today, but
I'm a big fan of bowling and sunglasses.
Described, as I said, as young and fearless, 20-year-old. Taken 43 wickets this season. He's another off spinner. There's dropped that one half track. The batsman just pushed the ball on the leg side for a single, so he got away with that one really, John. Got stuck in his wrist in his hand by the look of it.
Yeah, just caught up in the hand there, but again he's got cover out there. He's got the sweeper out just behind square on the leg side. And to be fair, it's not, the boundaries are fairway in from the stand on the far side away from us, and the fielder ran in, attacked that ball, and there's only ever going to be a single.
Both G and Charles now on 4 as Carty prepared to go in for his second ball. Again, that's down the leg side, well taken. The batsman tried to flick the ball behind square leg, but it's a wide. So we're not playing automatic leg side wides, John, as I understand it, but just up to the umpire's opinion, that's a better line, just pushed gently into the leg side. The man fielding close in, preventing the single.
Yeah, I think in a 40-over game, it shouldn't be too much leeway to the bowler.
That's given plenty of air. The batsman thought, I can sweep this one, but it had some dip on it, so deceptive ball that one, and the batsman going under the batsman's bat, and
he's beaten in the flight then. He's been lucky. He's lucky to get some batter knacks. That would have been taken out. That's going to be a wide.
Yeah, that one an obvious wide, shall we say? As Bailey had to go to his left to pick it up. It's a better line. Batsman just flicking the ball square on the leg side with no man there saving the single. The man is actually on the boundary edge there, so it's an easy single for Steve Charles.
Yeah, it's sensible batting from Olney. They're just milking the singles now and just having a period of consolidating.
That's given plenty of flight, but treated with respect, just pushed out the man at short extra cover, no runs. So Carty not afraid to give the ball air, John.
No, he's confident to give it some air and to give it a flight and to try and deceive the batsman with that late dip. And again, another
firmly driven, but there's that man in that run-saving position at short extra cover. So that's the end of a variable Carty over, but he got away with it in terms of conceding boundaries, and it only went for 4. So we're now 55 for 2 after 17.
Yeah, it's an important passage of play. I know we spoke about it last year, and obviously last year we were having the sanitisation breaks every 6 overs, but it's really important that Olney sort of dictate and win these next 10 overs and try to get up towards a pass score. Obviously 55 for 2, we've got 23 overs left. There's still plenty of time. We know that they've got plenty of hard-hitting batsmen to come in, but they certainly just need to try and up the tempo a little bit now.
So off spin at both ends. That's the widest ball outside off Perry's ball, but it wasn't sufficiently wide to be a wide. The batsman just dropping the ball.
But I think
offside, no run.
But that's the line he's got to bowl here, Bill, because with the field and with the
batsman playing that inside out,
because he's getting the ball to drift into the left-hander, so it's drifting in and then turning into the left-hander. So he's got to start that ball a good sort of foot or so outside off stump.
In again. That looked like he's wrong, and this ball's a leg spinner there, perhaps just as a variation. The batsman just spotted it, I think, and just dropped on the back foot and pushed it into the offside.
But I think we can see with the wicket-keeper.
That's another leg spinner. I thought he was bowling off spin, but that's another leg spinner, John. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, but I think you can see the wicketkeeper, obviously, where the wicketkeeper is standing and his gloves are, that seems to be the line which the wicketkeeper wants to bowl.
Yep.
So that's a good 12, 18 inches outside off stump. I think he needs another man out.
That's a classic example there of the ball, as John said, the ball drifting down leg side, pretty much from the bowler's arm, and the inevitable outcome there was a wide signal by Terry Daw.
But I just think if he bowls over the wicket, he can start, and that ball
No,
will then start wide.
bowling. He's definitely bowling leg spin.
Yes.
That ball gets a nice bounce off the turf and pushed into the offside, no run. Confidently driven there, but straight to the man at mid-on, no run. And that's the end of the over, and the score is 56 for 2.
At Live Sports FM.
Welcome back to Live Sports FM. John, your opinion on the first 18 overs?
Camel certainly have the ascendancy, mainly down to the exceptional opening spell of bowling from Steve Wright, who's 8 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 5, or 6 maidens, 2 for 5. But I think we've seen as Carty continues here, apologies. I think these two overly aggressive left-handed batsmen will certainly fancy the chances against these two spinners, and they certainly need to win the next 10 overs, and they'll be looking to get, say, up to 180, 190, I'd say minimum.
Simon G got a reputation as a hard-hitting batsman, but just having to rein himself in at the moment against this all-spin attack. Batsman seeing that ball drifting down the leg side and thinking, I'm not even going to bother flicking the ball behind square because I know what's going to happen. The umpire's going to signal the wide, and that's exactly what did happen, signalled by Richard Ellis, sorry.
No, it's 3 runs, isn't it? And we've seen in games which we've done together over the last couple of years, Bill, the importance of 3 runs, and those wides and no balls all count up, and the extra deliveries and the 7th and 8th deliveries of the over.
It's a slightly straighter line, the batsman G on the back foot, punching the ball to mid-on.
He's very deep there, isn't he? He's right on the edge. I mean, as he goes back past those 30-yard circle, he's a good 5 yards, so he's just inside the circle when the ball's delivered, and there's always a single there if you're positive and go from the start.
Push back down the track, no run. So these two batsmen just feeling the way, just not trying to hit the boundaries. Just happy to pick the singles up. Having said that, that's been smashed through the leg side for a boundary. So
a poor delivery there from Carty, and there's no way that Steve Charles is going to miss out on a full toss, sort of a knee-high full toss onto his pads, and quite a vacant mid-wicket space, which he helps himself to a boundary. And again, that's another good over there for Alvanley, as Carty's now gone for 10 runs from his 2 overs, and Perry 14 from 3. So some of that hard work and some of that opening spell from Stephen Wright just start to be undone, and with the run rate going back up to 3.3, Alvanley will start to feel a little bit more comfortable.
So Luke Edwards is now going to join us. Thanks very much for your input, John, over the first 19 overs. So Perry to continue with his leg spin from the JP Morgan Media Centre end. His figures so far are 3 overs, no maidens, none for 14. Comes in again. That's the line. He wants to bowl outside the off stump, getting the ball spinning back towards the stumps. First couple of overs, far too much leg side. Batsman on the back foot, cutting the ball straight to deepish mid-off. Able to pick the single up, so score goes to 6-3 and Charles. Sorry, G on to 6. Steve Charles at the other end now facing up on 9. Just flicked into leg side, but man at short mid-wicket stops the single. Perry in again, busy with his deliveries. That ball flicked to deepish mid-wicket for a single, so that takes Charles into double figures. He goes on to 10 off 20 deliveries. Perry settled into a much better line here. The batsman Simon G just pushing forward. Batsman on the back foot there, hitting the ball but can't beat the man at short extra cover. Now going to be joined by Keith Higgins, and the game's intriguingly poised, Luke.
It is, yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Or good morning still, isn't it? Just, I think so. Yeah, it's been a very, been an interesting watch so far, hasn't it? This first 20 overs, and John did mention as well that it's 3 runs given away. The quick bowlers started off really well. Normally the spinners come in to tighten things up, and they haven't tightened things up. They're giving away a lot of extras. 14 extras conceded so far. And good afternoon, Keith.
Good afternoon, Luke, and many thanks to Bill for the commentary doing so far. Yes, I thought he summarised it beautifully as you were doing, Luke. This game is so intriguingly poised. I thought when Alex Reid hit those 3 fours in the first over, or the second over rather, that they're going to run away with that Avonlea, but Calmore have come back into it, but as you said, just giving away a few easy runs in the last few overs.
Yeah, and these two are probably key. Certainly Simon G, I mean, it was mentioned by Bill when I was listening before, and he's been the glue in the Avonlea innings over the last couple of games. He's the one who really, the only time he's really missed out is at Houghton Main, but he's the one who comes in and normally gets that 50, keeps the innings coming together, and everyone plays around him. So it's important for him today. As we're just looking at the Avonlea balcony there, they're looking pretty relaxed.
Well, they've only lost 2 wickets. We're halfway through, and they're scoring at just over 3 and over. They're halfway through, and I think that they won't be too disappointed with the fact that yes, they stuttered a little bit in the middle. But Calmore equally, I mean, it was a brave decision, I thought, to put them in. They won the toss and put Avonlea in, and Avonlea have always enjoyed batting first. They batted first in every round of the game of the competition so far. So do you reckon their strategy is they're keeping an eye on the weather, which looks all right at the moment, Luke, but the sun has gone in?
Yeah, it was a glorious morning when we arrived there at 9:30 this morning, and there isn't much breeze though. We're looking at the flags on top of the pavilion. There's very limp still at the minute. And Avonlea, I know James said Avonlea would have batted first regardless, so it is a bit of a surprise really that that Calmore won the toss and elected to put them in. Maybe they're feeling confident to chase. They've chased quite a bit in this competition so far successfully.
You're listening to Live Sports FM, the home of live sport. I'm Keith Higgins, and alongside me is Luke Edwards. Just to remind you that we're here at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final between Avonlea and Calmore Sports. You're listening to us obviously on the stream on Live Sports FM, or you may watch us on the live video stream on the Cricketers YouTube channel. Don't forget you can get in touch with us. Tweet us at Live Sports FM. Let us know where you're listening to us, who you're listening with, which side you're cheering on. We've got one side from Cheshire, one side from Hampshire, so we've got a bit of a north versus south game, and we'll do our best to give you a mention. Looks like the break is nearly over, so we're into the second half of the Avonlea innings.
jelly babies were taken on board. Apparently, the 12th man Matty Drury brings out jelly babies for the team, and they had that along with their liquid refreshment, which is, I think, the lucky jelly babies. James is telling me so. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, and it's.
We'll have to make sure we have some jelly babies next time, Luke. Anyway, the game restarts, and it's young Liam Carty who's into the attack. He's bowled 2 overs so far for 10 runs. And his first ball is defended by Stephen Charles for no run. Next ball, full toss. And I think that's phased the fielder to short extra cover, but just picks up the single there. But well driven there by Stephen Charles, but couldn't get it through to the boundary.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just nerves, but there's been a lot of wides and full tosses so far from both spinners that have been on.
65 for 2 as that one was down the leg side, but followed by Simon G. And will it go all the way to the boundary? No, I think it's just balled inside the boundary there. I think Ben Perry did an excellent fielding job there.
Yeah, and he couldn't get a second. G slipped. G ended up on flat on his face at the non-strikers end, so they only ended up getting 1 run, I think, in the end.
Yes, you're right there. No, I was thinking.
No, 2. Sorry, it was 2. They were going for 3, I think, but G ended up flat on his face, so there is only the 2.
Anyway, G on to 8, 67 for 2. Just got that one to turn a little bit there, Carty. Well played, but nicely played by Simon G, prodding it away on the offside. And just beginning to accelerate a little bit now, just picking up singles quite regularly, and this is what they want Alvanley, to keep the scoreboard ticking over at this midpoint juncture. So next ball from Carty.
Yeah, as you say, Keith, it's been a feature of Alvanley's innings, especially with G, and he say at the minute he's 9 off 33, just milks the singles, just goes along calmly, ticks along, and then picks up as the innings goes along. So that's something Calm will be wary of. If I was Calm, I'd keep a couple of the best bowlers back, just to have death bowlers really as well, and keep G and the latter batsmen like Andy Benyon and Chris Wright under wraps.
Well, that's exactly what he did with the last ball of the over there, Simon G. Just played it gently into the leg side. Ben Perry came off the boundary, straightforward single. So end of the over, 21 overs gone. Alvanley 69 for 2. Simon G on 9 and Stephen Charles on 12. Just to mention about Liam Carty, the young off-break bowler who's bowled some vital spells in the last 2 rounds actually. He's had some great bowling figures. And mentioned for his dad, Adam Carty, who's the second 11 captain and director of women's cricket for Southern Vipers. How about that, Luke?
That's a good job, isn't it?
Anyway, Ben Perry coming in for his 5th over, 4 overs for 16 so far. I think we've remarked on his interesting action. First ball was just played out into the offside for no run. Short run up and sort of lobs the ball up, doesn't he? It sort of flicks it out. Very difficult to describe, Luke. I don't know if you could describe his action better than I can.
He kind of throws it over his shoulder a little bit. I mean, it's obviously a legal action, but it's a strange one, isn't it? Again, no run there as Charles just covered up. And yeah, he's been firing him down leg side earlier, and he is finding his range a bit more now, but...
And he's certainly getting a little bit of turn. He's certainly getting the ball to drift into the left-handers. That one there he did, but that one was a good on-drive there by Stephen Charles, but thought for a minute he was trying to clear the field, but he couldn't. It's fielded by Ben Johns at long on, so just a single for Stephen Charles. Takes him on to 13, 70 for 2. Very again, a bit shorter, but well defended by Simon G.
Interesting character, isn't he, Ben Perry? It says here that he told his fiancée he wouldn't play many Sundays this year, and there was a story about his newborn as well, which we'll get onto in a minute.
We have a bit of time, we will, as he bowls the last ball of the over, which just evades the fielder at just short mid-off, and they go through for a single. So Simon G will keep the strike. He's on to 10. Stephen Charles on 13. 22 overs gone. 71 for 2, Alvanley. So still interestingly poised, but you can see the batsmen now just looking to make sure they get the singles, keep that scoreboard turning round, Luke.
Yeah, you want to keep wickets in the bag, don't you, for the last 10, and then really go for it. We're on 22 overs at the minute, so if you're Alvanley, you're looking... I mean, if they get to 2 down at 30 overs, they'll be delighted. They'll be looking at losing a minimum of 2 if anything, so the batsman can come in later on and try and blast some more runs.
Here comes Carty round the wicket rather. Well, that was a great piece of fielding at short mid-off there. Jimmy Manning stopping what should have been a certain 4 there for Simon G. Cracking off drive, but beautifully fielded there. He's not that far away, is he, from the bat, and dived across and certainly saved 4 runs there. As we remarked, very, very short square boundaries here today at Lord's. Only about 35, 40 yards, probably 40, 45 yards. Something the spinners have got to be wary of. So next ball by Carty. Well played onto the onside, a sort of checked on drive there by Simon G. Fielded at the second attempt by Matt Taylor. But the batsman crossed for 2 runs, I think, there, taking Simon G on to 12, 73 for 2.
Taylor's just having to replace some of the hallowed Lord's turf that he's just taken out with that stop. His trousers are covered in muck as well.
Well, let's hope he's not taking it home as a souvenir. A little bit more fired in that one by Carty, and G just defends on the straight down the pitch for no run. Nice flowing off drive from the next ball by Carty, but G just finds the fielder.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that. It was a lovely drive, wasn't it? But straight to the fielder. Good shot for none, as they say.
Yeah, straight to Mike West. As Bill described, 42 years young. The next ball by G, he just prods very gently into the offside. Straight to Brewster, fielding there, and there's no run. Will Brewster, the opening batsman for Kelmore when they get him.
It's much better out over this from Carty, isn't it? He was very expensive in his first couple.
That was a nice ball, just turning away from the left-hander. Taken by Bailey standing up. So 23 overs gone, 73 for 2 Alvin Lee. Stephen Charles on 13, Simon G on 12.
Yeah, the G lad, as he's called, he scored plenty of 50s in this competition this year, including a match-winning 50 against Nayland in the semi-finals, and it's a good partnership. It's up to 36 at the minute between Stephen Charles and Simon G, and I think Alvin Lee will be delighted with the position that they're in, especially after losing those couple of quick wickets.
I think it looks like it's still Ben Perry to continue from the nursery end. Still bowling round the wicket. Oh, he's gone down the wicket there as Stephen Charles, and he's caught!
What a catch.
Caught on the boundary there. What an excellent catch. We'll have a look at it. I think it was one-handed.
Yeah, it's one of those you see on the like on the T20's final day. He was on the boundary, he was stretching with everything. He managed to take it one-handed. It's a fantastic catch. It's a
I think it's Ben Johns on the boundary. It is a fantastic catch on the leg side boundary. Ben Johns leaping up, throwing his right hand up. And obviously the other thing you've got to be so careful of is to make sure you don't fall over the boundary as he took the catch, and he did that superbly.
I thought it just cleared him, but he managed to stick that hand up, and like you say, to keep his balance, to keep hold of the ball as well. It's a fantastic catch, and he set off and quite rightly took the acclaim of his teammates there.
So Stephen Charles goes for 13, caught Johns, bowled Perry. 73 for 3 Albany.
Yeah, he just had a bit of a resigned look on his face, Stephen Charles, as he walked off. It's one of those, the only regret he'll have is he just didn't quite get a bit more height on it, but take nothing away from the catcher.
So 73 for 3, because we're halfway through the 23rd.
Live Sports FM. And follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
Welcome back to Lords as that fall of that wicket. I think Luke and I just needed a bit of a breather as we had a look at the replay of that catch. Absolutely stunning catch by Ben Johns.
Yeah, it was fantastic, as I say. He leaped up high on that boundary, didn't he, to take it. He had to be careful that he didn't fall back as well. but also it was he had to make sure he took the catch as well, and to do it one-handed as well is just fantastic, and a vital partnership breaking up, because I was saying they were on 38 on the partnership and looking to motor towards a 50. A wicket, a vital time there.
Lee Ainsworth is a new batsman, but they crossed while that ball was being called, so it's Simon G on strike to the next ball, which he plays defensively for no run. Yes, wickets turn games, and I think that was just a vital wicket, a vital time for Cowmore. As again, Ben Perry does so well. His action is strange. If I was batting, I'd be put off by it. I probably wouldn't know where to put the bat, and certainly he's keeping Simon G quite quiet at the moment. Loops it in, but that one just a little bit wide, but not timed at all by Simon G. Straight to Captain Mark Lavelle at cover for no run. And he certainly found his line now, Ben Perry. Floats that one up. Well driven by G. Quick single, which he takes well. Takes him on to 13, 74 for 3. And brings a new batsman, Lee Ainsworth, on strike.
Yeah, Ainsworth probably not scored as many runs as he'd like in this competition so far, so this could be his day today. Where else to do it on a stage like Lords? And Alvin will be confident because they have batted first in every round as well, and they've also beaten 3 previous winners in Woodhouses, Fulton, Flixton and Houghton Main on the way here, so they'll be full of confidence.
I'm sure they will be. And there's still plenty of overs to go. Don't forget, this is a 40 over game, so we will have 16 overs left after this one. Anyway, I think Lee Ainsworth's ready to take his first ball. Perry bowling over the wicket now. Ainsworth flashes that one away on the offside, but straight to the fielder, the aforementioned Ben Johns. Off the mark first ball with a single, keeps the strike. So 24 overs gone. Alvin Lee 75 for 3, G on 13, Ainsworth on 1.
Yeah, as you say, a vital wicket for Calmore in that last over, because they were just going along nicely. G and Charles taking the singles when they had to. And we said about the spinners needed to tighten it up, and they have done in the last couple of overs. The first 2 overs from both spinners were really wayward and wasteful in terms of extras, but those nerves have been settled down a little bit now, and the fielding's a lot tighter as well. So Calmore looking to just drag themselves back into this a little bit. As I say, the last 10 overs will be so vital, certainly in this first innings, to see what kind of total Alvin Lee can set. But they have defended different totals. They've defended high totals and low totals in this competition so far.
Yeah. Good point you make about how the spinners have improved. I'll go through that in a minute after Cartier's first ball of his next over. Now, did that hit the bat first or the pad? A half-muted appeal as Lee Ainsworth went forward, but nobody really interested. Yes, Ben Perry, after his first 2 overs, his next 4 overs have gone for 7 runs and the wicket. And Cartier's, after 10 runs from his first 2 overs, perhaps not so striking, but only 8 from his next 2. And certainly the first 2 balls of this over have been well bowled. That one driven straight back to him by Ainsworth, but competently dealt with by the youngster. Just 2-3 pace run up. And a nice loop on that ball, and Ainsworth can do no more than just play it defensively back down the pitch. I do like his sunglasses.
I was going to say, it's interesting Cartier's got sunglasses on, because it is getting a bit gloomier out there, isn't it?
It is, but we're still okay at the moment, and still very bright here at Lords. Let's just hope this rain that's been forecast stays away as long as possible.
The breeze is getting up a little bit. I can see the Calmore flags blowing a bit more enthusiastically in the breeze.
Next ball from Cartier, and Ainsworth goes for the big drive, gets a thick outside edge, and will go straight through to Ben Perry, who's fielding at deep extra cover. Just a single. As we said earlier, very short boundaries here, so no more than a single possible.
Yeah, he's frustrated with himself there, Ainsworth. He didn't quite catch it as he wanted, did he? And in the end only got a single rather than a 4 he was probably looking for.
Takes Ainsworth on to 2, 76 for 3 in the middle of, or near the end of the 25th over, the last ball of the over. Cartier going round the wicket to the left-handed G, who comes forward, but good stop there at a short extra cover. Jimmy Manning there. So 25 overs gone. Alvin Lee 76 for 3, Simon G on 13, Lee Ainsworth on 2, and Yes, another repair job needed, I think, for Alvanley, Luke.
Yeah, as I say, it's vital for Alvanley that G stays there and is there at almost towards the end of the innings as well. Because if he's there, then they'll be looking to push up towards the 170 mark.
I think it will be Perry to carry on. He's got 2 overs left of his 8. As I said, started expensive, but reined it in, and that vital wicket just now of Stephen Charles. First ball just a little short. Straight to Sean Johnson, who's fielding just slightly behind point. And Johnson's throw, strange for Johnson, usually a very, very sharp fielder, but a bit of a wayward throw, but wasn't costly. Single to Ainsworth takes him on to 3, 77 for 3. Brings Simon G in to face the next ball. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket, but can't beat the field. Gets a single, but I think he was looking for a 4 there. Sean Johnson.
It was a high full toss. It wasn't one of those you could really. You had to wait for it, didn't he? And disappointed that he didn't quite get hold of it, but he did get a single.
Barry again. That was turned away from the right-handed Ainsworth. I think Ainsworth hoping for a wide there, but umpire Terry Dorr did not agree.
Interesting, he just got 1 slip in place as well. Just maybe looking for that little, if he comes forward, maybe that little outside edge. As the ball spins away from him. Yeah.
2 identical balls they were. I almost wondered if I'd seen the same ball repeated. That one turned a little bit more, therefore a little bit wider. And a sharp bit of fielding there by Sean Johnson. Again. No run.
Yeah, it's good fielding because it was a good cut shot by Ainsworth, and they're looking to take the quick singles, but Calmore are fielding really, really well.
Yeah, you've got to pick the ball up so clean in a situation like that, which Johnson did. And that one just dabbed into the offside. But no run. So, the end of the 26th over. Alvanley 78 for 3. Simon G on 14, Lee Ainsworth on 3. So, still intriguingly poised, Luke. Okay, run rate 3 and over, 14 overs left, 7 wickets in hand. It'll be interesting to see where the turning point is going to be in this game in the next few overs, I think.
Yeah, certainly. It's Calmore have got good pedigree in this competition. The first year in the competition and they've reached the final. Of course, Alvanley have been in this since it was formed. It's the 50th year of the Village Cup, and Alvanley have been in it every year. Never got past the quarter-final stage, so 2 first-time finalists, and it's really interesting watch.
It is, and a real good juxtaposition there as the first ball. Carty's next over is defended by Charles for no run. Yes, as I said, you've got Alvanley, been in it more or less since it started for the 50 years. And the new upstarts, Calmore, in for the first year, and they get through at the final. But that's no problem there. That's a good on-drive there by Simon G. Brings him up a single, fielded at deep mid-on by Matt Taylor. And actually must mention Matt Taylor's mum, Claire, who's scoring today for Calmore Sports. And that's a big day for the scorers as well. So well done to them. Carty's next ball outside the off stump. Chopped away onto the offside. Will they go for 2? I think they will. And they get the 2. Good running by G and Ainsworth. It was Ainsworth who cut it away on the offside. And Ben Perry running round. Couldn't cut off the second run. Well placed there by Ainsworth. Takes him on to 5. 81 for 3.
Yeah, again, really good. The running's been really good between the wickets. They're so quick, aren't they?
They were that time, very quick. And that's a full toss, which, has he taken full advantage of it? I don't think he has. He's hit it straight to Will Brewster at deep long on. And I think Lee Ainsworth will be a little bit disappointed he didn't get more than that. It was quite a good full toss, exciting height. I don't think he quite middled it and just got the single. Takes him on to 6, 82 for 3. Oh, that one spun viciously by Carty and got through the defence of G.
Yeah, it's just going down leg side. Really good delivery that time. So look at that, loads of spin.
Ooh. Just bounced probably a little bit more as well. Might be going over the stumps, Luke, but good call, good ball. And G this time just smothers it into the offside for no runs. So the end of the 27th over. 82 for 3 Alvanley, 6 for Ainsworth, 15 for G. Just give the bowling figures of the 2 bowlers because that's Carty's 6th over, none for 22. And Ben Perry, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. So, good, those figures are still pretty good for, a Lord's final, I would suggest, Luke.
Yeah, as I say, his first couple of overs were a bit wayward and he tightened it up, and that's what the captain would have wanted, wouldn't it? Mark Lavelle, he'd have told his spinners to really tighten it up, because you can't afford to keep leaking runs when it's from extras or off the bat. And like John said, the 3 runs, it's like the runs are ticking over, then it puts pressure on him to bowl a good ball.
So the next ball by Perry, bowling his last over, causes a bit of a check drive there by Lee Ainsworth. He sort of took his hand off the bat as he played the drive and went through to deep extra cover, fielded by Ben Johns. Just a single for Lee Ainsworth. Takes him on to 7, 83 for 3. Round the wicket. Clipped off his legs. Has he got the first 6 of the day? I think we have. First 6 of the match for Simon, by Simon G. Clipped off his legs there, beautifully clipped off his leg. Bisected the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. But a great shot there, and the G-Force, as they call him, has certainly shown his G-Force credentials there. First 6 of the innings.
Yeah, big powerful hit, isn't he? And that's what Stephen Charles wanted to do. Didn't quite clear the field at that time. There was no way that Ben Johns was getting that one.
Takes him on to 21, 89 for 3. And there was no sound, was there? It was so beautifully hit. You can always tell, can't you? You hardly heard a sound, and it just soared over. Okay, it's a short boundary.
Don't bat lift either, was there? He just kind of caressed it for 6.
Yeah, excellent shot. Perry bowls his penultimate ball, and that's a bit too short. And I think that's found its way to the boundary. And is that another 6? Another 6. That one we could see from Perry was dropped far too short, and G rocked onto the back foot, pulled it in front of square. We've got 2 fielders, one at deep square and one to deep mid-wicket, but they had no chance with that.
Yeah, G starting to motor now. Short, rocked onto the back foot, and again, powerful hit, and I think he put that even further back in the end than the last one. And this is what he does. He's hit a couple of 6s now, a nice little single down the ground, and he's a very sensible player, Simon G, from what I've seen of him this year.
Absolutely. So, that's the end of the overs. The end of Ben Perry's bowling spell. 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. So at the end of, run out of fingers, but at the end of that over, Alvin Lee 96 for 3. I think it's going to say the most expensive over. Yes, it is, because 14 runs coming from that over. Mike West's opening over conceded 12 runs, 3 4s, but the 2 6s and the 2 singles certainly made that the most expensive over of the match so far. So, is this the acceleration for Alvin Lee? Is this the point, Luke, where they motor on?
Well, they're getting up to 100. That's the first target, isn't it? And then they'll still have 12 overs after 11 overs after this one. So, yeah, as I say, the last 10 overs are vital. They'll be looking to push towards the 170 mark, Keith. They'll certainly look to motor. As I say, G's important one, but then you've got people like Andy Bengen as well who can come in. He got a 50 in the last round.
Anyway, we've got to change of bowler. Mark Lavell's brought himself back on to replace Liam Carty. 6 overs, none for 22. Bowling his left arm spin. First ball was cut by Simon G behind square for no run. Yes, just bowled a couple of overs earlier, Mark Lavelle. The top wicket taker for Cowmore, 15 wickets in the tournament so far, but none today, and that's very short. Is that high in there? Is it going to be a catch? I think it is. Another catch, another wicket. Lavelle bowled it short, G pulled it, didn't quite time it. And the fielder out there, Ben Johns, took his second catch. I have to say, a little bit more comfortable than his first one, Luke, but still no easy catch. Taking it on the deep boundary. Another important wicket there for Cowmore. Alvin Lee 96 for 4.
Yeah, it was Perry who took it in the end. G's really disappointed as he walks off there. It just came off the bottom of the bat, so he didn't quite catch it as he would have liked. The other 2 he's caught off the middle of the bat. That one was on the bottom of the bat, and when you don't quite catch it as well as that, the fielder's always in the game, and he was Perry, and like you say, he took it. He had to come forward a little bit to take it, but it was a really good catch in the end. And that's a massive wicket that for Cowmore. And here comes the veteran, Andy Bengen, who got a 50 in the quarter-final at Houghton Main, and he doesn't like us to mention his age, but it's fair to say he's a veteran at the side.
compared to my age, Luke, he looks like a sprightly youngster, so as he strides out to the wicket. But sorry, it was Ben Perry who took the catch, so it was Ben Johns who took the first one. So 2 catches for the Bens, but that one was Ben Perry catching Simon G. So 2 sixes in his 28, 58 balls.
Big grin on his face as he comes out as well. He's going to enjoy this, isn't he? He said he was coming down in his works van. I think I'm not sure what his job is, but he's going to try and get some free advertising. He's driving into the car park here at Lord's in his van.
Yes, as wearing his glasses. Yes, I have to say, looking like a sort of, I won't say an archetypal village cricketer. That would be doing him an injustice, but lovely to see him. Anyway, they crossbar the ball was in the air as the dismissal of Simon G. And it's going to be Lee Ainsworth on strike, facing up to Mark Lavelle. And Mark Lavelle was saying earlier, top wicket taker for Calmore, and getting another one now. So that's 16 wickets for him in the tournament. And the captain will be very pleased. Big smile on his face, I just saw just now. And looks like he's going to come round the wicket to Lee Ainsworth. Oh, that was a lovely ball. Just beat the outside edge. Max Bailey, the keeper, appealing for a stumping. I don't think his foot ever left the crease, but what a lovely ball that was. Lovely flight. Ainsworth prodding forward. Ball just outside, beat the outside of the bat. Nearly caught by the keeper. Nearly a stumping, but what a lovely ball that was. Can Lavelle repeat the trick? Floats this one up. On off drive by Ainsworth, but half fielded by the bowler, and that's enough to prevent the single.
So I'm just looking here. He's a painter and decorator, Keith. He's Andy Benyon, and also he's known as Benazir Baboon, or is it Andre W. to his wife? Has it been written down? Oh, Andrew. Sorry, right, Andrew. I thought it was Andre W. Andrew. So he's called by his Sunday name by his wife.
Well, while we were giving a free advert to Andy Benyon, next ball from Mark Lavelle calls a big swipe by Lee Ainsworth, which missed. Max Bailey again taking the bails off, but there was no chance of a stumping, and the last ball of the over is outside the off stump and left behind by Lee Ainsworth. So, end of an important over as far as Calmore are concerned. 29 overs gone. Wicket of Simon G going in that over. So, Alvin Lee. 96 for 4, Lee Ainsworth on 7, and the Andy Benyon, who's we've just given a free advert for his painting and decorating, going to face his first ball, but just reminding me I need to get a painter and decorator. I wonder if he's free next week.
Yeah, absolutely, but that was a massive over that for Calmore, getting the wicket of Simon G. As I said, Keith, he's well capable of staying into the end, and he was just starting to free his arms, wasn't he? He just went for maybe one big hit too many, just couldn't check his shot in time, and he's out. So, but there's plenty of batting still to come. You got Chris Wright and Charlie Fletcher and Chris Charles, who can all give it a whack as well.
Liam Carty's changed ends. He's coming on from the nursery end. And first ball from Andy Benyon. And you can hear the big cheers from the Alvin fans who are just below us here in our commentary position on the tavern stand, giving his first run a big cheer as he steers it on the onside just past the bowler for a single.
It doesn't matter what age you are, Keith, the one thing you don't want to do is get a duck at Lords in a final, do you?
I never had the chance to even think of putting that into practice, Luke. Carty bowls the next ball, a bit shorter to Ainsworth, who plays it through the offside, but straight to Will Brewster, but Will Brewster's at deep log off, so therefore an easy single. Takes him on to 8, 98 for 4. 2 runs short of the 100. Andy Benyon, very crouched stance, bat high in the air. Ball goes off his pad. Have a little chat halfway down the wicket, but decide that it's not worth taking the leg by.
Yeah, Carty's coming to the side late. He only came in the quarter-finals when he took on Rockhampton. He'd not played in the competition up until then.
And a nice little dab behind square by Benyon. That was very, very deftly done. And Sean Johnson fields it, but another run to Benyon. Takes him on to 2, 99 for 4. Brings Lee Ainsworth on strike. Goes down on one knee and forces that on the leg side. But again, finding their fielders quite expertly. That's Steve Wright fielding down there. And the 100 comes up for Alvanley. 100 for 4. Penultimate ball of the 30th over. So we've got the last ball of the 30th over. Bowl to Benyon. Ball just goes very gently through to Ben Johns on the offside. So, end of the 30th over, 101 for 4, Alvanley.
Facebook at Live Sports FM.
Welcome back. Luke Edwards and myself, Keith Higgins, here with you on Live Sports FM for the Voneus Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. As we enter the last 10 overs of the innings for Alvanley, 101 for 4. Lee Ainsworth on 9, Andy Benyon, who's on strike, on 3. So, crunch time, Luke, last 10 overs.
Yeah, but that's the first sort of milestone ticked off, getting to 100, and they've got a motor on now. Lee Ainsworth's quite a big hitter from what I've seen in previous games. He's perished quite early on, but he's been sensible so far, 9 off 20, and this is where they've got a 3 rounds. As I say, they've got 100. If they can add another 50, 60, 70 in this last 10 overs, then they'll fancy themselves.
Next ball is forced into the offside by Benyon. He sort of had a high back lift, doesn't he? And you think he's going to really hit the ball, but he's actually got a deft touch with him. That one he didn't quite time and went straight to cover for no run. Carty, the fielder. And that one he went on one knee. I think, I'm not quite sure what he tried to do there. I think he sort of finished the shot, so the bat was already on the leg side, and the ball hit it and just went tamely into the offside. So
it's great to see. He's playing with a smile on his face, isn't he?
Oh, he's enjoying every second of it, you can see. And he goes to the big one there and totally misses it, and got a shot of the balcony, and the balcony looking looking interesting, shall we say. One or two perhaps not watching.
Yeah, the pavilion, the lads in the pavilion, the Albany lads are enjoying that, aren't they? Andy Benyon.
Big appeal by Mark Lavelle for the next ball that went. He was thinking it he hit him on the pad. Well, let's see what the umpire signal is. He's gone for 4. Let's wait and see what the umpire signal is.
He's given it off the bat, just looking at the umpire there. So he's saying
that he has, yes.
Got an edge.
Mark Lavelle's appeal would have been totally in vain, because it didn't matter if the ball hit the pad or not. It hit the bat. Gone fine for 4. Takes Andy Benyon on to 7. 105 for 4.
I was surprised at that, because it did look like there was no bat on it. I mean, it wasn't out. It was going like down leg side, but it looked like it did just come off the pad. But yeah, looking at the umpire, he signalled 4.
So takes Benyon on to 7. As he faces the last ball of the 31st over from Lavelle. And he just waits and dabs it very gently behind square. Mark West, the fielder.
Crowd's giving Lavelle some stick.
And they didn't cross. Sorry, I wonder if they hadn't gone for the single. So, end of the 31st over, 105 for 4, Alvanley. Ainsworth on 9, Benyon on 7.
Yeah, Benyon's been very watchful as well. He's waiting for the ball to come to him, isn't he? I know he's picked the wrong shot on the odd occasion, but yeah, look, he's just got a big grin on his face. He's just embracing the moment, isn't he? I know he said when he spoke to Bill and Jonathan down at Neyland after the game, he said that he always dreamed of playing at Lords, and he thought his time had gone. So to play at Lords at his age, it's a dream come true for him.
Absolutely, Luke, and a dream for the players. We mentioned the scorers and everyone associated with both clubs. It's a real dream for them all. As it's Liam Carty now from the nursery, and it looks like his last over, and Lee Ainsworth goes for the big shot, big on drive, but straight to Matt Taylor at long on for the single. Takes him into double figures, 106 for 4. And just started the 32nd over. Brings Andy Benyon on strike. Yes, that last ball of the over before, I think there was a sort of gentleman's agreement. He sort of hit it to the experienced Mike West, and I think the two experienced players said, no, we're not going to make each other run unnecessarily. That's the next ball. He waits, and he just sort of stands upright, doesn't he, and sort of cracks it. Just doesn't move from the crease, just cracks it wherever he wants to. That one he played definitely onto the offside. Picks up the single.
Jonathan appreciated that. It was a nice shot you'd seen in the US Open, that wasn't it, the way Benyon played that back?
But now Lee Ainsworth goes to the big one. Has that cleared the boundary? No, it hasn't cleared the boundary, but he's gone for 4. Yeah, the Ainsworth, you can see there, took 2 steps down the wicket, lofted the drive back over the bowler's head. It's the long boundaries here. The boundaries have been made short or square, but in front of the side of the wicket it isn't. So that would need quite a shot to clear that.
Yeah, the way he came down the wicket, he hit it really well. It looked like he was going to clear the media centre with it, but in the end, it just one bounce and went for 4.
Takes him on to 14. Nelson, 111 for 4. He goes for another big shot. Didn't really time that one. That one came off the bottom of the bat. Goes straight through to Ben Perry, fielding at deep long on, but he gets a single for it. Takes him on to 15, and they're off Nelson, 112 for 4. 2 balls left in Carty's spell. 1, 2, 3, 4 pace run up. Bowls to Benyon, who just, as we've explained many times, just waits there, gets it into the offside. Bill Brewster fields single for Benyon. 9 of 12 balls, and maybe there's something there. You know, he's scoring at a nice steady rate, isn't he?
Well, like I said, Keith, they'll be happy, you know, that the four wickets down with 10 overs to go. It means they can go for it, free their arms a little bit with wickets still in the shed.
And Carty's last ball is actually very nicely flighted, and Ainsworth went for the drive, got it off the toe end of the bat into his boot. So nice way for Carty to end his spell. Finishes with 8 overs, no maidens, none for 35. 113 for 4 at the end of that over for Alvinley. When the scoreboard changes, I will tell you what the runs, what each batsman have got. But 113 for 4, about 8 overs left. But nice little slap of the gloves there between Benyon and Lee Ainsworth.
I believe Bill's been hobnobbing with cricketing royalty. I'm sure he'll tell us all about that later on.
Does he now?
Talking of Bill, I need to work out the tab that he owes from Neil and him and Jonathan when they took the credit for mine and John Beddoes' commentary the other week.
They wouldn't do that, would they? Oh, is Andy Benyon gone for a massive shot, and it's a definite 6. That wasn't far off reaching us, I think. He just took one, put his left leg down the track, run big swing from Mark Lavelle's first ball of the 33rd over. Straight into where the fans are from Alvinley. Massive shot.
He's absolutely smoked that, hasn't he? It's, like you say, it's gone into the second tier, just in front of where we're sat, Keith. It was going to come towards the window. Fortunately, there's a barrier in the way, and it hit that.
Yeah, nearly actually got involved in the game there. I noticed you getting ready to catch that one, Luke. I saw you go across there.
I've told you I'm ducking, Keith.
Yeah, you were ducking. I was trying to make you sound better. Second ball was second ball was a much quieter affair, just defended by Andy Benyon. Next ball from Mark Lavelle. Goes to the big one again. I think he's out underneath this. Mark Lavelle's going to claim the catch, and he does. Andy Benyon going for the big one. Mark Lavelle stands there, arms aloft. Fielders all come and congregate round him. Andy Benyon's brief knock comes to an end. Caught and bowled Lavelle for 14.
Yeah, it's
119 for 5.
As I say, at the minute it's kind of hit or get out, but Lavelle there celebrating in front of the album. The fans have given him a bit of stick, weren't they, for that LBW appeal early on, and he stood there in the end and put his arms up in the air. It was very sort of Ronaldo style the way he did that then, but yeah, Andy Benyon's gone and a nice little knock, 15 off 15.
Interesting, you said Ronaldo style. I was going to say Freddie Flintoff style.
That was it, yeah. Probably more
that
Freddie
sort of arms out. So he's not very good on the radio, but you know, you picture Flintoff when he took which wicket was it in the 2005 Ashes, where he celebrated just by putting his arms
Ponting?
out.
It was Mickey Ponting,
Probably.
yeah.
Probably. So Mark Lavelle, 2 wickets, top wicket taker today, and he's back in the wickets again as Charlie Fletcher comes out to bat to join Lee Ainsworth as they have a brief discussion on tactics for the last 7.5 overs. But yes, just picking up these wickets just at crucial times come, aren't they, Luke? Just when you think, you know, Andy Benyon hits the 6, you think, here they go. Then he gets a wicket 2 balls later, and really is just this, they're pegging them back just at vital moments, aren't they?
Yeah, he's the second 11 Saturday captain, Charlie Fletcher, but plays a lot in the first team as well. In the last 16, he actually hit 39 off 19 balls, including 5 sixes, so if he gets his range, this could be fun.
Well, I've got my hands ready just in case he wants to launch it into our commentary position. So just waiting because the batsman crossed and it will be Lee Ainsworth on strike to face Mark Lavelle. Mark Lavelle now 2 for 17 from 4.5 overs.
Yeah, the captain, they needed those wickets and he stepped up.
Floats this next man up. Ainsworth goes to the big shot. Has that gone through? Gone through for 4 runs. Lee Ainsworth came down the track. Nice on drive. Little bit of loft on it, but kept it down, bisected the field nicely. 4 runs for Lee Ainsworth. He's beginning to accelerate now.
Yeah, he's got his eye in now, hasn't he, Ainsworth? He's picking the right balls, and that was a really good shot. That, say, dissected the fielder, and I think he might have been worried that he was going to be out, but no, beautiful shot.
2 4s for him now. Next ball he cuts, but doesn't time it at all and goes straight through to cover point for no run.
I was speculating before, Keith. I wondered if they'll put the floodlights on today if it gets gloomy.
Might well do. That'll be something, wouldn't it?
Be a first for the Village Cup, I think, wouldn't it?
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. Floodlight's not on at the moment as Lavelle's next ball really tossed up and sort of died on the turf a bit. And Ainsworth could do no more than toe end it back to Lavelle for no run. End of the 33rd over. 123 for 5, Alvin Lee. Ainsworth on 19. Fletcher yet to face a ball, therefore yet to score.
Yes, it looks a lot gloomier on the screen than it is here. It's not too bad, as I say, the clouds are still high, the breeze is quite low, but it certainly wasn't the blazing sunshine when I arrived here at 9:30 this morning. The sunglasses have come off, it's a bit cooler, but got a fantastic game of cricket. It's certainly poised at the minute. 123 for 5, Alvin Lee with still 5 wickets left in the pavilion with 7 overs to go, and big hitting Lee Ainsworth and big hitting Charlie Fletcher out there, and I'm sure Charlie Fletcher want to do his dad proud, who's the president at the club.
And we've got to change of bowling. I think Jimmy Manning's coming on for his first spell of the day. Again, a right arm off break bowler coming on at the nursery end to replace Liam Carty, who's finished his spell earlier.
One of those cricketers, James Manning, as well, that he's played in Australia as well, club cricket, as well as over here.
First ball is short outside the off stump, but cut straight to Sean Johnson at point for no run.
His son's team mascot as well today, Freddie.
All right.
Talking of Freddies.
Yeah, excellent. Well, again, you see, all part of the good day out as gives a bit more fright for the next ball. And hit across for 6.
That was massive. He swept that to the opposite boundary, and the rope's well in, and he's hit that into the stand. That's a huge hit from Fletcher. We said he's a dangerous, destructive batsman, and I think that's his second ball or his third ball, and he's
second ball. I think it actually did bounce once just before it cleared the rope. I think it's only gone for 4, only for 4, but excellent shot.
Sorry, yeah, it did bounce once, but it's still a big shot. It looked as though he'd hit it. Where it landed, it looked as though it had gone all the way. But it did. It must have just bounced before the boundary.
Anyway, managed to keep Charles Fletcher quiet for the next ball, which he defended. Next ball for Manning. Again, when he gives it flight, Fletcher's going to go for it. He's done it again. Bisects the 2 fielders on the leg side. No, he's gone for 6. This one has gone for 6. Well, you were saying earlier, Luke, that recently Charlie Fletcher had really, what was it you said, scored so many runs in not many balls, 5 sixes?
Yeah, he hit 39 off 19 balls in the last 16, including 5 sixes.
Manning, well, dropped that one really short, and actually gave Charlie Fletcher too many options there. In the end, he didn't really time it, pulled it round to a deep and long on, just popped the single.
It's strange. That 6 he hit, Keith, was that I didn't think he actually caught that as well. It looked more low down. I thought that's 4, and yet he's put it for 6. It went a lot flatter, didn't it?
Did. Jimmy Manning, who played for Hampshire Seconds many years ago. His last ball is steered out on the offside to Ben Johns, who fields it for no run. End of the over. Quite an expensive one. Good over for Alvin Lee. 12 runs off Jimmy Manning's first over. 34 overs gone. Alvin Lee 135 for 5. Ainsworth on 20, and Charlie Fletcher from 5 balls on 11. So
Fletcher's coming with intent, hasn't he? A bit like Andy Benyon, but he's really cleaning it. And as I say, all it needs is these Alvanley batsmen now lower down to come in, hit a quick 20-30. Doesn't matter if they get out, but if they can all hit 20-30, then Alvanley are looking at towards 180-200.
Well, they're 4 and over at the moment, which is a good sort of run rate, I would suggest. 4 and over, and they can accelerate. They got the wickets in hand. We got 6 overs left, still 5 wickets in the hatch, and yes, it's been forced to make another change. In fact, it will be the 7th bowler. It's going to be Sean Johnson coming on to bowl. Actually, I've got any notes about Sean Johnson's bowling.
Another spinner, yeah. I can check.
No, actually, he's going to. Sorry to contradict you, Lou, but for once, Max Bailey's standing back. So whether he's got a little bit more zip or whether he's a bit more wayward, we'll see. His right arm over. I think perhaps he's a bit more wayward. First ball was quite wide outside the off stump, but not quite wide enough for the umpire to call it as such. But Sean Johnson.
10 wickets in the competition.
How can I forget? He got 5 wickets for 37 against Poultons in the second round. Very much a key part of that win. How can I forget that? Sorry, Sean. Hope you'll make up for it now. And that one was a bit more zip in that one, and went into the pads of the Lee Ainsworth. Leg by. 136 for 5.
Yeah, groundsmen are looking up there, which you can see on the screen, is sat on the covers. Whether that's just their standard position, but in the wind, there's not much breeze. It's just, and it's not got any darker than it has done really.
Oh, I think we just had confirmation
there's
a bit of rain coming
now,
down, but the game is still going on as that one is well down the leg side, and that is clearly going to be called a wide. But yes, the forecast today was for showers up to about 4 o'clock, and then after that, who knows? But at the moment, the players are still going to play on. They're village cricketers. Village cricket normally played in all sorts of weather. Torrential rain is not unknown, and I'm sure they'll play as long as they can. As Sean Johnson's next ball, I think that might have been a drop chance, although it was a hell of a dive by the fielder. Let's just watch as he pulls it. He dived across there. Was that Jimmy Manning who tried to get hold of it? That was Manning who picked it up there, but a great attempt by the fielder at mid-wicket, diving high, but couldn't quite pull it down in time. Brings Lee Ainsworth on strike, and that's got to be a wide because outside the off stump he put his bat there and he couldn't quite reach, so they've had to be a wide. But,
yeah, it's a great attempt by the fielder. He was going backwards, went for it one-handed, and he just couldn't get onto it in the end, could he? But yeah, the rain is coming down quite heavy now, but I'm wondering if it is just
keep an eye on the weather as the next ball is a long shot there by gone for 6 there by Ainsworth. Lovely shot.
Yeah, he absolutely, as clean as a whistle that, wasn't it? There's nothing better than seeing a cricket ball struck back over the bowler's head, and he's put that into the pavilion. Fantastic shot.
Really was beautifully struck there, straight back over Sean Johnson's head.
Sorry, Keith, he's got a touch of a right-handed Mitchell Stark about him, Ainsworth, hasn't he? The way he faces up and then hits the ball.
Yeah, good description there for those who follow Australian cricket. Yes, no, that really was a lovely clean hit, and the next ball, Johnson put it a bit wider and borderline wide, but not given by umpire Johnson. The next ball,
it's out.
Oh, I think he's out. He is. He went to flick it on the leg side, did Ainsworth, and he got a back edge actually, and it was Mike West, the experienced pro from the Calmore, and it was fielding at sort of backward points. So a strange dismissal, that one, because certainly Ainsworth was looking to force it right the way down towards long on, and he got a sort of back of the bat, squirmed up. Simple catch for Mike West out at, as I said, backward point. Ainsworth goes for 26 off 31 balls, 33 balls rather. Alvanley 145 for 6.
Yeah, it's a leading, like I said, it was going down the leg side, it was a leading edge in the end, it spooned up and West took a simple catch, and out comes Chris Wright, who's a busy little cricketer. Of course, he's joined us on live sports on commentary as well this year.
And don't forget, if you are watching the game and want to tell us about it, tell us who you're watching it with, where you're watching the game. Maybe you are a fan of either side and couldn't get to the game today and wondering how they're getting on. So if you are, do tweet us at Live Sports FM.
He's one of those, Chris Wright, who'll be 102 runs in the competition. His high score was 33 against Caldy, so he does come in low down the order, but he'll be disappointed with the runs that he's got. He's got 5 overs to see what he can do, and say the rain's coming down at the minute. You wonder what'll happen during the intervals, but there's a few umbrellas up in the crowd as well.
Yeah, but the crowd are still enjoying it. Nobody's running for cover, and as I said, they're village cricketers. They played in worse than this. So it will be, Chris Wright, and he's, they didn't cross that time, the batsman for the catch, so Chris Wright will be facing, well, they must have done actually, because it's Mark Lavelle coming on, so yes, they did cross. So Lavelle starts the new over, and Chris Wright is off the, oh no, there's going to be trouble here, he's run out. He ran, Charlie Fletcher wasn't interested, sort of stopped, he slipped. He had no chance to get back, did Chris Wright. Run out off the first ball, run out for naught. 119 for 6.
And we said, Keith, the one thing you don't want is a duck. For 6. The one thing you don't want is a duck in a final. He set off and he turned and slipped a little bit as well, which didn't help him. The throw came in and he's had to carry on walking, I'm afraid. And he's back to the pavilion. And 2 quick wickets here for Calmore. They'll be delighted.
Yep, sorry, I can't add up. 145 for 7, that should be, I think. Scoreboard says 145 for 6, but I think they're still trying to sort out from the last time. Anyway, we can certainly confirm that Chris Wright was run out without scoring. I think the scoreboard's actually jammed because I haven't acknowledged the fact that Wright did face a ball. So 145 for 7. New batsman coming out is Chris Charles, Stephen Charles' brother.
Yeah, and represented Cheshire as well, so he's decent pedigree about him. Scoreboard's updated now, Keith.
Yeah, 145 for 7. Just confirm that's the score. And certainly confirm that Chris Wright was run. A combination of Steve Wright and Max Bailey. And certainly the ground staff are poised to come in. They've got the covers, I think we'll carry on for a bit, but they're certainly poised to come in and bring the covers on. But they're not going to do it just yet. Going to be a chance for Chris Charles to face the next ball. As Mark Lavelle comes in. Round the wicket. Very respectfully played by Charles for no run. Yes, we're getting shots of the ground staff who are clearly primed, ready for action, but not coming on just yet. The cricket carries on here at Lord's. Left arm round the wicket, Mark Lavelle. Tosses that one right up, and Charles is just tempted a little bit. Couldn't quite get it away, and ball hits his pad, goes out on the leg side for no run. Lavelle 2 for 21 from his 5.5 overs. Obviously can't claim the run out. That one a little bit shorter, and clipped on the offside by Chas. I've been told to call him Chaz, so Chaz Charles clips that away on the offside. 4 runs. Dropped it a little bit short, Mark Lavelle, and rocked onto the back foot did Charles, and knocked it through the offside, bisected the field quite comfortably. 4 welcome runs for Alvanley. Charles on to 4, 149 for 7. Nice shot by the number 9, Luke.
Yeah, lovely cut off the back foot, wasn't it, for 4?
Oh.
And dissected the fielders.
Yeah, very, very. That man should bat higher. Let's see what he does the next ball. Tries to make himself a bit of room, as that one was well bowled by Mark Lavelle. It was dead on the stumps, turned into the middle stump, and all Charles could do was knock it straight back to the bowler for no run. Last ball of the over. This will be the end of the 36th over as Lavelle tosses this one right up and clipped on the leg side nicely by Charles. It'll be a single. So, end of the 36th over, 150 up for Alvanley, 150 for 7.
At Live Sports FM.
Welcome back to Lords, and not a very good welcome back, I'm afraid, for the Voneus Village Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. We were a little worried about the weather, Luke, and the players are going off.
Yeah, you heard the hovercraft being fired up, and it's coming on now. The stumps have been taken out, and the players are coming off with 5 overs to go. We're saying the rain's been pretty steady, hasn't it? There's not much of a breeze, as I say, so it depends how much it blows over really, but it just needs to ease off a little bit, gives a chance for everyone to just reset a little bit. We've only got 4 overs of the innings left as well, but probably the right decision. Wait for the rain to ease off. It did forecast the odd little shower in and around London, so
yes,
little intermittent showers, isn't it?
Yes, I've never got my head around these forecasts when they say there's a 19% chance or 23% chance. I'm not quite sure what that means. Does that mean that it's going to rain for 23% of the hour? Does that mean that, given 100 other weather conditions, 23 of them will bring rain? I never quite understood that, but I think the message is that, yes, what we're experiencing at Lords is not a surprise. And let's just hope that it's not the prelude of what the BBC were forecasting, a yellow warning for localised flooding in parts of Greater London. We're hoping that that will move further away. But yes, at the moment they've got the great big hover cover that's protecting the pitch. Now the ground staff, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them bringing out a nice big roller. And that will hopefully keep the pitch dry, and as soon as this rain stops, we'll have they'll obviously hopefully get back on soon enough. But I think what we'll do, Luke, is I'm going to test your memory here. Should we go back through the scorecard for the Alvingly team and test how much you were watching the game?
Go on then.
Okay, I'll remind you. The first wicket for was Alex Reid, who got 3 fours off Mike West's first over. But before we go through the scorecard, I want to make a mention of Steve Wright, the opening bowler for Calmore today. I think he deserves... he must be an early contender for the man of the match award. Let me give you his figures. 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 5 runs. I mean, what a superb spell of metronomic, accurate opening bowling. One of those 5 runs is a no ball, so 4 runs off the bat. Just absolutely textbook opening bowling at any level of cricket, I would suggest.
Yeah, absolutely. He was tight, wasn't he, early on, and the runs came off the other opening bowler, Mike West. In the end, we went for 24 off his 4, didn't he? No maidens, no wickets. And Wright was great, and he bowled him all the way through, and I think Alvingly were glad to see the back of him, only 2 wickets down.
That's right. And I said Alex Reid enjoyed himself off Mike West bowling, hitting 3 fours in the first over, and James Gardner, the chairman from Alvingly, was telling me before the game that Mike Rollins will be the aggressive batsman, and Alex Reid will play himself in gently. And then afterwards, he said the first time he'd seen Alex Reid hit 3 fours in the first over. So
yeah, I mean,
what does the chairman know about his club?
Mike Rollins always seems to, when I've seen him, he's been steady Eddie, and sort of built his way into the innings, which is what he did today.
Well, Alex Reid actually, having got the 12 runs off the first over, didn't actually, after that, he only scored 4 more runs. He was caught by Mark West, so West getting his revenge from the bowling of Steve Wright for 16. That was 30 for 1. Now, the next wicket was Mike Rollins. Now, that one we watched together, and that was the one where Steve Wright bowled this lovely ball that we thought was shaping away, and Mike Rollins certainly did, lifted his bat up to let it pass through, ended up taking his off stump out. But I'm not blaming the batsman. I think it was an absolute terrific piece of bowling by Steve Wright.
It was, yeah. I think the slope caught him out a little bit, but the ball, it seemed to be dipping away, and then it went in at the last minute, didn't it? So Rollins had every right to think, well, I'm going to leave this alone, and then... Yeah, sometimes they say that it's a bad lead, but like you say, I think it was an unfortunate lead more than a bad lead.
No, I agree with you. Because very often, yes, the batsmen think, that was silly of me. But the ball, definitely, if you could watch the highlights of this game, the ball was certainly curving away, in the air. Then it hit the seam, cut back in. That would have deceived many a good batsman. I would suggest that 1 or 2 batsmen of a much higher level of the village cricket would have been deceived by that.
Absolutely. James wants me to clarify that he's not chairman, he's just a cheerleader. He doesn't want the chairman's role.
I promoted you earlier, James, that's all right. So, that was 37 for 2. Then a bit of a recovery. Stephen Charles and Simon G started to stabilise the innings. Then another, probably will be a crucial turning point, was the wicket of Stephen Charles What a wonderful catch by Ben Johns on the boundary, one-handed. Brilliant catch, wasn't it, Luke?
Absolutely, yeah. It looked as though it cleared him, and it was one of those you see in T20 cricket. He was diving backwards, put his one hand above his head, managed to catch it, managed to keep his balance as well, and fantastic work there in the end. And yeah, it was a real partnership breaker.
It really was, because Stephen Charles and Simon G clearly felt that they were beginning to keep the runs ticking over, getting singles quite regularly, and they went for the big hit, which they had to do because they still had plenty of wickets in hand, and the catch was absolutely stupendous. And actually give a mention to Ben Johns, because he made his debut for the club in 2013. He was age 15 at the time. He scored 100 on debut, and he has not missed a game for Calmore Sports since 2015.
That's commitment, isn't it?
That really is. So great to see him having a great day here. Just before we go through a few more wickets, they are now extending the covers towards us here in our commentator position. If you are familiar with the layout at Lords, we are in the tavern stand, so square onto the wicket. So they're obviously looking to protect the pitch as much as possible, and they've just
eased a little bit, I think, compared to what it was when he went off.
I hope so, because
it's more a heavy drizzle, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes you just want a little bit of a breeze to blow it away, but hopefully that breeze not to bring anything else in. So let's hope that's the case. Anyway, that was 73 for 3. Then another little partnership, Simon G and Lee Ainsworth beginning to build things, and it was Simon G who next went. Mark Lavelle brought himself back on. Another great catch on the boundary by Ben Perry. A little bit more straightforward than one-handed catch from Ben Johns, but nevertheless difficult chance on the leg side boundary. Took it very well, and that was another good partnership breaker. And Simon G had been holding the innings together. I think he'd just launched a couple of sixes, hadn't he? But he was out for 28, and that was 96 for 4.
Yeah, he just caught the bottom of the bat, didn't he? He'd hit 2 really good lusty blows before that, but it was a good catch by Ben Perry, who had to come in, and he tumbled forward to get it in the end.
Then we had, I think, what is described in the trade as a cameo by Andy Benyon, who came in, the experienced pro from Alvanley. And the one lovely thing was, I mean, he's like Mike West, who's the experienced pro for Calmore Sports. They've had a big smile on their face all day, haven't they, Luke? I mean, Mike West, we've been watching him fielding, and he's been engaged, bantering with the spectators. Both of them are really living the day, and dare I say it, living the dream.
Absolutely, yeah. And he had a smile on his face all the way through. Unfortunately, as I say, he succumbed one big hit too many. And I'm just looking at the weather radar here, Keith, for London, and it doesn't look good at the minute, it's fair to say. The weather report I saw last night just looked like it might be the odd shower, but as you look at it at the minute, it's really over central London at the minute, and yeah, it's looking quite heavy in terms of the actual radar currently. I mean, I'm not sure if that's now, but it's certainly, it looks as though it's moving northwards. There's plenty of rain on the Sussex coast, which is heading up this way, so we could be off for a while at the minute.
Well, we'll keep an eye on things, and obviously we get any news about the game, but also about whether this will affect the way in which the game is structured. Normally, I mean, the rules obviously can't cater for all situations, but we'll certainly keep our ear to the ground, and if we hear anything that we can tell you here on Live Sports FM and on the Cricketer YouTube channel about what's happening, we will let you know. But at the moment, yes, it's not a picturesque sight at the Lords at the moment. It does look like the rain is in for some time. Anyway, back to Andy Benyon. His cameo of 15 from 15 balls ended when he got underneath one from Mark Lavelle, having hit him for a 6-2 balls earlier. Couldn't repeat it, and Mark Lavelle ran 10 yards, took a straightforward catch, did his best Freddie Frintoff impression of celebrating, and that left them at 145 for 6, 119 for 5 rather, 145 for 6 when Lee Ainsworth went. And that was a strange dismissal, wasn't it? Sean Johnson just come on to bowl. Sean Johnson, who was the player of the round against Poultons, and part of that was his bowling of 5 for 39, but only just come on for his first over. And it was back edge, it wasn't even a leading edge, was it? I think the whole bat had turned. He was trying to play it down the leg side, Lee Ainsworth. The ball hit the back of the bat, spooned up to backward point, Mike West taking a simple catch, a strange dismissal.
Yeah, he was trying to flick it down the leg side, as you say, Keith, and then it looped up, didn't it? And Mark West was kind of he's almost like a fifth slip region, wasn't he, where he took the catch, and a comfortable one in the end, and he was really happy with that. And yeah, Lee Ainsworth went, and Ainsworth was another one. It was a Calmore been getting the dismissals at vital times, just when it's looked like batsmen had been getting in. They've managed to get them out, and Ainsworth again looked as though he was in. He was seeing the ball well, and they were just getting wickets at vital times, as I say. But Alvin will be delighted with 4 overs to go as it stands on 150. As I say, they'll be looking to certainly get up to that 170 mark, plus maybe even 200. So if they do get back on, hopefully soon, then they'll get up to 200, although the rain is getting heavier now.
Okay, just got one more wicket to describe because it was 145 for 6, it soon became 145 for 7. I have to say, all the dismissals today, I would say, have been earned by Calmore. This is about the only cheap one, where from his very first ball, Chris Wright played it into the leg side, set off for a single, and Charlie Fletcher at the other end sort of went a couple of steps and then decided not to. And perhaps that's why they brought the covers on, because as Chris Wright started to turn to come back, having been sent back, he slipped, and a combination of Max Bailey and Steve Wright made sure he was run out off his first ball. And what was it you said earlier, Lou? The one thing you don't want is to get a duck at Lord's. Well, I'm afraid Chris Wright has got a duck and 1 ball. But hey, he's played at Lord's. He can take that away today.
He certainly can. Maybe not the actual score though, but yeah, there's more covers just being brought on now, more of the pitch being covered, certainly where like the bowler's run up will be as well. And yeah, the rain has certainly got heavier, and as I say, looking at the Met Office radar that I'm looking at, there's certainly, as you mentioned, the yellow warning, Keith, there's thick clumps of yellow rain which is heading up southwards, and I mean, it may look, the way it's looking, it could be like an hour or so yet before we at least get any abate in the rain.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what happens now. I imagine that the organisers of the Voneus Village Cup will be chatting to the captains. They've obviously got the radar that Luke is looking at. They can probably see that, sadly, our worst fears have been realised. There's going to be a hell of a lot of rain today. So let's keep our fingers crossed and hope we can get to a reasonable conclusion. I hope it doesn't get to what is in the rules, and that is that one possible conclusion is that we have the infamous when somebody bowls at the stumps, 6 balls at the stumps, and presumably whoever knocks the stumps over most times is the winner, but I hope it doesn't come to that.
I've never seen one, I must admit, live, so it'll be interesting, but at the minute there's no prospect of players. It's weird because the sky's not really changed since the start of play. The wind is getting up a little bit, but it's just that it's raining a lot heavier now, and those flags are blowing about a bit more on that famous old pavilion as well.
Okay, well, we can't do much more talking about Alvin Lee's innings. I think we've done that well, but what I think we can do, Luke, is that we do our homework here at Live Sports FM. We make sure we know quite a bit about the players, because it's a great day for them, it really is. And we want to sort of help celebrate that. So what I'll do is, if you don't mind, if I sort of go through the Calmore team and a little bit of the information that I have about them, perhaps you could do the same for Alvin Lee, and we'll have a little chat about them. How does that sound to you?
Absolutely, yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, so when Calmore come out to bat, I think their batting order will be, well, first of all, they'll start with Will Brewster. And Will is a former Hampshire CC media officer. I notice he's recently married. So I hope his wife's a cricket fan, and because
I'm sure she'll be here today, won't she?
I hope she is. There's a good, healthy turnout today. In fact, I hope if you've been listening and watching us here on Live Sports FM and the Cricketer YouTube channel, you've been picking up the crowd, which the Alvin Lee crowd are right below us, so you're obviously hearing them cheer whenever a 4 or 6 is scored. But just to our right is where the Calmore fans are. So, yes, I hope Will Brewster's wife, hope she's not going to be a cricket widow. I hope she'll come and support him. Will Brewster is their top run scorer this season. He'll be opening with Ben Johns, who we mentioned earlier, with that absolutely stupendous catch earlier. And just to repeat, as I said, what a great stat that he made his debut when he was 15. That was in 2013. Scored 100 on his debut. Not many players can say that, can they? Whatever your debut is, whether it's a county test match, that's quite an achievement, Luke, isn't it?
Yeah, he's also known as Millhouse. as his nickname, and terrible tattoos is what they've said as well. And Will Bruce is known as Bobby All Brew, and they describe him as very David Brent-esque. So he must come out with famous or great quotes, I'm guessing.
Not sure that's a compliment, is it, to be compared to David Brent?
No.
Anyway, as I said, on the cricketing front, the fact he has not missed a game since his debut. So I don't know if that's for the first team, maybe it's for first or seconds or thirds, but what a fantastic achievement for Ben Johns. So great day for him. So Will Bruce and Ben Johns will be the opening partnership. Then the person who came on just now and got the wicket at Lee Ainsworth, that's Sean Johnson. A recent member of the club. He joined them in 2020. He joined them because he moved from Sussex, so he came into the area. He's from Zimbabwe and a former Sussex second 11 player. So
Bit of
strong
pedigree
there.
Yeah, pedigree definitely. He can bat, bowl, and he's a long-serving member of the club's Tabbing Terrace, whatever that is.
Well, perhaps we should get somebody from Camor up here to find out. Yes, he was the player of the round in the second round. I think that's quite an achievement. I don't want to belittle anybody else later on, but of course in the second round, so many teams involved, and yet he won the player of the round because his all-round performance, he got 5 wickets, he got a 50, and was very instrumental in a very narrow win against Poultons, who are literally the next door club. You know, a real local derby, and they won by 4 runs, and that's something about Calmore. When we perhaps have a look at some of their previous games, Luke, you know, they have had some very, very interesting narrow wins, and that was one of them. You know, 4 runs in anyone's cricket is a close run thing.
Yeah, they seem to have got home. They seem to have been close run games in all of the games that Calmore have played. They've got home, haven't they, in the end? But they've it's been by single figures or. It's not been by big margins, whereas Alvanley have won by quite big margins in a lot of games, haven't they?
They have, yes, and I think it'd be interesting actually if perhaps after we look at Alvanley, we'll have a look at Calmore's run in the Cup because it has got some very interesting stories. But let's have a look at some other players. Number 4, Matt Taylor. 2 things there about Matt. He plays in goal for Brockenhurst. Now, Brockenhurst are part of the non-league pyramid, so he plays football at a very good level.
I wonder if he played yesterday.
Good point. I'll have to check. Were Brockenhurst in the FA Cup yesterday? I don't think they were.
I don't think they were, but they certainly would have been playing, wouldn't they?
Well, I think the other thing to say is a big shout out to Mum, Claire Taylor, who's the Calmore scorer today. And, I'm sure she's having a great day. We got Jimmy Manning, who just came on to bowl a bit of an expensive over just before the rain came. Off-break bowler, but scored some vital runs, particularly in their quarter-final win over Rockhampton. And he's a Hampshire CC player for a couple of years, 2005 to 2007. Captain is Mark Lavelle, who's their top wicket taker this season, with 15 wickets in the Voneus Cricket Cup. He's been the captain for the last 7 years, and apparently the longest-serving first-team captain at the club since the 1970s. 7 years is a long time to be first-team captain, in my opinion, Luke. Usually you do it for a couple of years, and then you look around and see if somebody else will take it over from you.
Yeah,
7 years.
He loves it, though, didn't he? I mean, his reaction to that wicket, the Alvanley fans were giving him stick, weren't they, earlier, and his reaction to that wicket was, like you say, to do a flint-off. He turned, looked up to the sky, arms raised as well, and he's the all-time leading wicket-taker as well at the club, isn't he?
I believe so, yes. I've focused on what he'd done this season, but yes, I said he's the top wicket taker, 15 wickets. Best performance was in the semi-final against Stoke Green, 4 for 20.
And his dad, Peter, is chairman at the club as well.
So, real family tradition. And that's something perhaps when we talk a bit more about, we talk about both sides, because I think what will come clear from some of the stories we've had from both sides is that they really do have some great community and family links. Wicketkeeper Max Bailey is very interesting. I mean, he's only 18. And I thought that for a wicketkeeper to come to Lords, he's been standing up. He stood up to everybody except Sean Johnson at the end. And I think very, very brave. But you can see why he's a wicketkeeper, because his dad was wicketkeeper of the club for years. Like father, like son.
Yeah, and also it says he often asks which way an off-spinner turns the ball.
So. Well, sort of depends which way it comes out of his hand, but never mind. He's done well, the lad, today. Done very well indeed. And the other young lad is Liam Carty. Now, you mentioned that he's only played the last couple of games, Luke, but he's come into the side with great effect because in the quarter-final against Rockhampton, 3 for 27, semi-final against Stoke Green, 4 for 21. So he's had quite an effect in those last 2 games. And I think we mentioned as well, but his dad is the second team captain, is Adam Carty, but he's also the director of women's cricket for the Southern Vipers. So I think a real cricket in their veins in the Carty family.
He's seen down at the Aegeus Bowl a lot, isn't he? I think apparently likes to nick free stash from the kit room, it says here. So, which if it's going, why not? I endorse that.
It's nice having these little snippets about them, isn't it? These little gleams that we pick up about the players. No, it's good. So, just got 4 more players to look at because we're going to give the 12th man a shout out. I think that's only fair. But on the side playing today, now, a lovely story about Ben Perry, all right, who's in the end actually bowled quite a good spell, didn't he? 8 overs, 1 for 36. But he played in all the games but couldn't play against Rockhampton in the quarter-final. And that was because his wife was giving birth to their second child. And there were complications. All right. Can I say straight away, I'm really pleased to report everything is absolutely fine. So, anyway, baby's born. Obviously, Ben's feeling relieved and happy. He goes into the waiting room to receive a FaceTime call from the players at Calmore, telling him they've just beaten Rockhampton. So, of course, they're absolutely celebrating like mad. Apparently, the nurse has to come into the waiting room and says, "What's all this noise?" and has to tell Ben off because he's making far too much noise in the maternity ward.
Celebrating, yeah.
But
he's got his priorities right, hasn't he?
He has, and as I said, glad to report that Mrs. Perry, the baby's doing well, and hope you're doing well as well, and lovely story, and great to hear that. Right, Mike West, as we said earlier, the veteran of the side, but I was talking to actually, let me give a shout out to Richard Isaacs of Calmore Sports, because it was Richard who gave up a lot of his time to me this week to pass on a lot of information about the club, about the team, and makes me feel that I know them intimately, even though I only met them for the first time today. I feel I really know them. Yeah. I am best friends with everybody at Calmore Sports. And Richard, thank you ever so much for what you did.
I like how Michael West has got several nicknames as well. He's known as Grandad because he's the oldest man in the team, isn't he? It says he requires 3 cans of freeze spray a game just to get him through. He's also known as Bert, and also Kanye, which is one for the kids. So
that one's gone over my head, but
there's a rapper called Kanye West, Keith.
Oh,
so
that
I
Kanye.
presume he's got a West because he's a West. He's known as Kanye. Yeah.
You can feel the redness on my face.
Yeah,
you explain that to me.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's played for many New Forest clubs, but he's been at Calmore since 2010, so I think that's another little indication of how much he enjoys the community family spirit at the club. So the last player today is the one with those magnificent bowling figures, and I can only repeat them, I can't say them enough times. 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 5 runs. Steve Wright. The information that Richard said is his age, well, he's somewhere in the 20s, but he acts like he's in his mid-40s. And he loves nothing more than bowling maiden overs. In fact, he cherishes maiden overs more than wickets. And he's bowled 16 before today, which is the highest in the competition. Even I can add 6 to that. So that's 22 maiden overs throughout the competition. Fantastic achievement.
Yeah, it is. And he's known as Pest as well, which is his nickname, because he's forever asking questions over WhatsApp, which is, I imagine that would be quite annoying after a while.
And we must give a mention to Sam Moss, who's the 12th man today. I actually had a good chat to Sam before the game started, and he was complaining of having a dodgy shoulder, which I don't think is a very good idea for your 12th man, because he won't be able to throw the ball with his right hand.
Or carry the
I'm
drinks.
sure I'm making notes of that and relaying that to the dressing room as we speak. But great day for Sam as well. He didn't make the final 11, but he's part of the 12, and that's very, very important.
We've got so many posers in the game at the moment, it's frightening. I mean, we brought the European game over here where they're falling on. I mean, we didn't invent that. We got rid of it.
The highlights of my career, I have been beating some of the best fighters pound for pound in the world. Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, marvelous Marvin Hagler. So I've had a wonderful career.
The Premiership, as big as they are, and it's a fantastic league and the best supported league and watched league all over the world, a lot of those players come through a system. Grassroots football, that's where it's got to come from.
Floyd Mayweather's probably thinking, should I fight this kid or not? He must be scared of something. That's why he doesn't really want the fight. He's not really keen on the fight between me and him. So let's see what happens.
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as 53 million. Wow.
This is Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
Welcome back to Live Sports FM. We're here at Lords for the Voneus Village Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. I've got Luke Edwards alongside myself, Keith Higgins. Just before we go back to the cricket, if my voice sounds a little less enthusiastic, we have just received some news, and I have to say news that I find very upsetting because as a lad growing up, my favourite footballer was Jimmy Greaves. And I'm sad to say that Jimmy Greaves has passed away today at the age of 81. Greavesy was just such a wonderful person. I never met him, but I did read the person who wrote a biography about him, David Tossell. And David came into the radio station I was at the time, and we spent an hour on a Tuesday evening discussing Greavesy, and I was going to use a phrase and say a naughty word. I was so happy. And, it was great talking about him. Wonderful character. Was England's top goal scorer for a while, 57 games, 44 goals. Part of the 1966 World Cup winning squad. Some say controversially left out of the final, picked up a slight injury in the final game, qualifying game against France. Missed the quarter-final, semi-final. Of course, Geoff Hurst came in, took his place, got the hat-trick. And okay, maybe the decision was the right one at the time, but those of us who are fans of Jimmy Greaves still leaves a bit of a taste in my mouth that he didn't quite get the recognition he deserved. But absolutely wonderful footballer. As I said, very sad to pass on that news that Jimmy Greaves has passed away today at the age of 81. But I will snap out of it because I think it's time we talked about the Calmore team and given them a little bit of their history. Just a little bit of their style. Sorry, Luke.
Just to let you know, Keith, the players have now taken lunch. So we're going to have, we are going to have a break regardless now, even if the weather does stop, which it isn't. The rain's actually getting a bit heavier. So looking at the radar, I mean, it is moving up slowly, so it does look like, from sort of what I'm looking at, it's kind of maybe an hour, maybe have an hour delay, which is why they've taken lunch now. I'm guessing that the groundsman will be looking at the same radar as I am currently.
Okay, well, let's just keep our fingers crossed because there's many things I can control in life, Luke, but one of them is the weather. I can't. So the weather will be what it is. Let's just hope that it does pass through. Just to update everyone, yes, it's raining here at Lords. The Voneus Village Cup final with a very intriguing stage. Alvanley nearly finished their innings, 4 overs left, reached 150 for 7. So just at a very interesting point. And it'll be interesting to see what the outcome will be from the discussions, because I'm sure that the umpires and the captains will be in a discussion to decide the best way. Because I think the game, Luke, has got to finish today. If this was a previous round, then the contingency was that they would replay the following week, but the away side become the home side. But that can't be the case today.
No, certainly not. And there's games on here, isn't there? I think there's a Bob Willis Trophy final coming up here as well in the next week or so. So it's, as you say, it's got to be decided today whether that's with Duckworth Lewis or with a bowl out.
Okay, let's have a quick look at just a quick talk about the Alvanley players. So just go through them in batting order. So Captain Mike Rollins, the captain who loves to open the batting, loves a bit of a bowl as well from what I can see. But the Alvanley players far better than I do, Luke. So what snippets have you gleaned about Mike Rollins?
He's one of these. He seems to have a golden arm. He doesn't bowl much. When he does, he tends to take a wicket. But yeah, he's a captain. This is his first season as club captain as well. So even though it's his 8th season at Alvanley, he's a leading run scorer, and he's helped him to promotion as well. I think they've moved out of have they moved into the Cheshire League now, James? Yeah, into the first division of the Cheshire League. So very strong division up there as well. So he'll be pleased with that, the captain. And then you've got Alex Reid, who opened the batting alongside him. He was signed this summer. He represented Gloucestershire at a county age level group as well. So we saw some classy shots from him early on today as well, didn't we? Then out came Steve Charles, nicknamed Vern. Not quite sure why, but I'm sure. Oh, Vern, okay. Oh, right. Oh, Steve, yeah, okay. That's gone over my head. Steve Hearn, there we go.
Oh, I love something. At least it makes a change from sort of, Reedy and Charles.
Yeah, exactly.
Where you just put a Y on the end, I thought, oh, you can't be more original than that.
Well, his brother's Chaz, isn't he? Chris Charles is known as Chaz. As I say, he's represented Cheshire in 3-day national counties cricket. That was back in 2018. And then Simon G, who's probably the danger man for them. He's a tall, hard-hitting batsman and a wicket-keeper as well. Scored that match-winning 50 against Neyland in the semi-final. Scored a very nice 30-odd today as well, and was just getting into his stride. And then Andy Benyon, the veteran of the team, a club stalwart, nicknamed Benners. And the best
think hard about that one.
Yeah, and he fields at first slip, which is understandable. He's not wanting to be running about a little bit. And then after that, we had Charlie Fletcher. As I mentioned, he hit 39 off 19 balls, including 5 sixes in the last 16, and he was in then before when the rain came down. So it'd be interesting to see if we do get back on, if he can hit a few big shots. And then Chris Wright came out, was unfortunately ran out just off the first delivery he faced. He went down the track, slips and was run out, and he's in his 6th season with the club. He's very busy player, busy batsman, busy fielder as well. Lee Ainsworth, he was the wicket before that to fall, former Alvin Lee Jr. He's also an all-rounder as well. Took 4 fourthers against Woodhouses and Houghton Main. Then the other two batsmen who haven't come in yet, Jimmy Eccleston, brother of England spinner Sophie, who put out a fantastic message, an inspiring message to the team. She would have been here today, but she's playing for England's women in the second one-day international against New Zealand, which you can also watch on TV. But Jimmy's become the first Eccleston to play at Lords, which I know she's pretty annoyed about. I think she wanted that glory, didn't she? And then she got several people to send messages, like Stuart Broad and also the Tailenders team and a lot of her teammates as well, which was really nice to see. And then we got Ben Tumulty, who will come in at number 11, nicknamed Stato, bowls left arm spin. He's been very economical, 10 wickets as well in this season, and it's his 3rd season at Alvanley. And then Matty Drury, whose nickname is HMP. That might be to do with his job, I'm guessing, but he's from Runcorn, and his 3 loves are cricket, beer and darts.
Lovely, thanks very much indeed, Lou. Just a couple of quickies. I mean, James Eccleston, yes, I can imagine the Eccleston household's going to be fun now, isn't it? I played at Lords before you did. And so thanks very much indeed, Lou. Okay, so rain stop play here at Lords in the Voneus National Village Cup final. Alvanley, after 36 overs, 150 for 7. I'm going to introduce Jonathan Pinfield to you. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi, Keith. Thanks a lot. Yeah, as you say, unfortunately, it looks like the weather is setting now. The Lord's ground staff obviously had some very good information because they were poised and ready to get on. And when the actual covers went on, I thought they might have been a bit keen, but they'd obviously seen the radar pictures and just decided to get them on. So, as Luke mentioned, the lunch interval is taking place. We are going to change tack now because I think that this weather could be set for around the next hour or so. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly change sports and we're going to relive the final of the LTA Ilkley men's tennis final that took place in Ilkley recently. And let's join our commentators Calvin Betton and first Bernard Chizzy.
So we are ready to go here on Live Sports FM for the LTA British Tour final here in Ilkley, and it's going to be Alex Maggs who will be serving then at the start of this match. Best of 3 in his black cap. Serves is just too long, and the women's final to our left has also just started, so we'll certainly do our best to keep our eye on that as the first rally of the match is now underway. And Maggs hits the net, so it's low 15, but not a bad rally between the players there for that first point there, Kelvin.
I think that's probably the longest one we'll see. That was about 6 shots. Yeah, Alex looked a little bit tight there.
Gets his first serve in this time. Good forehand return though, but a lucky bounce just off the top of the net from Maggs. Brings it back to 15-all.
That's what you want to see if you're a little bit tight. Little net cord.
As he bounces the ball 3 or 4 times, Mags, and serves right down the middle. It's an ace. That's a fantastic serve.
A lot of hair on show today, isn't there? It's a couple of ponytails on both players.
There certainly is, yeah. Certainly with Mags on this near side. Again, the first serve is good. It's a lofted return which just bounces inside the baseline. As Mags again attacks, Reid Thomas stays in the rally, and that's an unforced error really from Mags, and that brings it to 30 all in this opening game. Again, the first set right into the backhand of Reid Thomas. Reid Thomas tries to get a brilliant lob over Mags. Mags responds on the spin, and then with a cross court from Mags, and Reid Thomas with a backhand slice back onto the forehand of Mags, who punishes Reid Thomas with a backhand down the line, and he has 1 point at 40-30 to take the opening game, Calvin.
Yeah, it's be happy. I think in this type of match you always want to try and get the first hold on board.
Play in progress now, and that time Mags coming up to the net, smashes the ball across the court and wins the first game.
You see the first serve volley.
Fist pump there as he won it too.
Yeah. You see the first serve volley of the match there from Mags. I expect we'll see 1 or 2 serve volley points a game on his own service games, and I think he'll try and get to the net as regular as he can when he gets a look at Jordan's second serve. Jordan's going to have to make sure that he keeps a high percentage of first serves in here, because my experience of players playing against Mags is that he will really put pressure on second serves.
That's lovely. Just getting a nice cup of coffee from Bill Marshall, my first of the day. You're not having one, Calvin?
I don't drink tea or coffee, so
right.
I've already had a can of Coke today. So.
So the first game of the final goes with serve. Alex Mags winning that, the 20-year-old from Redditch. And now with Reid Thomas with the hair draping out below his white cap. And now he's on to his second serve. Just waiting for Mags just to return to the baseline, as now he waits for the serve from Reid Thomas, who bends into the backhand of Mags. Mags struggling to stay into the rally, but he does. But he's stretching now with his backhand, and it's too long, and it goes beyond the baseline. But on that occasion, Calvin, Reid Thomas was very dominant in the rally.
It was a smart second serve. He went into the body. You could see Mags was pushing forward. I think he wanted to get into the court, and the way to counter that is to go body serve. It blocks the returner, makes it impossible for them to get much of a hit on it.
The first serve from Reid Thomas, far too long. Going on to the forehand of Mags. That time goes on to Mags's backhand, but it's a wild swipe of the racket, and it's well wide.
We'll see a lot of that type of point from Mags. Like I say, it's high risk, high reward. So he was well inside the baseline when he took that second serve. Really went after it, mistimed it a bit. But he'll hope to just make, if he can. He almost plays on a bit of a bluff on the second serve. If he can just make 2 or 3 of them in a game, and bluff the opponent into making errors themselves.
But it's a solid start to Reid Thomas's first game, and he's in charge again as he comes up to the net. And that time Mags was stretching for a cross-court winner, but it just clips the top of the net and bounces on his side of the court. So 40 love for Reid Thomas, trailing by 1 game to love in the opening set. As now he serves again, it's a little too long. The thumbs up from Mags, just acknowledging that the ball was out. The LTA final then, the British Tour on Live Sports FM. As Mags, almost with a mistimed backhand, then with a slice, but it comes into the net. So that's 1 game all.
Something you'll see with both of these players as well is they both really like to take the ball early. So both of them are planted almost on the baseline, at most a couple of feet behind the baseline. You don't. What you sometimes get is one player who plays more aggressive and another one who likes to sit back, or both sit back. You don't get too many matches like this where they're both stood, basically taking half volleys all the time.
So we see the first service match from the far end of the court. Mags then serving, second serve. Really attacks with a forehand, comes in and digs a smash, almost like a cushioned smash into the corner of the court to win the point. But just sense that Mags is, of the two, is probably the one who's more likely to attack the ball.
I'd say, I'd say more likely to come in. They're both pretty aggressive players.
Again, Mags beyond the baseline, and with the slice just drops inside the baseline for Reed Thomas, and a lovely, wouldn't really call it a disguised cross-court winner, but it certainly did enough to beat Mags at the far end.
I think there was maybe a dead bounce on the court there. Mags didn't really react to that. It wasn't a big shot by any stretch. It was well placed, but it bounced twice. He just looked at the court a little bit there.
Mags serves just a little long down the middle of the court. And that's a double fault, the first of this game. So that makes it love 30.
Love 30 or love 40?
I think it's love 30.
It's wrong side for love 30. Can't be love 30. It's the wrong side.
Ah. So
I think it's maybe 15:30. I think we're on. Yeah, 15:30 we are.
All right, many thanks, Colin. As Mags comes across with the forehand, and Reed Thomas this time comes up to the net with a beautiful cushioned volley. Plenty of spin away from Mags.
Real good start from Jordan. This real clarity of thought. Mags is looking a bit shifty, a bit tight, not really sure of his game. Jordan's really positioned himself well as a really smart attack, disguised attack into the corner and cut off the volley. Jordan's volley is sometimes maybe his weakest shot, but he's really started well on it. He's hit a couple of really good ones.
So 2 break points against Mags then as he serves. The first one is good, and that time forces the error from Reed Thomas. So 30-40 down is Mags. 1 game all in the opening set, and the first real test of nerve here for Mags holding his serve. As he waits, rocks on his heels and serves. Just kept in play by Reed Thomas, but that's a really poor error from Mags coming up to the net. Really should have punished Reed Thomas and failed to do so, and he is now a breakdown.
Yeah, he'd been really disappointed with that last shot there. He'd got what he wanted. Big first serve, blocked return. He had a mid-court forehand just to put either way, and he's netted it. Again, a little bit, it just feels like Mags is a little bit tight. He's not as loose as he sometimes is. That's not great when you play the type of style that he likes to play, because he's so aggressive. So something that you don't get very often as well. The two players are sat on the same bench. It's a bit awkward when you're you're in battle with your opponent, and at the change of end you sat so close to him.
But you see that in snooker tournaments, don't you?
Yeah, I suppose.
Well.
Yeah, probably not.
You have
sweaty.
that kind of stony silence between the opponents.
Probably not sweaty on the snooker table though.
So a very encouraging start from Reed Thomas then with the early break. So he's going to serve at 2-1 up in the opening set. If we can give you an update on the ladies final, we will do that for you. We know that they have played 1 game so far in the opening set in that game, and I believe Hart is leading by 1 game to love. That's the latest from that particular match, as we now wait for the men's final to resume. And it'll be Reid Thomas from the far end then, with his light blue shorts serving into the corner of the court, but it's just the wrong side of the tram lines. So it'll be a second
ace.
serve.
Ace. Was in.
It was an ace?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was long.
No.
Well, I'm almost right behind this, and, well, I thought it was long.
It was on the line, I think. Just got the line.
So that's 15 love then for Reid Thomas. Well, I know that's out because that's flown across one of the other courts to my right. So maybe I'm not quite cut out to be a line judge, Calvin.
30 love.
Might upset a few players. And that's me wearing glasses too.
You'd have upset Jordan Reid Thomas there. He's thrown an ace in and you've just taken it away from him.
So 30. Are we 30 love now?
30 love, yeah.
Reid Thomas again. Again with the first serve, as both players exchange shots down the middle, very much dominated on the forehand. That time though, Mags goes onto the backhand, he's forced back onto the baseline though as Reid Thomas switches play across court once again, and Reid Thomas goes right down the line. The response from Mags is a volley, but backtracking was Reid Thomas with a smash, an overhead smash to win the point.
Yeah, he started so well as Jordan Reid Thomas. Playing aggressive, playing his own style. Mags is not playing his own style. He's only been to the net a couple of times in the 4 games we've played so far, and when Alex is playing well, he's at the net a lot, so he's probably trying to work his way in, but it's tough to play Jordan because he hits it so flat and so early. You can't really ever get a rhythm for yourself.
And Reid Thomas certainly has settled the quicker of the two. And an excellent first serve from Reid Thomas right into the corner of the box. And he now takes a 3-1 lead then with a break. And it's all going really well for Reid Thomas at the moment.
Not early enough for Mags to panic though yet. He made a couple of sloppy points in the last service game, but he'll carry on doing what he does. The only thing I'd say is maybe he'll want to get to the net a little bit more. He's not coming out on top in these baseline rallies enough.
So the first rally of the 4th game is won by Mags. 15 love. And Mags, the younger of the two, just 20 years old, studying at the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. As his first serve that time's good, forcing Mags to go wide, and an improvised stroke from Reid Thomas with the racket between his legs, trying to keep the ball, almost an improvised kind of lob.
Yeah, I think
it goes well wide.
Yeah, he expected Mags to go wider with his approach shot there. I think Mags mistimed it a little bit and Jordan overran the shot.
But in this game, Mags, well, I was just going to say that his serving's been much better in this game, but then we see an unforced error with a backhand straight into the net, 30-15.
You'll see a lot of that type of shot from Alex. He's low percentage. But he'll still be disappointed that he's missing a couple of these shorter balls. Chance to get 3 points in a row, which is what these guys really want. The 3 points in a row is how we judge momentum in tennis, and Jordan's managed it a fair bit so far. I don't think Alex has had 1 3-pointer in a row yet.
Just noticed that Mags just took a deep intake of breath before the start of the point. Just composing himself. Much slower second serve then. As Reid Thomas with a long backhand down the line goes again for the same kind of stroke, only this time it's too long. And Mags is 40-15 up in this 5th game. Going with serve, but he's still a breakdown. This time Mags Serves onto the forehand of Reid Thomas as he scampers across court, and Mags that time at the net. Just tried to dig the ball over. Just didn't quite catch it. Slight shake of the head. And he's brought back to 40-30.
There's definitely a little bit of frustration with Mags at the minute. He's making the moves that he wants to make. He's not quite finishing the balls off. He got exactly what he wanted in that point there. First serve, got his approach in, had the racket on the volley and mishit it a little bit, I think.
And the first serve that time, quite low into the net from Mags at 40-30. Just angles it onto the backhand of Reid Thomas as Reid Thomas scampers across the baseline. Keeps the rally alive. Now goes cross-court onto the Mags backhand. And this time it's Reid Thomas dictating the rally from the baseline. But then his backhand down the line goes into the net. And that's the game for Mags, who is now 2-3 down. But Reid Thomas still has the break in the opening set.
A couple of relatively straightforward service games there. No trouble for either player. I think Alex is going to want to start making some inroads into Jordan's serve, though. He's barely got out of first gear on it yet, on his return game.
So, unlike me, both players drinking water. I don't think coffee's a good thing to drink between games when you're playing tennis. Calvin, I imagine.
Probably not have a coffee, no.
Nice little flask possibly beside you.
No, although Mags has taken an isotonic drink on board there. Must plan on being out here a while. And a banana.
But of course, as with most sports, things can just change.
Yeah,
rapidly, can't they? And
yeah,
you must have seen that so many times as a coach. You think one player is, well, I'm not saying that Reid Thomas is well on top. He is playing better than his opponent, and he is deservedly ahead. But the momentum of a game can just change very, very quickly, can't it?
Yeah, and what we see as well in this level of the British Tour Tier 2s is that there's not much difference in the ball striking from the guys that are above them. It's their match management that's different, that's not quite up to the level of the next level up. So that's where these two players will fall down, and where you'd expect Jordan to maybe have a little bit of a hiccup at some stage. I'd be surprised if he goes through the whole set holding serve as comfortably as he has now, up to this stage.
You couldn't have just talked a little longer, could you, there? I'm just trying to drink some coffee.
That's a hell of a second serve, though.
Beautiful, swerving kind of serve. And it was just over the net for a wonderful ace. That time the first serve from Reid Thomas is long onto the backhand of Mags. This time Mags really coming forward with a very powerful forehand. Again, coming up to the net with a forehand, as this time the lob from Reid Thomas, as Mags should finish his point off, and he does, and he raises his fist. And that's more like it from Mags, definitely. 15-all.
He's getting a bit of energy into his legs now. That's the type of point he'll want to play.
Certainly got the legs moving then, didn't he?
You can move your legs as much as you want.
Exactly, but there was no point, with Mags even moving for that particular serve from Reid Thomas right down the middle. Great response from
perfect
Reid Thomas.
serve. Perfect serve there from Reid Thomas. About an inch from the sideline, inch from the service line. And he's done another one.
Well, what a response that is. So, just as Mags felt as though he had almost a psychological advantage with that point he would earlier, Reid Thomas has almost returned the compliment with two aces.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. After Mags played such a good point to get back to 15-all. Well, Jordan's hit 3 aces in this game, hasn't he? The first point was a second serve ace. And that's four.
Another one.
4 aces in a game. You can't do much about that. Nobody can.
So he still has that 2-game lead in the opening set with that break. And don't forget that wherever you are today, please tweet us at Live Sports FM. Let us know where you are listening to us. And thank you so much for joining us today. I'll give you an update on the ladies' final shortly as Mags from the far end serves then at 2-4. It's now the double-handed backhand from Reed Thomas, who goes down the line this time.
He's certainly on the ascendancy, isn't he? Reed Thomas. Mags has really got to manage this match now. He's struggling to keep a hold of it at the minute.
But what is the first thing Mags can do here?
The problem what he's tending to do, I think, is that because he started off making a few errors, he's now gone a little bit passive and he's letting Jordan just tee off at balls. I think he's got to maybe be a little bit more risky and come into the net, do what he's good at. That's his A game. And he did it there. His serve volley there. Didn't actually have to hit a volley, but put a little bit of pressure on Jordan with the return.
Yeah, it was a great serve. It was really deep as well. So 15 all. As Mags serves onto the double backhand of Reed Thomas, and that time Mags going down the line, slightly cross court, with a great winner and another fist pump from Mags.
Must be listening to me there, Alex. He's come into the net twice since I said I think he should come into the net in the last 2 points.
As here he serves once again straight into the net this time. And what Mags, I think, needs is just a little bit of consistency with the way he is dispatching his shots, as he just has to compose himself again to serve, and does. It's quite a deep one, and that's long from Reed Thomas. And so far, at least, Calvin, this has been a much more assured game from Alex Mags.
Yeah, Jordan would be a little bit disappointed there in that second serve return. He had a chance to get back to 30 all, and he's missed a pretty standard return. But it quite a bit long. I'd be a little bit frustrated if I was his coach there. He's definitely on top in the match. He could really ram this first set home. He's just made a couple of errors in this game that you wouldn't want him to.
Yeah.
When you've got your opponent down on the ropes, you don't want to be letting them off with little errors, giving them a little breathing space, and that's what he looks to be doing a little bit.
As the serve that time from Mags kicks up off the hard court.
Big forehand from Mags as well.
Yep.
4-3.
4-3, but still with a break-up serve for Reed Thomas in the opening set. And just to give you an update on the ladies' final, which is taking place
2-all.
It's 2-all.
2-all now, yeah. I saw that
Right.
Kira Rutter held serve there.
You are definitely ahead of me, Calvin, because I would have said 2-1.
Yeah, but I saw Kira Reuter hold serve when she was serving in the first game, so...
So the players just both sit down on the park bench. Yes, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. JP has they're just taking a little more refreshment. So, was there any particular reason why the final? Obviously, conditions are drier today, but was there any main reason why the event couldn't take place on the grass courts?
I think the grass took so much rain yesterday that it takes a little bit to dry, and it's not particularly warm today. So I think if maybe if they were going to play the finals later on this afternoon,
right,
they might have half a chance, but there's still too much dampness on the baseline. And as I was saying the other day on commentary, that the groundsman, it's not just a case of the court's being dry and safe for the players like it is on a hard court. The groundsmen don't want the grass cutting up, and that can happen and ruin the grass courts for the rest of the season if you play on them a little bit too early.
So covering the LTA British Tour men's final here at Ilkley on Live Sports FM. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Let's see if Jordan can keep up the same level of serving as he has so far.
Yeah, so he's 4-3 up on the first serve.
Just long.
Yep, just long. So now we wait for Reed Thomas from the top end. The serve is good. Mags with a flighted forehand, just touches the baseline, but that time coming forward 3 or 4 feet off the baseline, his forehand is far too long. He's badly misjudged that one, didn't he?
Yeah, again, they're tight shots that he's playing there. That's not close. Maybe not the best decision either. He went so big on it, there was just no need for it. First sign of Jordan being a little bit tight there on that point. He's been so aggressive so far. That one, he's kind of just flicking his shots in, waiting for Alex to make an error, which he got. I'm not sure he's going to keep getting those errors, though.
Very good backhand from Mags. At the start of this rally, tries to go down the line. On the forehand, it's at least a foot wide, though. And it's still Reid Thomas with the edge, not just in this game, but in the opening set. 30 love he leads so far. That's that time very good first serve from Reid Thomas. It was really deep. The lob return from Mags, as Reid Thomas thought for a moment about the overhead smash, but knew that the ball was going to drift over the baseline. So he's 40 love up. One more point for a 5-3 lead. As he comes cross court, Mags with a slice backhand towards the back of the court. But good play again from Reid Thomas, just forcing Mags back behind the baseline, forcing the error. And Reid Thomas still retains that 2-game lead and just needs one more now, Calvin, to win the first set.
Yeah, Mags hasn't even had a sniff on Jordan Reid Thomas's serve. I'd be surprised at that at the start of the match. I thought it might give him more trouble, but he'd be pretty disappointed, and I think if he had his coach here, he'd be pretty disappointed with how he's played these return games as well. He's been really sloppy. Jordan's played one really good one where he served 4 aces, but other than that, there's so many unforced errors.
So the next game is quickly resumed. First serve from Mags. And the return from Reid Thomas is out, 15 love. So Mags is just trying to stay in this set on his serve and delivers with an ace. Now at 30 love. Onto the backhand of Reid Thomas.
He's given him that. I thought that might have just drifted a little bit wide. He's asking the question. He's going to see if Jordan can serve for the first set.
As now Mags comes up to the net, almost disguised his shot. I thought for a moment he was going to go down the line, then just played it across court instead to win the point. And that's the game as well. So 4 games.
5-4.
Yep. 4 games to 5 then. So Reid Thomas will be serving for the first set. And generally speaking, Reid Thomas is definitely the man who deserves to be ahead. He's maintained his serve from quite early in this game, in fact from the 3rd game. And he now just has one more game on his serve now to win the opening set.
Yeah, psychologically this is going to be a really interesting one because I don't think Jordan has... I don't think he's been in the final of a British Tour before. If he has, I don't think he's won one. So probably for the first time in his career he's going to serve for the first set in a British Tour final. So we're going to see how that goes. He's going to want to make... I'm going to say he's going to want to make about 70% first serves in this game. Otherwise, I would expect Alex Mags is really going to come after his second serve, really put pressure on him. The first 2 points are going to be huge here. If I was Mags, I'd be saying to myself, you want to get one of the first 2 points and then continue on that kind of mentality from there on in. So you're going to say one of the next two, and can keep it like that.
But can you, as a coach, tell players just to treat it like any other game? Can you even do that?
I play by the rules, me, Bernard, and you're not allowed to coach in tennis. So.
Well, you know what I mean. Anyway, so
You'd tell them to do that. Yeah, you'd tell them to do that.
Not in the middle of a game, but to help.
No, yeah, I guess you
help
would.
Them prepare.
Yeah, but
get them into that mindset.
They know, and it is different because the mentality of the return is different. But if you're going to do what Jordan did then and just serve a huge first serve, that's ideally what you want.
So he's 15 love up.
Once
First
long.
serve from him is too long.
Now, if Alex is clear of mind here, he's going to approach and come in. We'll get an idea if he's still a little bit tight, if he stays back. He's pushed it and stayed back.
So the rally is in progress. The cross-court backhand from Mags is a great one, forcing the error from Reed Thomas.
But that's what we're talking about there. That's what I was saying earlier. Try and get one of the first 2 points. And what he came in on a little bit of a bluff there, did Alex. It wasn't a great approach, but Jordan missed the passing shot by a fair bit. He missed it by about 2 or 3 metres. He's really going to want a first serve here.
And here it comes now.
He hasn't got it.
Right into the net.
Again, I expect the same sort of tactic from Mags here. He's either going to return and come in, or he's going to return, hold back, and then try and get in on the second or third ball.
Well, as you were saying, Calvin, these first 2-3 points are absolutely crucial. The second serve is good. It's now the backhand down the line from Reed Thomas. Cross court though from Mags. Cross court from Reed Thomas. Slightly lofted return from Mags. One of the longest rallies of the entire match, but the cross court forehand from Mags goes right into the net.
Yeah, again, real tightness there from Mags. That's one of those shots that's a real bad error, because even if that goes over, I don't really know what he's getting from that. If you're going to make an unforced error, at least make it high risk, high reward. But that was just a rally ball that he's smoothed into the middle of the net. Jordan Reed Thomas will have loved that.
So that was a great chance missed by Mags to take the initiative then in this crucial 10th game, I should say. Second serve from Reed Thomas. The slam right down the heart of the court from Mags. Again, the fist pump that we've seen 4 or 5 times from Mags now wins that point, drags it back to 30 all.
Yeah, this is what I was saying there. He's only made 1 first serve in the whole game so far out of 4 points, and Alex there really went after that second serve.
Yeah, you can clearly see the intent from Mags in this game, can't you?
Yeah, and this is the first time that Jordan's been at 30 all on his serve in the whole match. Big point coming up here.
So from this near side, Reed Thomas serves right onto the
he's played a
forehand.
perfect point.
Yeah, forced Mags really wide away from the court and wins that point.
Really,
Reed Thomas, so he's 40-30 up. And
really,
the first set point of the match.
Really smart point there as well, because I think Mags would have been expecting the backhand. He was preparing himself to hit the backhand, and Jordan's gone first serve to the forehand and came to the net, serve volleyed, which he's not done all match.
And here it comes then, set point. The return from Mags, the cross-court winner from Reed Thomas as he wins the opening set of the LTA British Tour final by 6 games to 4.
That's basically played a perfect service game. Not a perfect service game there. He's played a perfect set on his own serve. He's cruised through a lot of them, and then on that one he was in a little bit of trouble and played 2 perfect points to finish the set.
Many thanks, Calvin. We'll be back for the second set here on Live Sports FM.
We've got so many posers in the game at the moment, it's frightening. I mean, we brought the European game over here where they're falling on. I mean, we didn't invent that. We got rid of it.
The highlights of my career, I have been beating some of the best fighters pound for pound in the world. Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, marvelous Marvin Hagler. So I've had a wonderful career.
The Premiership, as big as they are, and it's a fantastic league and the best supported league and watched league all over the world, a lot of those players come through a system. Grassroots football, that's where it's got to come from.
Floyd Mayweather's probably thinking, should I fight this kid or not? He must be scared of something. That's why he doesn't really want the fight. He's not really keen on the fight between me and him. So let's see what happens.
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as 53 million. Wow.
This is Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
I think wherever I am at home, I always get some good crowd support, and yeah, it's really nice.
I think I'll be more proud of my achievements. Maybe, none of the big events that I've won, have I done it without beating one of those guys, or or a couple of them.
Congratulations, Novak, on.
This is Tennis Live on Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
Well, welcome back. So we are almost ready for the second set of this LTA British Tour men's final, which has just got underway with Mag serving from the far end. A very good first serve too. On the return from Reed Thomas goes out. So he has taken the first point of this second set then. Now serving down the middle onto the backhand of Reed Thomas, but that time Mags sees his return go right into the net. So 15 all then.
This is something that I think Mags is going to be really disappointed with so far, is that in men's tennis in particular, you want your ball 3, so the serve is ball 1, return is ball 2. Ball 3, he's getting the mid-court, he's getting the ball he wants, and he's missing so many of them.
So Mags at the far end then. Onto the backhand of Reed Thomas, the cross-court backhand from Mags. There's now Reed Thomas on the forehand. Well, that's gone. Obviously, the point already ended.
I think we've got a game point, though, to Mags. 40-15.
And I will give you an update on the ladies' final shortly. 5-2, I believe, for Kira Hart in that game.
You've mixed up 2 players there, Bernard. It's Ruby
Oh,
Hart.
I mixed...
Ruby Hart and Kira Reuter.
Oh, dear. So that's the end of the first game then of the second set going for Mags, and obviously that's gonna settle his nerves. But even though he lost that crucial game at the back end of the first set, Calvin, was he able to take anything from it?
I think what he'll have seen is that if he goes after the second serve returns, then he's going to get a bit more purchase on it than what he's been doing so far in just basically rolling the ball in. But it's a good response, that first service game from Mags there. He'll serve, got himself on the scoreboard early.
And Mags does return. Now onto the forehand. Reed Thomas, cross-court forehand. The forehand from Mags just stays inside the baseline. Back comes Reed Thomas again with a flighted ball down the middle of the court. As Reed Thomas, well beyond the baseline, Mags, clearly frustrated with himself, went down the line. It was too long.
I think what we're seeing there is still a little bit of... He's not quite got the clarity of thought, Mags, because he hit a backhand there in that rally where... In my previous experience of seeing him when he's playing well, he'd been at the net, but he just held back, got himself in a rally again. He's not quite making the moves that I'd normally expect him to make.
The backhand down the line from Reed Thomas. A powerful one that Mags wasn't equal to.
Jordan's been so comfortable on his serve so far. He's not been behind on his serve in the whole match so far. Every single game he's played, he's won the first point and he's been in the lead at every stage. The closest it got was 30-all in the last game.
And here he is again, leading then. At the start of this second set, the first serve is good. The forehand return from Mags is long by about a foot or so. 40 love for Reed Thomas then. Starting the second set the way he ended the first, really. As his first serve goes into the net, just looks across court, bounces the ball twice, and his serve was onto the double backhand of Maggs. Went cross court, goes wide. The opening game for Reed Thomas. He leads 1-0 and also by 1-0 in the final.
Again, another really comfortable service game. At some stage, Maggs is going to have to make a move on Jordan's serve if he's going to get back in this match.
As we get on with the second set then. So just to clarify, Ruby Hart has won the first set in the ladies' final. Whereas on the court we're covering at the moment, Maggs is serving then in this second game, trailing by 1 game to love. First serve is quite long. As Reed Thomas just wipes his face with a large red towel and just prepares himself. Maggs serving from this near side then with his black and green racket.
Just long.
Yep. So much at stake, of course, for both these players, arguably playing their biggest game of their tennis careers so far, as Maggs this time wins the point. And where are we in this game so far, Calvin? Remind me.
30-15, I think.
30-15.
May even be 40-love. Depending, there was one close earlier that I'm not sure where it got called.
Either way, Maggs is in control. The first serve is long. Much shorter serve that time onto the backhand of Reed Thomas. Goes cross court with the forehand. And he's forced the error from Alex Maggs. So we'll go with 40-30, shall we?
No, I think it's got to be 30-all or 40-15. I think it's 40-15.
Serves that time. Great return from Reed Thomas, but Maggs did equally well just to keep the rally alive. Only for Maggs, I think, to hit the cross court short a bit long, I think.
Yeah, Reed Thomas I think's gone along on that one. I think we're at 40-30 now.
Yeah.
You had a chance there, Jordan. Short ball at 30-all.
As Reed Thomas tries to catch out Maggs with a lob, and Maggs was convinced that he'd won the point. Now, just for a moment, I just wondered if Reed Thomas, he looked as though he wasn't sure if the ball was in or out.
I think he wanted to call it out, but he didn't. It wasn't out. It was on the line. Very close, but it was definitely on the line. 2-1 to Maggs, second set.
Maggs was certainly convinced as he turned away with that winner. You saw it straight away, Calvin. You said it was a great shot.
Yeah, really good athleticism from Maggs. Got back. It was a pretty decent defensive lob from Jordan Reed Thomas. Pushed Maggs back behind the service line, which is what you always want to do on a defensive return. Make him hit a smash from behind the service line. He did that, and Maggs put the ball away pretty well. He's a very decent net player. He's a very good doubles player, Alex Maggs, as well.
And it's quite crucial, this point, really, for Maggs, because at this point in the first set, he was already a breakdown, wasn't he?
Yeah, he lost his serve at 1-all in the first set. It's a pretty big game. Jordan would be a little bit disappointed there, because at 30-all, he had a really short backhand that he could hit. Maybe just lacked the hand skills to do anything a bit better. He went for a drive, and I think he probably would have been better off playing a little drop shot or a slice down the line. Instead, went a bit hard at it with his hands and put it long. Gave Maggs 40-30, and he played that great point to finish the game, but a little half chance there. Mags is pretty fired up now, though. I think we might see him making a move sometime soon.
So Reid Thomas, the taller of the two players, comes up towards the net, and then with a backhand cushion over the net, responds really well to Mags, who tried to go cross court, and then he just puts the ball away gently. Does Reid Thomas for a winner towards the right-hand edge of the court as we look.
Yeah, Mags is disappointed there because he had a little sniff of a passing shot twice there. Didn't make the first one, gave the ball straight back to Jordan, and then he tried to be a little bit clever and send him the wrong way, but Jordan picked it. 15 all, though.
Yeah, 15 all. The error with the double-handed backhand straight into the top of the net. So a much tighter start to this second set. And that time Mags is going to be really annoyed with himself. I can tell that he's uttering a few words to himself with that backhand return. He was about 4 feet off the baseline. But again, that was a great chance to continue the rally. An unforced error that.
Yeah, it's happened so many times.
That'll eat away at him.
He's got himself the momentum. He's got 1 point, got himself in the next point, and then missed the key shot. He still hasn't been ahead on Jordan's serve in the match.
Is that just down to simply a lapse of concentration?
I think so, yeah, definitely. Maybe a little bit of nerves, but I'd say, yeah, just concentration. Match management, really.
As Reid Thomas, as both players now concentrate on a rally down the heart of the court. That time Reid Thomas goes cross court, then with a wild swipe of the racket, tries to go down the line, goes well wide. And now we are at 30 all.
30 all, yeah. This again is a big point. Alex has really got to sort himself out here, play a good point here. It doesn't matter if he misses it, if he makes an unforced error, but making an unforced error, going for something. The last couple of errors he's made, they've just been rally balls. The last 30 all point they played, Jordan had a lot of success by serving to the forehand and serve volleying. Be interesting to see if he does that again.
And he is. He's going into the forehand, forcing Mags wide, and Mags this time with a lob right into the heart of the court as Reid Thomas slammed the ball straight towards Mags, who just instinctively held out his racket, managed to get the ball onto it, but it drifts well over the baseline. And Reid Thomas has a point at 40-30 to take this game to 2-all.
He played the exact same point as he played on the last 30 all point, didn't he? Serve wide to the forehand, serve volleyed.
Yeah, just as you called it. That time the serve went on to Mags's backhand, and that is long as well. So the game does go the way of Reid Thomas, and it's gone with serve so far in the opening 4 games of the second set, 2 each.
It's quite smart, really, from Jordan, that, because generally when they're struggling a bit like Alex is at the minute, when it gets to 30 all, the first response is to make a return. So you get a little bit defensive on it. And Jordan serving to the forehand and coming into the net means he's always going to have a sort of chest-high volley to go at.
Now then, that return from Reid Thomas, you tell me, Calvin, was that in or out?
It was out. Well, Alex called it out. It's too far away for me to say, but...
So was with the wrist finger from Alex saying, yes, that was out?
Yeah, I think he said it was out. Jordan was he questioned it a little bit, but it was so tough to tell from that far away.
Yes, it was, yeah. So that's 15 all now, with the cross-court error from Mags, who just drifts onto the court where the women's final is taking place, just to pick up a ball, as both the ladies in that game are just taking a break at the moment, with Hart winning by 1 set to love, but trailing 2 games to 1 in the second set. Don't forget you can send in your tweets at Live Sports FM. We'd love to hear from you wherever you are today.
Thanks to Steve Brown for this tweet, enjoying the coverage.
Yeah, many thanks, Steve. Steve Brown sending us a tweet.
Enjoying the
enjoying the coverage today. The serve from Mags going down the line this time as he rocks back on his heels.
Wow.
And he actually slammed the ball back into his own, inside his own half of the court there, didn't he?
He played the point perfectly until that stage. He completely mishit that smash and slammed it vertically down.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
He nearly hit his own foot, which was some achievement. But yeah, he's...
Are we at juice, by the way?
No, we're at 15:30.
So I wasn't even close.
No.
I was looking on the wrong side of the page there. That's why. So 15:30. First serve.
Just out.
Yeah, just out. So 15:30 on the Mags serve. Return on the backhand from Reed Thomas again.
Mags's execution on ball 3 has been pretty horrendous in the match. He's actually served pretty decent. He's served very decent, to be honest, because he's got a lot of mid-court ball 3s, and he's just not executed them at all.
And now he's two break points against him now in this game. The pressure really mounting on his shoulders as we now wait for him to serve right onto the forehand of Reed Thomas. Reed Thomas goes down the line. It's just about a foot wide, and that was pretty much in line with my commentary position. So at least Mags has saved one of those break points at 30-40.
Jordan will be fuming with himself there. Alex is making so many errors. There's no need for Jordan to go for that shot there. He's beating him from the baseline.
And the serve that time from Mags onto the forehand of Reed Thomas, and that goes into the net. So we are brought back to juice, and I'm sure that brought a huge sigh of relief for Mags, who serves down the middle this time onto the backhand of Reed Thomas, and that too rolls towards the net. So he's won the last 3 points as Mags under intense pressure.
Yeah, Jordan will be fuming with that first one. He missed a lot. He got himself into a neutral rally and then missed the ball needlessly. To be fair, the last 2 points, Alex has hit 2 really big first serves. Jordan couldn't really do anything about those.
Yeah, and I just felt as though that first serve from Mags was a little too long, directed towards Reed Thomas's forehand. Advantage for Mags as there's just a slight interruption from the ladies' final. Play continues, and the serve from Mags is another good one. He's won his 4th point in a row to win that game as the set continues with serve and Mags set, but trails by
Jordan was a little movement, though. He hit a really good deep return, and then he just held from the position that he hit it at. He really needed to make those coverage a little bit better. But left alley, it was a good shot, but he left alley too big a target for Ava. Big point now, this. It's massive, isn't it? Yeah, the way that Jordan's been serving, it's almost match point. Missed it. He's missed it.
Yeah, Reed Thomas just raising a finger saying that's too long from Mags. And Reed Thomas
Pumps his fist.
Well, he's pumped. Yeah, he's pumping his fist, and he's got that 4-3 lead now with a break. Needs 2 more games then to win the title.
It's funny because that was at pretty much the same point as the point from 2 points ago where like I said, and again, Jordan was a little bit hesitant with his movement. His cross-court return didn't move straight away, and Alex, he missed the ball and he missed his backhand down the line. He really didn't need to be so close to the line because Jordan had given him the whole court to aim at.
Well, the body language from Alex Mags was really telling.
Yeah, he was furious with himself there. He half suggested that he thought the ball was in, but then I think he knew it was long. He knew he missed it.
But not only that, must he be now thinking what you just said? I'm not getting anywhere with Reed Thomas's serve.
It's a strange one when you're
How am I going to get back into this?
It's a strange one when you're on the court that you never really know whether he'll not know the stats that we know that he's not been in front on Jordan's serve in the whole match. So he'll think that he'll not realise how far away he has been from breaking, but he'll be aware that he's not had much of a sniff. But again, he's going to come out.
He's going to say he's going to.
To get himself in. It's a lot of the time. Jordan has served well, but Alex has also had little sniffs and he's missed his opportunities when he has those sniffs. Again, first 2 points are huge.
So you just below how covered the position is. Reed Thomas, as he comes up towards the net.
Tight approach there from Jordan as well. He approached just down the middle, not hit that big, and Alex had a chance to pass and didn't really do enough in passing shots. Jordan get a lovely little touch ball at the end, so it's 15 left. He's got second serve to look at though. Is he going to be aggressive on it?
Thomas, and he did well. He went for it. He knew there was an opening for him to go down the line. He attacked the shot, but he just didn't connect it cleanly.
You know, the psychology in Mags's position now is difficult as well because he knows that Jordan's been pretty exemplary on his serve, but he also knows he's coming into towards the end of the match, and is he going to get nervous? So does he just put balls in, or does he keep going for his shots? That's a really smart first serve.
It was tucked up then, wasn't he?
Yeah, went for the body, really.
Mags, and couldn't really do anything without a very smart serve.
And again, just exemplary serving from Reed Thomas.
And he's 40 love up in the 8th game of the second set. Serves onto the backhand of Mags.
It's perfect serving.
Yep. I think that was right on the line, wasn't it,
yeah.
Calvin?
Game,
and he's won
5-3.
It. So 5-3, so... Well, Mags won't be thinking about this yet, but he's only got one more chance to break serve, but obviously he needs to win this game to stay in the match.
Yeah, he's got to focus now, and Jordan's almost got a free run at this. If his mentality might be that there's no way he's breaking me because I've served so comfortably, he might just go at 4 shots here. Mags will start with an ace, though. That's what he wants.
Well, that's certainly encouraging. But he's got to follow that up then.
15 love.
He's got to do enough in this game, not just to win, but just to plant a seed of doubt into Reed Thomas's mind. So there's a let, so still on the first serve for Mags, 15-love. Serving from the far side, down the middle. And the return on the forehand from Reid Thomas is just slightly long. So far, so good for Mags as he tries to stay in this game.
30-love.
At 30-love. And was that out? I think it was just out, wasn't it? It was a close one.
No, he made it. Clipped the line.
Ah.
I thought it was long as well. He may be already focusing on serving for the match.
So there we go. 40-love. As Mags as well. I thought that was good too.
That was good, yeah.
So there we go.
Mags
You know,
has
these
got to be
touch I've got a lot of admiration for these touch judges because he's certainly one thing that I couldn't do. I know that that's not my vocation in life, but I don't know how they do it. But yeah, Mags, to his credit, has probably
it's his best service game of the match.
At any point in this game, that was his best service game.
Yeah.
Just had a tweet from John Isner enjoying the coverage. So thank you, listening at home.
They're
Thanks,
both,
John.
They're both now in a unique position where they're going to have to do something that they haven't done before. In that Jordan's going to have to serve to win a British Tour, and Alex is going to have to get himself a break on Jordan's serve. So,
yeah,
who's going to do something that they've not done before?
Yeah, well, this is it. This is the moment. We'll find out in possibly in the next 5 minutes. Are we going to see the conclusion of this LTA British Tour final? Or are we going to see something of a twist?
Calvin's got his private plane on standby as well, so he needs this to be over quick now.
I've got plenty of time. I didn't think we'd be over this. I didn't think we'd be over this. Well, we're not over yet. We could have a bit of mileage left in it. First point.
Good.
Oh,
just,
ball rolls on from the other court. Jordan will not
yeah.
want that inconvenience.
Murray politely gives the ball back to one of the ladies on the adjacent court. He's ready to serve.
He went huge on that first serve. Really threw himself at it.
Slammed it right into the net.
Second serve then. Can Alex get himself in the lead on Jordan Reid Thomas's serve for the first time in the match?
Well, that's the big question. The second serve is
good. He's going to get a... He's not.
As he comes across court, he's at the net now. He's Reid Thomas and Mags returns hard and low, and Reid Thomas cannot return the ball over the net, and it's love 15.
Well, that was a bizarre point because a ball rolled across the back of the court behind Jordan. He didn't see it.
No.
Alex could have called a let at any stage there, given Jordan another first serve, but he thought he could win it anyway, and he was right. Chance there for that was the tightest point Jordan's played. This is a huge point now.
It's a great serve from Reid Thomas as he goes cross-court with the forehand. It's just in.
And he's apologised because he framed it. He mishit that one and it still went in.
Well, what a time for a piece of fortune like that.
Indeed.
15 all then. 3 more points for the championship for Reid Thomas as he rocks back on his heels and his forehand goes limply into the court.
Now that was interesting there because he went for the same tactic as he's had before when he's a bit tight on his serve. He went wide to the forehand. He got the return he wanted, which is the floaty return, but he chose not to follow it in. Again, a little sign of nerves there.
But his footwork wasn't there at all, was it?
I think he should have come in and took the volley.
Really hard serve down the middle though. As now both players exchange backhands. Going cross-court and deep. Reid Thomas goes cross-court towards the baseline and Mags return on the backhand towards the heart of the court. Just hits the top of the court but rolls back inside his half.
You've really got to question. You've got to question Mags' tactics there. Jordan was clearly tight, and he's made an unforced error. But I've seen him before when he's playing well. He'd have come into the net there and bluffed his way and got an error out of it.
30 all.
He's got
First
another
serve.
second serve as well.
Into the net.
Again, change of tactic there from Jordan. The 30-all point so far in the match has always been serve volley to the forehand side, and he's had success with it. Just wondering why he didn't do it then.
But if the nerves are showing, it's totally understandable.
Double
It's a
fault.
let chord, but it goes long. So we have a break point, and the first break point of the game against Reed Thomas's serve. And what a time for Mags to get that break point.
Yeah, there's a little bit of, you can see his tie, his head's frying, he's short-circuiting a bit there because he's been had such clarity so far. He's serve volley to the forehand every time on 30-all. And now he's got
Again.
another second serve.
The first serve goes into the net. As Reed Thomas goes down the line, approaches the net now. As Mags tries to beat him with a lob, but it's far too long, and we're brought back to Dukes.
Jordan played a pretty good point there, to be honest. From the second serve, he hit a really good second serve, got a short forehand, played an aggressive but pretty high percentage approach shot, and Alex missed the forehand passing shot by an absolute mile. But again, what I'd like to see of Jordan, he's gone for a little bit too much on the first serves in this game so far, not focusing on his timing enough. He's got one there.
And he has, as Mags goes down the line. Goes cross-court that time, and so does Reed Thomas. Both players behind the baseline at the moment. Exchanging blows, but that time Mags slams the forehand low into the net, trying to go cross-court. And now we have match point and championship point for Reed Thomas.
You'd want
on
Reed
his
Thomas,
serve.
You'd want Reed Thomas here to be being aggressive with his first serve, but really focusing on timing it and not going for too much. So far in this game, he's been really tight in his muscles and muscled the ball a bit too much. He's gone for too much on it. Just hit your spots. Maybe come into the next. Mags is going to make sure he makes a return here. A serve volley wouldn't be a bad idea.
And here's the moment. The first serve is good. The slice return from Mags, but that's long
Missed it,
from Reed Thomas going cross-court, and we are back to Deuce for the second time in this game.
What Mags is going to do at this stage from here is he's going to make returns. He's going to make sure he clears the net, and they're going to be pretty safe. Jordan will be pretty smart to serve volley, 'cause he's going to get a chest-high, shoulder-high volley if he does so, but whether he's got the nerves for it to do it is another matter entirely.
And
Second
once again,
serve.
first serve is long.
That first serve nearly went past the baseline.
And this must be the longest game of the match by far, I would think.
Another double fault.
And another double fault. So, once again, break point and the second of the match and in this game for Alex Mags to stay in the match.
Again, is Jordan going to hang back? He's
Yeah,
missed
that
the
was
first
long.
serve, yeah.
That was long.
He's hit two doubles.
Onto the backhand.
He's hit two doubles in this game already. He'll be a bit tight on this second serve.
Again, onto the backhand of Mags, who delivers a deep return. Mags going cross-court. So does Reed Thomas. And Mags going down the line. Calvin says criminal. I'll ask him to clarify on that at the moment, in a moment, but that was so long, wasn't it, going down the line, and that should have been Mags's point.
Yeah, well, he had a half chance at the shot, and it's just a criminal error, just a ridiculous error. He's missed it by, he must have missed that by 5 metres. And you can see Jordan's tight, he's pushing the ball in. All he's got to do there is just bunt the ball down the line, come into the net, and force Jordan to hit a passing shot, and I don't think he could.
And we are back at Dukes. Mags with forehand. As Reed Thomas on the forehand as Mags approaches the net, and then with a half, almost with a half volley, that was such a difficult shot to execute.
Yeah, went for a little bit too much.
He got it over the net, but wide off the mark too.
Match point again. Second match point. Again, I'd be serve volleying here if I was Jordan, because when we see the return, I suspect that Alex he won't want to make a return error, so his first port of call is he's going to make sure the return goes in, which means he's going to go high and central on the return, if it's a first serve. If Jordan follows this in, he's going to have a put-away volley. I don't think he'll do it, but it'd be a smart tactic. He's going to make a first serve, obviously, first.
So, championship point once again for Reid Thomas. Onto the
There we
backhand
go.
of Mags, does really well to keep the ball alive. Reid Thomas goes cross-court. Mags down the line. Reid Thomas slightly short down the heart of the court. The slice down the line from Reid Thomas. Mags goes cross-court on the forehand. The down the line from Reid Thomas. Excellent rally from both players. And
got
it
it.
clips the top of the net from Mags. He has lost the match, and it's the first title in his career for Jordan Reid Thomas, the 26-year-old from Headingley in Leeds. He is the winner of the LTA British Tour here at Ilkley in 2021.
Yeah, he was the deserving winner, wasn't he? He's probably been the best player all week. He's definitely the best player in the final. He got a little bit nervy at the end of the match there when he was serving for it, but really strong mentality to still end up serving out of it. Mags will be frustrated. He set up the points in the final as he would want to and how he's been doing all week, and just didn't execute the finishing parts of his game. But yeah, really good standard final, good level. Fantastic serving from Jordan Reid Thomas. That's the thing what stood out for me. Just exemplary service games.
Well, we've just witnessed the final of the LTA British Tour between Jordan Reid Thomas and Alex Mags in a game that lasted about 1 hour and 15 minutes. Jordan Reid Thomas has won his first title in straight sets, 6-4, 6-4, and I'm so pleased to say that he is now joining us on Live Sports FM. And Bill, just sum up in a few words what you thought of the final as a spectacle.
Well, it was quite a hard-hitting match. Alexander Mags got a very powerful serve. Jordan got a good percentage of his first serves in and just squeezed through in the end. A bit nervous towards the finish line, but that's understandable because it's never easy getting over the final hurdle. But I'm now joined by Jordan. Jordan, sum up your level of play in that final, do you think?
I am really happy with how I played. It was a good match.
Yeah, and were you particularly happy with the way you served?
Yeah, I served probably my best match of the tournament. Lot of first serves.
And you get a bit tight towards the end?
Yeah, that last game was all of a sudden threw in a few double faults. Wasn't thinking too clearly, and yeah, definitely felt the nerves.
Because it's Ilkley and you're a Headingley lad, does that mean a little bit more to you in terms of you've almost won your local British Tour event?
Exactly, yeah. It's great to play. It's always great to play in my home county, but then to win the tournament as well is really, really good.
And it's been a bit of a mixed week's weather, really, with you played a bit on grass and played a bit indoors. Is that easy to adapt?
It's not easy, but it's the same for everyone. So it's just something you try and, like you say, adapt as best you can. But then if it's not working, you just, offer yourself a bit of kindness and understand that it's not easy.
And what's your schedule in the next few weeks?
Heading down to London to play NDL doubles finals on. The event starts on Wednesday.
Who's that? Who are you playing for?
Playing for Roundhay Tennis Club.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a well-known tennis club in Leeds. So congratulations, Jordan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Well played.
We've got so many posers in the game at the moment, it's frightening. I mean, we brought the European game over here where they're falling on. I mean, we didn't invent that. We got rid of it.
The highlights of my career, I have been beating some of the best fighters pound for pound in the world. Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, marvelous Marvin Hagler. So I've had a wonderful career.
The Premiership, as big as they are, and it's a fantastic league and the best supported league and watched league all over the world, a lot of those players come through a system. Grassroots football, that's where it's got to come from.
Floyd Mayweather's probably thinking, should I fight this kid or not? He must be scared of something. That's why he doesn't really want the fight. He's not really keen on the fight between me and him. So let's see what happens.
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as 53 million. Wow.
This is Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
now at Live Sports FM and follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
This is Cricket Live on Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
And welcome back to the home of cricket. Lord's Cricket Ground for the Voneus Village Cup final between Alton and Calmore Sports. I'm Jonathan Pinfield, alongside me Luke Edwards, Bill Marshall, John Beddoe. I'm in the delightful company of Keith Higgins. A bit of potentially good news as we look out from our comment position, Keith.
It's certainly a lot brighter, Jonathan, than it was an hour or so ago, and certainly a hell of a lot brighter when the players went off for the rain. But not sure it's completely stopped, so I don't want to sort of build up our hopes too much. You know, there's certainly, because we got a lovely view of the, is that the Super Sopper, is that what they call it?
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, it's got the pipes out there, and certainly an hour ago there was plenty of water coming out of the pipes, but now there is nothing. So, and the ground staff, who very kindly had a little chat to us just now, said that if it stops raining, a maximum of an hour might be all that's needed to get the game going, but at the moment we're speculating about how that game will go ahead. And but first of all, yes, we've got to get the covers off, and sadly they are still very entrenched on the ground at the moment.
Absolutely. When the rain started, the heavens looked quite dark, and we were sort of struggling to see any sunshine, but I would describe the weather now as the sun is breaking through. It certainly looks bright when we look out onto the pitch, and it's just sort of, the rain is in the air, it's just drizzling. I can't see many umbrellas up. There are a few MCC members at the pavilion end there in sort of half shelter and half open air, so they're sort of just walking out and about. Temperature wise it is lovely, nice and warm. So yeah, we've just got to wait for the rain to stop completely and the ground staff turn to do their work. And once they've done that, hopefully we can get the game underway. But if we were to speculate, I think the wise money would be that play is unlikely before 4 o'clock. But we'd be hopeful if things stay like this and the rain finally stops, that we'll be looking for some action hopefully at some point after 4 o'clock, which is quite frustrating because we've had a wonderful final so far, and as Alvanley were just closing out their innings after 36 overs, they were looking to post quite let's just say challenging score. I think once you get to the 150 mark and you've got runs on the board, it's always going to be hard to chase down. So they put a decent score on the board, all things considered, Keith.
It's been a really interesting cricket match so far, Jonathan, which I guess adds to the frustration. But let's put that to one side for a minute. Yes, Albany's innings was a mixture of some big hitting, some very, very accurate bowling. I mean, I can't praise enough Steve Wright's opening spell for Calmore. I mean, his figures I shall never forget: 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 5 runs. You know, and that was superb. Unfortunately, 1 or 2 of his fellow bowlers were just a little wayward earlier on, and in the Voneus Village Cup, the umpires are under strict instructions to be very strict with wides, so quite a few wides conceded by Calmore. But nobody really got going. I mean, their top scorer was Simon G, I think, with 28, Lee Ainsworth getting 26. Every batsman other than Chris Wright have got in and got into double figures, but sadly couldn't back on, which I think is actually a testament to Calmore's batting and fielding. You know, one superb catch by Ben Johns today that wouldn't look out of place in T20 final. So, you know, it's been a seesaw game, backwards and forwards. But I think if I had to summarise it, and I think you were pretty close to, I would agree with you. I think that if I was in the pavilion now, I would be more pleased if I was Alvanley, because we got the runs on the board, we're scoring at 4 and over, and that's going to be a pretty tough thing for Calmore to chase. But we wait to see what the outcome will be in terms of finishing the game.
Absolutely. Well, it's the 50th National Village Cup final today here at the home of Cricket Lords. It's quite a prestigious final, and we'll just take time just to say a few small thank yous. It's not an exhaustive list, but firstly we would like to thank the cricketer for inviting us down. We've covered the Village Cup throughout the season, so we're delighted that the cricketer magazine have invited us down. I'd like to give big thanks to both clubs who've been very supportive and helpful leading up to today's final, both Alvanley and Calmore Sports. We've spoken to both clubs and they've been very helpful and encouraging both about our coverage throughout the season and giving us lots of stats. We'd like to thank our friends and colleagues at the NCC who are facilitating us and for all their help, and we'd like to give a special thanks to the Middlesex County Cricket Club media team because they've really facilitated our radio broadcast and helped us out. We're double hatting it today, of course, because we're broadcasting live on Live Sports FM, and the NCC media team are very kindly supporting the cricketer with the live video stream on the YouTube channel. And I have to say that Stephen Fletcher, who's the head of media marketing and communications, and all his colleagues have been absolutely wonderful. They've helped us out. Any time we don't know where a lead or a wire goes, they've sorted it out for us. And they've made us feel really welcome, and it's a real privilege to be working alongside them. And obviously like to thank my fellow commentators, Bill Marshall, Luke Edwards, Keith Higgins, John Beddoe. Special thanks to James Gardner, who's joined us from Alvanley, as well as hopefully joining us on commentary a bit later. He's also been giving us some really good insight. So we've been made to feel very welcome, haven't we, Keith?
We certainly have, and big thanks. Echo everything you said there, Jonathan. Really great support from everybody today. I'm going to add the stewards as well, because
absolutely,
we had the stewards
for letting us in.
They let us in, which could have been a bit of a disaster if they didn't. I'm actually going to give you an update, not cricket-wise, but the two umpires have come out with one of the ground staff. Now, I don't know what that means particularly. I think I recognise a member of the ground staff. He was the gentleman we bumped into about half an hour ago, JP, who was, let's say, not very optimistic about when the game would restart, but they're walking around the outer edge of the covers at the moment. So I'd imagine they're having a bit of a discussion about sort of when the game might be able to restart, if at all. And as I said, we're sort of looking at the rules and wondering what would be the outcome of how they're going to finish the game. And let me say one of the outcomes, Jonathan, will be a bowling competition where they have one over each. I think the bowlers will look at, I think they have one ball each, 6 bowlers each, and they just bowl at some unprotected stumps. But from what I hear about some of these competitions, you might think, well, that's dead simple, but they've got to bowl over arm, and I believe that the success rate's not that huge. So it'll be interesting to see how they manage that. I'm certain they want to get the game finished today. I'm absolutely certain of that.
Let's hope it doesn't come to a ball off that. I think that's a scenario that we need to bear in mind, but hopefully that doesn't come into fruition. We should say thanks for listening to Live Sports FM, whether you've joined us on the radio stream or you're watching through the Cricketer Magazine's YouTube channel. Really appreciate your company. We've had some wonderful messages as well from people all around the world. So whether you're listening to Live Sports FM or you're watching the live video stream on the Cricketer YouTube channel, thanks for your company today. If you'd like to get in touch, tweet us at Live Sports FM. Just let us know whereabouts you're listening, which side you're cheering on, and we will do our best to give you a mention. So,
sorry, Jonathan, can I just say something? I've just worked out a very, very fascinating stat from the start of today. How about this? Yeah. Michael Rollins for Alvanley. Okay, before the game, there's a little bit of confusion about whether he was the top run scorer already or not, but we decided that he was still 16 runs short of being the top run scorer in the competition. Well, he scored 18 today, which means that the total number of runs he's got in the cup is 300.
Nice,
what a nice round figure.
Absolutely.
Now you wait for this one. Top scorer was Simon G. Before today, in the competition, he scored 172 runs. He scored 28 today. He's therefore got 200 runs. And what are the chances of that happening? I haven't done the rest of the team yet, but if there's any more, I will let you know. I just thought that's a hell of a stat.
Well, Alvanley 150 for 7 after 36 overs. They like to deal in round numbers, so I think 150 rounds things up nicely. What we'll do is we'll rejoin you in around half an hour for an update here from Laws. If there are any updates before then, we'll keep you posted. But Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Ground is planning to regain its first-class status. And coming up now, we're going to hear from some of Yorkshire and England's greats, who visited the ground to see the plans. Welcome to Live Sports FM. I'm Jonathan Pinfield. It's the 23rd of May 2017 and we're here for the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club. There are plans in place to return to first class status and have improved facilities for everyone in Bradford to enjoy. Joining us here for the launch are specially invited guests, including Tom Harrison, the CEO of the ECB, the chair of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, Mark Arthur, legendary cricket umpire Dickie Bird, Yorkshire and England players David Willey, Adil Rashid, Johnny Bairstow and England skipper Joe Root, and Bradford Park Avenue's head groundsman Zairat Nasser Hussain. So as we've said, there's plenty of invited guests, so let's go along and chat to some of them now. Lord Patel is a proud Bradfordian and someone who's an ambassador on behalf of the ECB. This must be like a dream come true for you.
Absolutely a dream come true. I mean, if you look here today, this is what it's all about. You know, children from all backgrounds enjoying a fantastic day together. They'll remember this hopefully for the rest of their lives, and it'll encourage them to play cricket and be involved in cricket and make new friends. It's fantastic.
Just before we talk about today's laws, just give us a few memories that you've got from your time of coming down and watching cricket here at Bradford Park Avenue in the past. I guess you've seen some great players here in your time.
I used to live 5 minutes walk up the road, so all my childhood was walking past the ground most of the time and then sneaking in for the last hour when it was free. And you saw the great players and you always wanted to play here. And I remember playing a school final here when I was 12, and that was like the first time I'd been on the actual ground. Ironically, after I retired and my young son started to play, we played here for 3 years with Whipsey Park Chapel. So this was our home ground and it was fantastic. But it's great to see it come back, some of that former glory coming back today.
And I know that you're one of Bradford's biggest ambassadors and you're one of the lead people who actually champion Bradford Park Avenue as a ground that could really take advantage of our growing young population.
Absolutely, and for all those people listening out there, when this ground is finished, we're going to have the Yorkshire Diamonds playing here, we might have the odd county match here, we'll have Sky here. This will be a fantastic community and professional facility. Now, if you've got a bit of spare cash and you'd like to put your name on it, you're welcome. It'd be great for Bradford and it'd be great for the city.
Well, we're here for the launch for the practice facilities, but as you've said, we're going to have first class status. I know that you're also keen to encourage league clubs to be taking part in Bradford Park Avenue as well, so it really is an exciting time. There's a lot of hard work to be done, but could really bear fruit over the next few years.
Well, if today's anything to go by, without a shadow of a doubt, we'll be there. 2 years ago, nobody thought we'd be able to deliver what's been delivered. Credit to Mark Arthur and Yorkshire County Cricket Club for what they've done. It's been fantastic.
Mark, as Chief Executive of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, you've been one of the driving forces behind ensuring the rebirth of Bradford Park Avenue. How proud are you that we're standing on the turf here today with brand new facilities and a roadmap to first class status for the ground?
Well, we're absolutely delighted. The vision was always to regenerate a first class cricket ground for the benefit of the community. There's a vast shortage of cricket playing spaces for the community in Bradford. And when we came along here and saw the opportunity, just said, we've got to make something special happen here. And we're sort of 50% of the journey through. I don't think anybody who has arrived here for the first time today can quite believe what has been created. But, following on from the vision, we needed absolute commitment from a lot of people and a lot of organisations. Bradford MDC have been outstanding, as have the England and Wales Cricket Board and Sport England in their support of our vision. And hopefully, we'll have built a new pavilion which is capable to host international cricket, international disabled cricket, but for the rest of the time it will be there for the community to use. And then, Bradford will be truly back on the cricketing map in this country.
And finally, Mark, how important is it for Bradford to be producing cricketers at every level who can not only enjoy the game but hopefully push up into the ranks and eventually play, fingers crossed, cricket for Yorkshire and maybe even fulfil the dream to play for England?
Well, it's absolutely vital, and today we've obviously got Joe Root route. Johnny Bairstow, Adil Rashid, from Bradford, who broke the mould many years ago, Moeen Ali and David Willey down here. And you can just see the interest in them from all the local cricketers. So hopefully there'll be one or two youngsters here that say, you know what, one day I hope that's me.
Well, as a Bradfordian, I want to give you my personal thanks for the tremendous effort of yourself and your colleagues, and onwards and upwards.
Thank you very much.
So, Dickie Bird, we're here for the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue. Tell us about some of your favourite memories. First of all, as a player.
Well, as a player, I had my probably one of my moments of glory here at Bradford Park Avenue against Glamorgan. I got 181 not out, and we won by an innings. We won the match easily. I got 181 not out, and I was dropped next match. They dropped me. I thought, oh dear. But I was so proud to be part of a Yorkshire squad, a great Yorkshire squad in those days, as it was. Because they had 6 internationals, Glamorgan, who I got my runs against, they had 6 international bowlers, test bowlers in their side. So, but we won by an innings. In fact, Freddie Truman bowled them out twice here. So that's some memories. And I also enjoyed umpiring here as a umpire. I used to love Park Avenue because it was something special in my life. And I would say some wonderful, wonderful moments.
Everyone always talks about the great atmosphere at Park Avenue because it's a very intimate ground. The crowd's right on top of the pitch. So, as a player and an umpire, you must have been able to hear the atmosphere in the crowd as well.
Well, yeah, you did, because the pavilion was down at that end, and the embankment went right back, right up at the two corners, went right back, and the crowd, because the pitch was in a dip, more or less a dip, and we used to call it the bull ring in our days. I don't know what they called it, but it was Bradford Park Avenue, and this was a bull ring, and it was a football ground there. I mean, one of the best footballers what ever lived played for Bradford Park Avenue. That was Len Shackleton.
Absolutely. So it's got a great sporting heritage, and the reason that we're here now, Dickie, is because we've got new practice facilities. Bradford Park Avenue is going to regain its first-class status. As someone who loves the game, how important is it for the future generations to have great practice facilities, but also the potential of a first-class ground as well?
Well, it's a must for Bradford because it's a big city in Yorkshire, and this is a must. And the facilities now, looking at this ground, they're magnificent, and the square is marvellous, the square, and it will be good for the community, it will be good for all the youngsters, it will bring a lot of interest into cricket. Well, look at all the youngsters around all today, these youngsters what's playing here today, and this will be marvellous. I mean, Yorkshire first team could play here, could come back and play, Yorkshire second certainly, and Yorkshire women and England women's test side could play here. They could all play here, because when it's finished it will be a magnificent ground.
Well, Dickie, it's always a pleasure to chat to you. There's queues of people waiting to chat to you, and we've got the formal presentation soon, but it's been great to see you, and we're looking forward to seeing you throughout the season.
OK, thank you very much.
Well, Yorkshire's Director of Cricket, Martin Moxon. First, before we talk about today's launch, some of your favourite memories of Bradford Park Avenue as a player?
Yeah, I always remember it as being a ground with great atmosphere, because obviously the crowd are very much close to the action, and I think the surface used to be perfect. Really, it was very flat. So I think the atmosphere of the ground was the overriding memory. The old dressing rooms, that used to be so high and looking down on the arena, I think gave a great effect.
And what was it like to play on?
Yeah, really good. As I say, the outfield and the pitch was really flat, and just no excuses really for a poor performance, because everything was really good and in great condition.
Now, I remember as a young lad being at Bradford Park Avenue, where one of my heroes at the time, Jeff Boycott, I think had got a ton, was run out in the most unusual circumstances, and you were involved in that. I don't know if you're going to be reminded of it.
It's good of you to remind me. I don't remember everything that happened in my career, but I do remember that moment. So yeah, I was acting as his runner at the time, and Kevin Sharp drove Rupert Hanley, the Northants bowler, back down the pitch, and he got a hand on it, and I unfortunately was out on my ground, so I ran Jeffrey out. So Yeah, it was a bit of an awkward walk back to the pavilion.
I can't imagine when you got back in the pavilion, put his arm around you and said, don't worry about it.
I guess the only saving grace was he was over 100 at the time, so better than him being obviously not, but yeah, it was a bit embarrassing.
Now, we're here today for the launch of the new practice facilities at Bradford Park Avenue and the announcement that the ground is also going to be working towards first class status. How important is it for Yorkshire cricket in general that we've got such a great facility coming back to life?
Yeah, I mean, it's important for the area. I think that's the first and foremost, that the area now has got a fantastic facility to promote the game of cricket. And you know, it's the first time I've been here since all the work's been done, and you know, to be honest, it's absolutely outstanding. The net facility and the changing rooms and the quality of the outfield already, you know, is really excellent. So you know, I mean, all credit to everyone that's been involved in achieving this. I mean, it's been a fantastic amount of work being done, and you know, credit to everybody, because it really is. You know, a fantastic achievement. It's only going to get bigger, isn't it? You know, with more work to come, you know, over the next couple of years, it's going to be something really special.
And finally, Martin, in your role as Director of Cricket, how important is it for the young lads to be coming up through the ranks and eventually into the first team throughout the county? And fingers crossed, hopefully plenty more from Bradford.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you know, as you know, our philosophy is to try and produce our own cricketers as much as possible, and we're a massive county, and you know, the more young people that we have playing cricket, both for the men's and women's game, the better, really. And you know, this facility here is going to really, you know, show cricket in a great light, and give, you know, the people of this community a great opportunity to start playing the game. And hopefully, as you say, one day they'll be Yorkshire cricketers.
So, Dave, you just want to start by telling us a bit about your memories of playing cricket when you were growing up?
Yeah, I think for me, you know, it all started in the park next to my house, playing, you know, against a tree with my dad. So, certainly, you know, when I very first started, there weren't facilities like this, and they sort of came in as I grew up. So, you know, having somewhere like this is just fantastic for people that want to play cricket.
Now, of course, your dad represented England with pride. Was your hope and expectation that you could always follow in his footsteps?
I think my hope and my dream was, my expectation was never quite that high. So, yeah, you know, growing up, I'd have always wanted to sort of play, firstly, first-class cricket for Northampton, and obviously it had been a dream to have played for England as well. So to have done both of them, you know, I'm, you know, it's very proud and honoured to have played both first-class cricket and international cricket.
Now, you're part of a rejuvenation of England cricket at the moment, and you're one of our most dynamic cricketers with both bat and ball. We're here for amazing facilities at Bradford Park Avenue. How important to you as a cricketer at practice facilities? Because it's not just what happens out in the middle, is it?
No, absolutely. You know, it all starts here. Even for us now, you know, we spend day in, day out practicing our game, and you know, having facilities like this available to all sort of ages and sexes is crucial. So it's great that the money's been put back into the local community for them to be able to play in such facilities.
The ECB have just launched the All-Stars Cricket Initiative aimed at encouraging younger players to get into the game. Bradford Park Avenue is one of a handful of grounds throughout the country that's been earmarked for first-class status, along with practice facilities as well. So how important is that we're encouraging the next generation of cricketers to follow in your footsteps?
Yeah, massive, you know. And I think with the technology these days, it's sometimes easier for kids to sit inside and not be outside playing sports. So I think the All-Stars cricket is exciting. I've seen how they've done it in Australia with Milo cricket. And you know, it's brilliant. I think it will you know, rejuvenate cricket here in England, and hopefully, you know, it does, and you can see some, you know, results of that in the next few years, playing, you know, not only for domestically but also internationally.
You're never out of the game with bat or ball. Finally, what keeps your enthusiasm for the game?
Winning games of cricket, there's no better feeling than winning games of cricket, whether it would be 2020 or 4-day cricket. You know, there's no better feeling than winning, and you know, it's always nice when you contribute to that, but you know, winning games of cricket is just the best feeling ever.
Hello, firstly, your memories of growing up and playing cricket in Bradford?
Good memories, good fun memories, you know, obviously Bradford, home, brought up there, been around Manningham Mills, Bradford and Bingley, but when I was growing up it was good fun, but I never expected to be where I am today from what it was then, but that's life, you know, that's hard work and dedication, and it pays off.
Now, in my time playing cricket, or sort of turning out, I only ever really remember one decent leg spinner before you in the Bradford League, George Batty. So what inspired you to become a leg spinner?
Well, I think it was my dad. My dad at a young age, 9, 10, 11, just threw me the ball and just taught me how to bowl leg spin. From there, it just came natural to me, and I was working hard, and from there things just kicked off, playing for a club cricket, then you go into county trials and England, and from there everything's kicked off. But all the credit, obviously goes to my dad.
Now, we're here for the launch of Bradford Park Avenue's new practice facilities. As a Bradfordian, how proud of you of today?
Definitely very, very proud, to see this facility, to see what it was like 15, 20 years ago, where there wasn't much here, but then for ECB and the Bradford Council to come along and, put the money in here, invest in here with the facilities, nets, and you've got the pavilion, you've got the scorecard, you've got the ground now, hopefully looking all good, in good condition. Hopefully now the kids can come here and really express themselves, enjoy themselves, and get the good coaching facilities they want to then hopefully go further in their field.
Now, in a couple of years' time, as I said, the ground's marked for first-class status. There's a possibility you could be playing here. So you've got a couple of years to work on 2 or 3 new mystery balls. Yeah,
a couple of years for that, but obviously it'd be nice as well. Be playing in Bradford close to home would be perfect as well. Obviously born and bred in Bradford. Very proud of where I'm from as well. So yeah, that'll be good times. Looking forward to that as well. So hopefully it can actually come back into first-class status as well. It'll be lovely.
And finally, Adil, there's a great turnout today. Lots of people practicing, lots of people to see you and your colleagues from Yorkshire and England. How important is it that Bradford continues to produce Yorkshire and England cricketers of the future like yourself and Johnny Bairstow and so many people who've gone before you?
Yeah, definitely, because we all know that Bradford, there's a lot of talent in Bradford. That's not actually being seen by a lot of people, but now hopefully this facility is here now. Hopefully the coaches can see that. People can see the talent that Bradford has to hold, and hopefully they can go further. So it's important for that. Obviously, it's good to get Bradford's name out of there and back on the map.
Well, you've only got about 6,000 more autographs and photos to do this afternoon, Adil. So enjoy the rest of your day.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Johnny Bairstow, firstly, some of your memories of playing cricket as a young lad.
Yeah, obviously it's born in Bradford. It's great to see it back up and running. I mean, being from here and being part and parcel of coming and seeing the facilities and everything that's happened. It's great to be around it.
Your dad has some great games here in his time as a batter, wicket-keeper, all round the and skipper. You must be itching to get back, hopefully in a few years' time when Park Avenue has first-class status.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're very fortunate to have 2 very good venues at our disposal. Obviously, Scarborough's somewhere that we like to pride ourselves on our results, and has been somewhere that has been very successful for us. So we look forward to coming to Bradford Park Avenue again. Obviously, with everything that's going on here, it's an exciting time for Yorkshire, and it's great to see so many people down here.
Yourself and Adil are the latest Bradfordians to have representing Yorkshire and England with pride. How important is it for us to have a return to some great facilities that hopefully will pave the way for the future generations?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, hopefully with these facilities you'll get the next Joe Root, the next Adil Rashid coming through, and that's exactly what we want to happen. We're very fortunate to have a huge amount of cricket to be played in the county, and to have these facilities at our disposal is something that we've got to take full advantage of.
Well, Johnny, thanks for your time. You've got about 5,000 autographs and selfies to take, but great to see you again, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers, thank you.
So, Joe, firstly, just some of your memories of playing cricket in your formative years.
Yeah, a lot of my memories were coming down to facilities not quite as good as this, but at Aberdale Park, and sort of learn my trade in the net areas there with my brother, with my family, and with the guys down at the club, and it just sort of all stemmed from that, really.
And you're here for the official launch of the practice facilities. How important is it for the county game and the English game to have facilities like this?
No, it's really important. The whole aim, I suppose, for us as cricketers is to try and keep developing good young players, and the best way of doing that is to provide facilities where they're able to do that, and this is a fantastic starting point. To see that in Bradford and to see a lot of attention paid to this area is brilliant, and it's going to be great for Yorkshire cricket.
And for people living in and around Bradford, what would you do to encourage them to come down to Park Avenue, perhaps pad up, glove up, hit a few in the nets and start playing?
I'd say come and try it out, and you've got a great opportunity to use some fantastic facilities, and it'd be silly to waste that chance. As much as possible, encourage as many young kids to come and have a really good chance to play in some first-class facilities.
And finally, how important is it for, again, Yorkshire and England to have young players coming up through the ranks to make sure the game's as strong as possible?
Yeah, it's massive, and I think it's a real big incentive for the England Cricket Board at the minute is to try and get as many youngsters playing the game. And as I said, you need good facilities for guys to have opportunities, and this is a great opportunity for Bradford and for the people around the area.
Well, you always play with a smile on your face, you inspire thousands to take up the game, so let's hope that cricket at Bradford Park Avenue is just another step on the way.
Yeah, let's hope so. Thank you, mate. Thanks.
Tom, could you start by telling us why we're here today?
Well, we are here today to celebrate the opening of a brand new pavilion at Bradford Park Avenue, but it's a great deal more than that. It's the coming together of a community project which is reinvigorating a historic ground for both Yorkshire cricket and cricket in the entire country, and making sure that we put Bradford Park Avenue's ground right at the heart of Yorkshire cricket for the future.
Now we're here for the official launch of the practice facilities. Yep. We've got first class status earmarked. Yep. Why is it important that Bradford has a facility like this?
Look, I think Bradford plays such an important part in Yorkshire's cricket history and its changing cricket future. I think, as we've heard today from some of the community leaders locally, this part of the country is such an important place for cricket to be the thing that really knits the community together, that really demonstrates how cohesive cricket can be to unite communities from all different sides and come to celebrate what we have here as a first-class cricket facility that hopefully in the future we get to recapture some of those memories that this ground has given cricket fans all over the country for so many years. I think over 330 odd first-class games have been played here, so the history is so rich, and I think we see a very bright future, a fantastic multicultural future that really gives us something to inspire cricket's future in this part of the world.
Now, it's a great opportunity for Bradford and Yorkshire, but of course this is part of a national ECB initiative where you've earmarked a number of key destinations in the country where we can really develop young talent. Just give us an overview of that initiative and where Bradford fits in that jigsaw.
Well, it's not just about talent identification, it's about actually being a relevant sport going forward. So what we're trying to do is make sure that we have got as many opportunities to give young children and adults as well the opportunity to play cricket in parts of the country where some of those facilities are no longer available. So this is about reinvigorating cricket in parts of the country where we know there's a real passion there, and sometimes in some cases the facilities don't match that passion. This is one of those spaces, and actually if you look at our the demographics of cricket in this country, Bradford is a living, breathing, thriving example of how successful we can become again as a sport which dominates this part of the country.
Now, I know that there's been some research recently commissioned and launched which has got sort of concerning figures about the lack of awareness of cricket, particularly amongst young people. And off the back of that, you've launched the All Stars initiative. Tell us a bit about that. Yeah, well, the All Stars Cricket launched actually as a programme. It's rolled out in about 750 clubs. There's about 2,000 more coming online. Was it one? Yeah, there's over 2,000 clubs in total coming on. And the aim is to get 50,000 children between 5 and 8 picking up a bat and ball over an 8-week programme in the summer, and this is delivered through local cricket clubs. But really what we're doing is saying that in order to have that lifelong connection with cricket, is you've got to start early. You've got to capture that imagination now, earlier than ever before, because of all the distractions and things that kids are exposed to from a very young age now. So in order for us to be part of their conversation and for part of the things that they're passionate about, cricket needs to make that connection really early. All Stars Cricket is about doing that at 5 years old all the way up to 8. At today's launch, we've seen over 200 school children perception and the awareness of cricket so low amongst children at a very young age compared to some of our other national sports?
Well, I tell you, it's a problem that all team sports are facing. I don't think it's something that is unique to cricket, but what is clear is that in order to be relevant, than they used to. People are exposed to a lot more different things. I think Sport England's got 178 sports that it's asked to support. So there's enormous competition out there. We're aware of that, and we're fundamentally trying to change that where cricket sits in what kids and young people are passionate about. And we're well on that road to make sure that cricket maintains its status and grows its status as the number one summer sport and the number one challenger sport to football.
And finally, we're celebrating a great day here at Bradford Park Avenue. What are your hopes for Bradford and some initiatives like this over the coming years?
Well, I look forward to this project being completed and for us seeing some cricket being played at a very high level. But most of all, actually, what excites me is the way that community have responded to this facility. So I look forward to girls and boys of all ages and all backgrounds, faiths and cultures coming down and enjoying cricket in this fantastic facility.
Well, we're stood on the hallowed turf at Bradford Park Avenue in front of an immaculately prepared wicket, and whoever's head groundsman here has not done too bad a job.
Yeah, thanks, yeah. I'm quite happy with where we are at the moment. It's been good.
Now, when you took over as head groundsman of Bradford Park Avenue, I think it's fair to say that it was a bit of an unfavoured ground. It was something that needed a bit of TLC, that had a proud heritage and tradition, but it had seen better days, and you've worked.
Nets that are down on the old football pitch. The bigger picture is the new banqueting suite, restaurant, changing facilities. We're going to go up in the top corner up there, and then it's to terrace out, to seat it all out, and the old Canterbury Avenue stand will be roofed, and the end of it all will be the floodlights. So giving it that first class status, and hopefully Mark has just said to me that I'm looking at least one game per year played here. Yorkshire coming here for one game, and that is huge. And like today, if you look around, you've got that's everybody in cricket on Park Avenue's turf, going back all that history, all them players that played here, and you've got Joe Root, who's the England captain, and the England players coming to do it. When was the last time we could say that, as proud Bradfordians, that this is what we've done, or this is what we've achieved?
That's Bradford Park Avenue's head groundsman, Zaira Nasser Hussain. Well, that's all we've got time for here at the relaunch of Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club. Just want to thank Nas and all our guests who've joined us over the last half hour. On behalf of myself, Jonathan Pinfield, and everyone at Live Sports FM, I'd just like to thank all our guests this afternoon, and there's no doubt that Bradford Park Avenue Cricket Club has got a massive part to play in the future of Bradford and Yorkshire cricket.
We've got so many posers in the game at the moment, it's frightening. I mean, we brought the European game over here where they're falling on. I mean, we didn't invent that, we got rid of it.
The highlights of my career, I have been beating some of the best fighters pound for pound in the world. Roberto Duran, Tommy Hearns, marvelous Marvin Hagler. So I've had a wonderful career.
The Premiership, as big as they are, and it's a fantastic league and the best supported league and watched league all over the world, a lot of those players come through a system. Grassroots football, that's where it's got to come from.
Floyd Mayweather's probably thinking, should I fight this kid or not? He must be scared of something. That's why he doesn't really want the fight. He's not really keen on the fight between me and him. So let's see what happens.
I'd like to have as many on Twitter as her. 53 million. Wow.
This is Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
Tweet us now at Live Sports FM and follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
This is Cricket Live on Live Sports FM, the home of live sports.
Yeah, welcome back to Lords, the home of cricket here on Live Sports FM. It's the Voneus Village Cup final between Alvanley and Calmore Sports. I'm Jonathan Pinfield. Alongside me is Luke Edwards. And Luke, the pitch and the scene that we're looking on to looks a bit more encouraging than it did half an hour ago.
Yeah, all the covers are being pulled off now as we speak, and the groundsmen are out there just sweeping the pitch, ready to go. We're hearing conflicting stories on what is going to happen, but they're hoping to be on before 4 o'clock start. In the next sort of 20 minutes or so, getting ready to start play. Both players are out there, and the good news is, Jonathan, I mean, if there's any more rain coming, the ground staff won't be on trying to pull everything off. They've just spent a good 20 minutes pulling everything off, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we say, it's a hive of activity. The rain has just about stopped. We've got a handful of players from each club. We've got James Gardner, who's just bobbed out to the front just to see if he can overhear the discussions taking place between the umpires and the players. And I think James has just been able to, I'm just wondering from James when he's been able to overhear the discussions that have taken place from the umpires. And let's say our first good afternoon to James Gardner. James, it's been quite an eventful day so far. You've just been leaning over the balcony. What insights have you been able to glean?
It certainly has, Jonathan, and I think there are a few more twists and turns to come. It looks as if the umpires and the ground staff between them, and possibly the MCC authorities, have set a 4 o'clock start, and I'm hearing 112 of 20 overs will become the new rain-adjusted target. I think it's what we call the duck pond, Lewis.
Well, yeah.
Method in village circles. So the pitch is being remarked, it's been swept, and players are all sort of scuttling off to the changing rooms, their respective changing rooms, to get out of their training kit, and presumably we'll see them in their whites at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, obviously you're looking at the match slightly through Alvanley eyes and cheering the lads on, but just moving back a step from that, 112 off 20 overs, what does your gut instinct tell you in terms of which side that favours?
Well, one small correction there. I'm not looking at it slightly through all the eyes. I'm entirely biased. I must have to declare this bias loud and live on Live Sports Radio. Thank you for having us. I think it's one of those where runs on the board speak loudest, and it sounds to me quite a generous calculation, 112, or rather generous to the defending team, 112 of 20 overs, given that we went at 4 and over. So there's some allowance made for the fact that Calmore, probably according to their calculations, will know exactly what target they're chasing, and may well have taken the rain into account in their original decision when they won the toss, to put us into bat.
Well, James, thanks for your company. We're hopefully, you will be joining us for the first few overs of Calmore's innings. We will do a rain-adjusted commentary rota as well. What we're going to do is we're going to join you just before 4 o'clock when Calmore's innings is set to get underway. But what we will do in the meantime is we will relive the closing stages of the semi-final between Neyland and Alvanley, and join James alongside Bill Marshall.
It's never over till it's over, but Alvanley certainly feeling on the verge of something special now, as Angels comes in again. Shot to the vacant short mid-on area, and that's all over the batsman. The field batsman went for a second run.
Albany are going to Lords.
on not a misfield, but a
piece of
throw at the
stuff work
stump.
there,
So
keeps his head.
Stump were able to effect that run out there as the batsman went for a cheeky second, but it wasn't on.
The ACC are going to Lords.
So just preparing for Jimmy Eccleston just to sit alongside me. Jimmy, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Stupid question, but how do you feel?
Absolutely speechless. Still can't believe it, to be honest with you. To win it with these bunch of lads, it's special. Like, played with 7 of them, if not more, since the age of 7, 8 years old, and to get to Lords, be unbelievable. So yeah, just absolutely thrilled.
Great family feel about the club?
Oh yeah, everyone's a family here. As you tell, we've had a coach fall down today. All the girlfriends and wives have came down. More watching at home, listening to the radio. Just unbelievable. I don't really know what to say, to be honest with you. Just made up.
Game was played in great spirit?
Yeah, very good, yeah. Every round we've had, to be fair, they've all been great lads. So, yeah, it's just amazing. Just can't wait now for, 4 weekends time. No injuries now, hopefully, and then we can all play at Lords. So, yeah, absolutely made up.
When does your league season finish?
The weekend before, so the 11th.
Right, yep.
So we've got
it gives you a
nice
bit of
weekend.
preparation time and thinking time.
Yeah, it does, yeah. It does.
Will your, just one last question, will your sister, Sophie, be proffering any advice, do you think?
Yeah, she will be, yeah. She's texted all the lads this morning saying good luck, and she's been listening at home. So yeah, she'll be made up, so yeah, can't wait.
Great stuff, Jimmy. Many thanks for your time and congratulations.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
So that was Jimmy Eccleston, a very steady spell of bowling there, hoping Alvin to get to the final. Now got Simon G, who did as much as anybody really before tea to help Alvin through to the final at Lords. Talk us through your day, Simon. How's it been?
I don't really know how to describe it, to be honest. I think we've all wanted this for so long. You know, we've had numerous runs at cups. We've had semi-finals. We've had quarter-finals. We've not got through the local stages and things like that. And so I think to come all this way and to have all the support, as you can see here, of everyone has just been fantastic. And yeah, I'm glad to have been able to play my part.
What do you think's made the difference this year, Simon, compared to others?
I think this year we've fielded very, very well. You know, even the people that we played against, they've all said how well we fielded. We've had brilliant support, which means that, you know, every week we've turned up and we've done some really, really good work out there. And I think at the fact as well that everybody wants it. For the first time, you know, we've had really good availability. Everybody's really been in for it, and it's made a massive difference to us this year for sure.
You lost a couple of early wickets. You needed that consolidation.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had a few games like that this year, and myself and Mike have done that job sort of quite a lot. And it's just one of those things that sometimes it happens. You know, we got off to a really good start against Flixton, and that allowed us to come in and play some different cricket. You know, this time it was just you came in and we did the job, and then it allowed the lads at the end, you know, Jimmy and Chris and people like that, to come in and give it a bit of a whack and get us to a really good competitive target.
What were you feeling at the tea interval?
We felt good. You know, we were happy with the score we got. The last sort of bit of a flurry at the end really did help us. But yeah, we were really happy with the score that we had, and we fancied our chances of coming out there and defending it.
You've got a very good, I mean, you mentioned the fielding, but you've got to give a mention to the bowlers as well. You've got a very tidy attack, a variety of attack, and you didn't seem to have any weak links.
No, not at all today. You know, James has bowled absolutely superb. You just heard him, and you know, these past few Sundays, he's just been absolutely superb, you know, next level. And then obviously having someone like Chris at the top is brilliant, and we've got a very, very good spin attack as well.
That's great, Simon. Many thanks for your time and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Mike Rollins just joining us.
I'm not going to finish.
Sitting, just taking this position next to me. Congratulations, Mike. As the celebrations going on in the background. You lost a couple of early wickets. How worried were you?
Yeah, not the best start to the game. 1 for 2. I was thinking, geez, not today. Please, not today. Yeah, a bit frustrating to lose those early wickets, but fair play to Si and myself digging in there. As I said to lads before we went out to bat, it's important that we just set a foundation and we give ourselves a chance to kick on. So yeah, after losing those 2 quick wickets, it was important that we just hung around, first 10, didn't matter what the score was, get to 20, try and be around about 60, 70 runs, and then give ourselves, ideally, wickets in hand for the second half to kick on.
How important do you think those last 4 overs were, where you got 40+ runs?
Yeah, it's something I've been saying to the lads every game, is that last 10 overs, we should probably back ourselves to go 8, 9 and over, and if it all comes off on the day, there's no reason why we can't score 100 in the last 10. I must admit, there was a few nerves, including myself, during that last 10 over period. Kind of felt like we just needed to kick on a bit, but a few of the lads just saying, look, no, just keep ticking, we're doing all right, we don't need to explode too early, and fair play, the lads out in the middle just timed it right.
And a lot of confidence in your bowling attack?
Yeah, again, that was a quick outfield today, so to set the right tone, the first 10 is really important. And again, I just can't fault Chris Charles or Jimmy Eccleston. They've been absolutely brilliant, and you just don't get a bad ball from them. And I'd imagine as an opposition opening batsman, you know, there's nothing worse when you're not getting any easy runs just to get going. But yeah, we've had a formula throughout the whole cup, and it's just worked.
And you've got some tidy spinners as well?
Yeah, we've got variation. I mean, not to pick myself up, but yeah, we've got a bit of leg spin as well if needed. But I'm kind of hoping not to use myself. But
nothing wrong in being a leg spinner.
But if we had 240 on, I might have come on. But no, I keep it tight as possible and as long as possible. So yeah, we've got literally every base covered with our bowling attack. Yeah. It's going to take some batter on the day to play a blinder of an innings, I think, to get on top of our attack.
Great stuff, Michael. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Listen to Live Sports FM here. We're just wrapping up the this Voneus Village Cup semi-final between Nelson and Alvan. Just talking to the victorious Alvanley players. And next one up is age shall not weary him, Andy Benny, and congratulations, a victory for the over 50s, I understand.
Yet another dig at the age. Come on. You know, that's prejudiced.
Yeah, you can't do that at ages. I hold my hands up. No, how's your day gone?
Yeah, you know, Nayland are a very impressive outfit. The setup here is outstanding. It's a big club. You know, we've come and beat a big club here, and you know, all I've been today is impressed with this place. The hospitality, the welcome, the facilities are all superb. And so we're a tiny village in Cheshire, and we've come here and put one over on them. So yeah.
Your population's gone down from 2001 to 2011. What's happening?
Alvanley?
Yeah.
I think it's something like 500.
Yeah, it's 485 to 472.
There you go. So that's not a bad effort, is it?
No, did you have any doubts at all during the day? Any worrying moments?
I think 1 for 2,
yeah.
Maybe, because they were bowling really well. We didn't know much about the pitch. But, you know, we bat deep, and we've got lads there at the end that can give it a good biffing, myself being one of them today. But, yeah, we always have faith in the depth of our order. So, no, I think once we got the 5th wicket, yeah, home and dry.
So, yeah, you mean both sides fielded well. You must be happy with the way that your side fielded.
Yeah, we have very high standards, but I would say today fielding was probably the one discipline we did poorly. But we'll work on that for Lords.
What does a trip to Lords mean to you at your career, at this stage of your career?
Here we go. Obviously, you kind of almost rule it out from the age of 30 odd onwards. So it's a real surprise. The village wasn't really something we thought we'd go this far in ever. So suddenly to be there, it's nothing other than a surprise. I'm hoping that I can take my works van and say, where do I park, mate? Because I've got a scruffy old van.
Well, if you think you're old in your 50s, wait till you're 64. Congratulations, Andy. Well done.
Okay, thanks very much.
And that was Andy Bennion, keeping it up for the over 50s there and looking not a bit out of place. So the notable achievements keep on coming, and just joining us now on Live Sports FM is Steve Charles, who achieved one of the things that a cricketer always dreams of. That's a hat trick. Talk us through it. Talk us through your 3 balls.
I can't really. I don't really know what I did, to be honest with you. Just tried to hit the stumps and let everything else happen. So brilliant. No words. Just can't. I don't know. And no words. I don't know.
Was that the complete team performance, do you think?
Fantastic. You know, we lost a couple of early wickets, but we just believe. You know, you have to in this competition. So Simon G batted fantastically again. The skipper batted brilliantly, and then we just back ourselves with the ball in the field. So, you know, superb performance for everybody.
It's a strange competition in many ways, because most of the time
you just seem to enjoy it more because you know nothing about them. You just have to play what you see, so you don't go in with any like preconceived ideas of what's going to happen, and you just play the game as you see it and just react to whatever happens. So,
and as I said, not only are you a good batting and bowling side, but you're also a very, very good fielding side.
Yeah, we put a lot of work into it. You know, we had a guy come over for overseas a few years ago, and he really ramped us up. So ever since then, we've just tried really hard, and yeah, so it's been brilliant. What a win!
What does the trip to Lords mean to you?
It's not sunk in yet. Dream. You know, we said at the start of the competition, dare to dream, and you know we're there. So let's see. Let's try and go all the way.
Well done, Steve. Congratulations on your hat trick and your team's performance, and well done.
Cheers. Thank you.
Well, that's Steve Charles, who took the notable achievement of a hat trick in the Voneus Village Cup semi-final. I've just been joined by Martin Jones, the club chairman of Neyland. The result didn't go your way, Martin, but how's the day been in general?
Yeah, it's very proud of the team's performance, not just the day, but throughout the competition. They've been outstanding, and I couldn't have asked for any more of them throughout the season. They come across a very good Albany side today, who, in all honesty, deserved their victory, and it would be remiss of me not to wish them all the very best in Lords in the final, and that's not just for me but the team as well. I think the score probably reflects the day. To be honest, they probably got perhaps 20 or 30 in the end, more than we would have liked, and then a cluster of wickets to start put us right on the back foot.
Yeah, debut in the competition, got to semi-finals. A club with a great community feel, great community spirit. You've still got an awful lot to be proud of.
Yeah, indeed, and I think you've summed it up there. The community, the togetherness, the family club, the support here on the day from everyone was superb. You know, the weather was good. Let's not take the result away from the day. It was a superb day for Neyland. First time we've entered in the Village Cup competition to reach a semi-final. 350 clubs entered, got down to the last 4. Really put Neyland on the map as far as Pembrokeshire cricket, Welsh cricket are concerned, and I couldn't ask any more of the boys. Well beaten on the day.
Thank you very much for inviting us down here and for all your wonderful hospitality. It's certainly something we won't forget in a hurry. Martin, all the best for the future and your project down here at Neyland, and thanks very much for your time.
Yeah, Bill and Jonathan as well, it's been a pleasure having you down, and we've enjoyed your company.
Thank you.
And thank you for those comments.
All right, no worries, you deserve it. Thank you. That's Martin Jones, club chairman of Neyland there, just putting a view from the losing camp, and plenty of good things happening here at Neyland as they develop the club with its rugby, its cricket and its bowls. So plenty to be proud of down here in Pembrokeshire, West Wales. So thank you very much, Martin, and for everything you've done for us over these 4 days, or 4 days it will be tomorrow. So just been joined by Jonathan. What are your views of the time we spent down here?
Well, first of all, it's been a wonderful weekend. We're getting some waves already. I mean, you know, we came down on Friday. We've visited quite a large part of Pembrokeshire. As we said, we had a lovely trip to Tenby. The icing on the cake for us really has been to be invited to Neyland to cover a wonderful semi-final, as you just said a few minutes ago, Bill.
a match played in wonderful spirits, great camaraderie between the two sets of players and all the clubs. We went for some breakfast this morning, and when we finished it, we were just walking up the hill towards the cricket ground, and we saw a whole swathe of Alvanley fans who just come here. They were straight off a 4-hour trip. They were beaming with smiles. They were just having a little walk towards the marina, and you could almost sort of sense the nerves, really. It was sort of nervous excitement and tingling anticipation, and they sort of almost got to the worst start, as Andy said a few minutes ago when he was chatting to you. So for them to post a total of 188, defend it, I heard you asking a couple of lads what it means to them. You know, I think any cricketer who plays the game at any level, one of their dreams is to reach Lords. Alvanley have done that. They certainly deserve it. But if you want to look at Neyland and you want to think about what a club can mean to a community, a local area, how it can be the heartbeat of the area, we've spent the last couple of nights in the clubhouse just chatting to people and drinking a few pints of water, amongst other things. You know, and everyone says it's a cricket club at heart, but it means so much to everyone. And you know, we watched the 11 lads out on the pitch today, and it was about them and their performance on the pitch, but it was about a lot more than that. It was about all the wives, the girlfriends, the families, the brothers, the sisters, the mums, the dads, all the family members. They've all been here today. They've all played the part in some way, and yeah, I think it's been brilliant. And we look at what the Village Cup does in terms of giving clubs the opportunity to reach Lords, but it also gives us as a radio station the opportunity to showcase what cricket clubs are doing for their local area. And I think, you know, I've got lots of memories that will live with me for lots of years to come.
Welcome back here to Lords for this Voneus Village Cup final. Play is around 5 minutes. It's around 5 minutes away from play restarting, and Jonathan and Bill are out on the boundary. Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Luke. As you say, we've just come outside. Delighted to say that players are coming out on the pavilion just in front of us. You can hear the crowd alongside us cheering them on. It's not raining. We've got a great atmosphere out here on a hill. It should be an exciting one, Chair. It's also exciting. It's the second half of the swing, which is like praise. We'd like to get the game on, get a proper finish.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Bill. We are ready to get underway. So it is Calmore looking down to chase a total in just 20 overs of 110, and joining you to take you through the first 10 overs, it is James Gardner from Alvanley and Keith Higgins. And James, really looking forward to this chase.
We are. There's a sort of renewed sense of excitement on the ground here from both sets of supporters. We've had a checkered day to put up with weather-wise, but I think both groups of supporters, and there must be 400 or 500, I would estimate, from each of the two clubs, feel that they're in with a chance here. This is we're back into a good old-fashioned two-horse race. Would you say, Keith?
Absolutely, James. Good afternoon to you, and great to have some cricket back. It was a bit close to the wire. We did hear that if we weren't starting by 4 o'clock, it would be a bowl out. But no, the fielders are back on. And just to remind people, the revised target, and it's obviously been locally negotiated. We thought it would be on run rate, but it's 112 runs that Calmore need to win of 20 overs. 112 of 20 overs. And that's just been confirmed. 112 to win. So that's just been confirmed by the scoreboard. So the opening pair for Calmore, that's Will Brewster and Ben Johns are out in the middle. And opening the bowling, it will be Chris Charles for Alvanley. It looks like he'll be opening the bowling from the pavilion end. But just absolutely great to have some cricket back here. As I said, it was very nerve-wracking, wasn't it, James? And what's your feeling if we did have to go to a bowl out? Would you, would that leave, as an Albany person, would you feel that just left a little bit of letdown for you?
I think so, although it would have its own drama in its own right. and a whole set of tactical questions, particularly for both captains, as to what you do if you win the toss and in what order you field your bowlers. I gather all 11 of them would have to hit the stumps. At the moment it's Chris Charles lining up his first delivery coming in from the pavilion end.
So the game will get underway, and as I said, it will be Chris Charles opening the bowling from the pavilion end. About a 15-yard run-up, bowls the first ball of the over, right outside the off stump, and Will Brewster, opening batsman, top run scorer for Cowmore, just lets it go outside the off stump. Yes, the weather has brightened up quite considerably. It's much brighter. It wasn't that dark earlier, but it was quite heavy and at times quite persistent rain. But let's hope that we can get the 20 overs in. That's the key thing now. Charles coming in for the second ball. Perfect line, perfect length. Brewster steers it on the onside, but straight to the mid-wicket, and there's no run.
That first delivery from Chris Charles, I think, just illustrates your point about the difficulty of the bowler. Big fast bowler used to trying to hit a fourth stump line, suddenly having to adjust your whole approach. But we're not going to have to do that. We've got a game on.
Charles again, bringing the ball nicely into Brewster. Defends it well, plays it calmly into the offside, but again, no run. Fielded by Reed in the covers, but difficult on the radio, but Jones was just using his hand to show how nicely the ball was coming into Brewster. Nice bit of in-swing by Charles.
And also the first bit of real pace that we've seen all afternoon, because most of the Cowmore attack was
spin, wasn't it?
Off, yes.
Very much indeed. Fourth ball of the over, and Brewster right forward. Clearly 20 overs, still got plenty of wickets in hand, but obviously they have a game plan, and just at least at the moment still less than run a ball, so maybe it's what the back of their mind. But Cowmore, who did actually win the toss and put Albany into bat, which surprised one or two of us, but maybe it was with this eventuality in mind, what we're seeing now, that they will be able to pace the chase that they're doing now. Now that one's down the leg side, I think, quite clearly a wide. One of the rules actually of the Voneus Village Cup is that umpires are instructed to be quite tight with wides, and for that one I don't think there was much argument. It pitched about middle stump, but because Charles is taken, it's an in-swing, he didn't get the line quite right, and ball's gone through to wicket-keeper Simon G. So first run on the board for Cowmore, 1-0 after 4 balls. Charles again. There he has, he's gone. It was a ball outside the off stump. Brewster just sort of dangled his bat there, didn't really go for it, and he obviously got the edge, taken by wicketkeeper G. And what a breakthrough for Albany in the first over, 1 for 1.
Yes, Chris Charles hung it outside the off stump there, possibly rolled his fingers over it in what looks like a bit of a wide cutter, but the batsman fell for the bait, and Simon G, making no mistake, is 6 for 5, which is tall for keeper, but the ball landed very sweetly in his gloves.
It was a bit of a nothing shot, wasn't it? You know, it was wide. I was saying that, other than the run out, I felt Cowmore really worked hard for all the Albany wickets, but that one was a cheap one because it was wide outside the off stump, and he just sort of, whether it's the fact that, he thought I'd better get something going, but it was just a little dab. It really was, it was going to be, well, in fact, I think it was a high-risk shot, and I'm afraid he paid the penalty for it.
He'll be bitterly disappointed, I've no doubt. I see he's described here in the programme notes as saving his best for the Village Cup, but I would imagine that was below par for him. New batsman, we've got Johnson.
It's Sean Johnson coming in, so we were sort of told that don't expect to be the same order as perhaps was in the match programme. And yes, Sean Johnson's just moved up slightly up the order. Sean Johnson, the Zimbabwean who's played second 11 cricket for Sussex.
Some speculation that his father may be Neil Johnson. We can establish that with a little bit of research.
We'll have to do a bit more research, James, on that one. We didn't quite establish it, but Neil Johnson, who made 100 here for Zimbabwe. I think it was in a World Cup game against Australia.
Against
I think
Australia,
it
I think it was part of Duncan Fletcher's side at the time. Very fine batsman.
The Camel, the worst possible start for them. 1 for 1 in the first over. Remember, they're chasing 112 to win off 20 overs. They got one of the 112, but still a long way to go, and already lost. The prolific Will Brewster, who has been their top run scorer. Scored before today, 218 runs in the Cup, and I'm afraid that's still the total he's got. Gone for a duck. Caught by G off Chris Charles. Still 1 ball left of the first over.
Just the one slip.
The Albany crowd getting right behind Chris Charles as he comes to the wicket. Well, that was well down the leg side, and going to be a second run for the Cowmore, for the Hampshire side, because that was well wide. Again, no argument about that. Again, just like the wide earlier, just lost his radar a little bit, Chris Charles. Usually he's been pitching it outside off stump, getting it to come in. But if he pitches on middle stump, that's going to go well wide, and that's what happened.
I think even Chris's grandmother, Eileen Charles, would have called that one as a wide. She's in the crowd today, and a very knowledgeable cricketer herself.
And a brave leave there by Sean Johnson off the last ball, given how much Chris Charles brings the ball in, but it did leave outside the off stump. So, end of the first over. Calmore chasing 112 to win off 20 overs. 2 for 1. So, very encouraging start. I'm sure you're very pleased, James, with the start for Albany.
Chaz will often nick one off in his first over. I can't remember who drew ball number 5 in the Albany keg ball competition, but whoever did will be celebrating a good win. Probably some lucky fellow like George Olsen.
Well, it wasn't me, that's for sure.
No,
it wasn't
didn't
me.
offer you an opportunity to
So we got James Eccleston to open the bowling from the nursery end, and just let you know very quickly that last score I had in the women's one-day international to England and New Zealand. England got 197, New Zealand 85 for 4, and Sophie Eccleston, sister of James, has got one of the wickets. So James will be looking to see if he can emulate that. And of course, we mentioned earlier, James, part of the fun of the Eccleston family is that James is playing at Lord's before Sophie.
Plenty of Ecclestons at Lord's today, not least Paul and Eileen.
Anyway, James off quite a short run-up, bowls to the left-handed Ben Johns, racing his first ball, and right on the money there, James Eccleston, right on a length. Johns just comes forward, pushes it defensively for no run. Yes, quite an economical run-up, isn't he,
Did you
James?
he shortened his run-up in the time I watched him play senior cricket?
He certainly has. It's only about, 10 paces at most. Right arm over the wicket. That's well down the leg side. And well, I hope this is not the tactic of Calmore to get the runs in wides, but so far they're 3 for 1 and all 3 have been wides.
Umpires have set that very tight standard, and I think quite rightly stuck to it.
Absolutely, as long as they're consistent, and I would say they definitely have been today. Eccleston's next ball. This is wider outside the off stump, but that's not a wide, and Johns is not tempted as he go through to wicketkeeper G, who takes it quite calmly. Yes, I'll be interested to be in the Eccleston household sometime the next few weeks and see what the discussions are.
It's a wonderful household.
I'm sure they are.
To Elaine, whose name I got wrong a moment ago.
Nice clip off his legs there by Ben Johns. That's 4 through mid-wicket. Just slightly over-pitched on middle and leg. Beautifully steered by Ben Johns through the leg side for 4 runs. So first boundary of the innings for Calmore.
He's got a sort of shuffle as a trigger movement, as left-handed opener, but he cracked
Well, he shuffled in the right place there, James, didn't he? Really clipped it off his legs nicely. Takes him off the mark. 7 for 1 in the second over for Calmore.
This is the lad who took a wonder catch earlier in the game.
It was a superb catch. Cannot raise it highly enough, as I think another wide's just been given for that ball by... this one was outside the off stump, but umpire Terry Dorr decided that was too wide to play and has given another wide.
Albany going to have to watch the extras because they're almost certain to come down to a last over 4, 5, 6 run finish, and 3 or 4 unnecessary wides. Be a poor way to give it away.
Well, we wondered about the number of wides Cowmore gave away. I must admit, I lost count, so I got to...
a record of that. I was looking for it.
Yeah, I got as far as 10, but I think I lost count after that. But he's coming round the wicket now, Eccleston.
To the left-hander.
Bottom edge there by Johns. Didn't know too much about that, but he's managed to squirt it away for a single. Fielded by his brother Stephen Charles. Chris Charles' brother Stephen. But Ben Johns squeezes a single way on the leg side, takes him on to 5. Cowmore 9 for 1 in the middle of the second over.
I see Jimmy's got a towel tucked into his pants there. I think one or two of the other fielders likewise. It's I would imagine still slightly greasy out there.
Oh, I think it's again perhaps part of Cowmore tactics, knowing that if there was rain and they were going to bat, the fielding side often more of a disadvantage, I feel, because of the wet ball. Simon G standing up as Eccleston comes in, this time over the wicket. Bowls to Johnson, who steers it very comfortably into the offside. Canters through for an easy single. Fielded again by Stephen Charles. So that's Johnson off the mark. 10 for 1, Cowmore chasing. 112 to win off 20 overs. And it is a Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method, because they have put on the scoreboard the Duckworth-Lewis par score, which is 12. So pretty level at the moment. Next ball is hits Johns on the pads, trying to steer it down the leg side. Half-hearted appeal by Jimmy Eccleston, but umpire turns it down. So 2 overs gone. Cowmore 10 for 1. Johns on 5, Johnson on 1.
I heard it referred to earlier as the village version is apparently Duck Pond, Lewis.
Nice one.
Much the same effect.
Very complicated. I mean, I'm sure there's a formula somewhere. I have seen some, I'm sure you have as well, some Duckworth-Lewis-Stern score sheets.
Yes.
And you've got to be careful how you read them, but clearly a lot of work has been done by the 3 gentlemen concerned. I think Mr. Stern sort of come in and modified what Messrs. Duckworth and Lewis did, and that's where we're at. So, back to Chris Charles from the pavilion end. Oh, bowling! Oh, Sean Johnson with a beautiful one that's come back through bat and pad. Taking middle stump. Superb ball. Johnson goes for 1. Cowmore, a little bit of trouble now. Third over, 10 for 2. Wonderful ball that. You could see it, couldn't you, on the screen here, how that came back in. We'll watch it again.
Absolutely.
Wide of the crease.
Dream delivery. Chris will be made up with that. As a big fast bowler, he takes a couple of balls to find his length, but he can be deadly once he's
beautiful ball.
Dropped onto it.
Beautiful ball. And Sean Johnson, he's been a top run scorer for Cowmore. He's about their 2nd top run scorer, and Albany will be looking confident now. The 2 top run scorers for Cowmore have gone for a duck and for 1.
But Albany have been in this sort of position ourselves. I think we were 1 for 2 against Nayland before consolidating and coming out of that game ahead. I don't think Cowmore will be too down at this point. It may still just be adjusting to the slope. Would you say it's played any part in either of the 2 dismissals?
I've heard so much about the infamous Lord Slope. I really have no idea. I don't think it'll make a lot of difference to me personally, but that's I know a lot of people speak so highly. It tends to be more the batsmen, isn't it? The bowlers are on the batsmen who struggle to adjust. But clearly that's the moment. They say that Chris Charles has adapted to it beautifully.
Yes, he'll have no complaints. The Albany slope itself is about the same gradient, the same fall, about 8.5 foot across the wicket itself. Our ground is considerably more sloped in one corner, but Chris will have no difficulty adjusting. He's an intelligent bowler.
Anyway, Matt Taylor has come out to bat at number 4, replacing Sean Johnson. Just been clean bowled by a beauty from Chris Charles for Chas Charles for 1. Matt Taylor was originally due to come in number 3. Didn't make a lot of difference in the end. It was only about an over later he's come in. And interesting, the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern par score has gone up to 20, which would suggest that Albany are on top at the moment. And 2 wickets in the first 13 balls. Means they are very much in the driving seat at the moment. And you might hear their fans getting behind Chris Charles as he comes in from the pavilion end. Right arm over the wicket, and again, one that really jagged back into Taylor. Started out quite wide. I think Taylor's first intention was to leave it alone, and it jagged right back in, and he had to play it from round about his hip. Played it quite nicely downwards, but that really jagged back in, James.
It's a really fast off-cutter, effectively.
Yeah.
And it seemed to surprise him. Caught him slightly higher up on the splice.
Real handful, Charles, at the moment as he comes in. Solid forward defensive shot there by Matt Taylor. That just goes into the covers gently, and there's no run.
Am I right in thinking that Matt's mum, Claire, her pencil will be shaking ever so slightly over the Calmore?
Claire Taylor will be exactly that. She will be hoping, I hope I can put a run in for my son, but of course she will do exactly what's required. Claire being the scorer for Calmore today. Let's see if he can get off the mark off this ball. And he doesn't. Plays a solid forward defensive shot straight back down the pitch, but fielded by Charles off his own bowling. No run.
Sitting next to Claire will be Colin Jones, Albany's scorer, faithful and dependable as ever.
And a great day for both scorers. I'm so glad you've given your scorer as mentioned as well, James, because it's a great day for them as well to say that they have scored at the home of cricket. Absolutely wonderful. And again, similar ball from Charles, just digging back in. And you can hear the Albany crowd getting behind their team. They can sense that they're right on top at the moment.
I dropped into the scorebox before play. There were anything up to 8 scorers of different varieties. 2 of them the old pen and pencil, Claire and Colin, and half a dozen laptop and electronic scorers as well. So it's really quite an operation. I think it's Ian and his team run there from the Lord's scorebox.
Really is. Last ball of the third over. And again that jags back in, but nicely played by Taylor. Gets himself off the mark. Mum will be pleased. Fielded down at deep long leg by Jimmy Eccleston. That keeps it down to a single. So, end of the third over. Calmore 11 for 2. John's on 5, Taylor on 1. Remember, they're chasing a target of 112 off 20 overs.
Chris getting real wobble out of the hand. It seems to be moving around even before it pitches. And he's a handful at the best of times, Chris Charles. I think, much like Steve Wright, he'll aim to bowl out. Although, have we established what the limit is for a single bowler in a 20-over reduced chase?
No, we haven't, James. That's a very good point. I'm going to assume, but one mustn't assume, so let's say it's 4 for the moment. We'll find out soon enough, because obviously if Chris Charles or Jimmy Eccleston bowl beyond, we will let you know. But anyway, it's the second over for Eccleston. Right on the money for Matt Taylor, who can only defend him from the crease. Back to the bowler for no run. Just confirming it, yes, that each bowler is now only allowed a maximum of 4, and just got a little bit darker here at Lord's. That's not a portent of something a little bit wetter.
But these two will both bowl their full
4. Again, just getting to jag back in there, but Taylor played that well. He played that well. Played it out to third man, picks up a single, takes him on to 2. Calmore 12 for 2 in the 4th over. Saw the video that was sent to Alvin Lee, James, from Sophie. It was after odd intervals, because the overs are going through, the balls are coming very, very quickly, but so many good people on there. Stuart Broad and Jimmy Anderson, to name but 2, wishing Alvin Lee all the best, and they'll be pleased with this start as Sophie's brother bowls the next ball and whipped through the leg side by Ben Johns. Again, though, just a single.
Yeah, it's a terrific effort by Sophie there to muster all that support. And I gather she wasn't in the runs herself today. But
in the wickets. She's got a wicket.
She's got a wicket, yes.
Yeah. But 4 runs today, but that's going to be a tight game. We'll try and keep an eye on that for you. But obviously our focus is on this innings of Calmore. As Eccleston comes in again, bowls to Taylor, who puts it in the leg side and dashes off very quickly. Well judged single there by Taylor. Very well judged. I think the scoreboard frozen. I think there's been at least a couple more runs since we last looked. certainly Taylor, that's at least his second run. I think he's on 3, and it's 13 for 2. Brings Ben Johns on straight.
Definitely slightly darker and a bit more breeze.
Just keep an eye on that. The next ball, nicely driven by Ben Johns, but equally straight to the fielder.
Andy Benyon. Out at cover.
Not fielding at first slip. Things must be desperate.
No, we've dispensed with slips altogether by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, I think understandable. So he's out of his comfort zone, but nice bit of fielding by him. Sexton comes in, bowls. Solid forward defensive shot there by Ben Johns. Sexton fields. End of the 4th over. Cowmore chasing 112 off 20 overs, 14 for 2.
Sports FM.
Welcome back to Lord's, second innings of the Voneus Cup final. Cowmore 14 for 2, chasing the revised target of 112 off 20 overs. Ben Johns on 6, Matt Taylor on 3. And it's Chris Charles to bowl from the pavilion and already got the wonderful figures of 2 overs, 2 for 3. Proved very, very dangerous, and bowled dangerous man Sean Johnson the previous day with a lovely off-cutter. Comes in for the reverse ball. Big appeal as the ball jagged back in. Now, did he get an inside edge onto that? No, he didn't. No, leg by. Close one, James. Probably just outside off stump.
It could have been, or even going down deck. He's getting so much movement at the moment. It's tricky to spot it from side on here. But
yeah, I think you're absolutely right. It's worth a shout, though.
The batsmen are struggling to.
But I should point out that there's no review system here for this game. So, well, looking at the screen, it did look like one of those two things. Either it was hit him outside off stump, or it was going down the leg side. He was playing a shot. Anyway, leg by takes it on to 15 for 2.
Chris just adjusting his field slightly. Benyon back in at first slip again.
Yep, obviously a bit more attacking now. As over the wicket comes Charles. And that one he was looking to play on the leg side, and somehow managed to squirt it all the way through to the covers. Fielded there by Wright.
Very nearly a leading edge there. See the batsman sort of examining the leading edge of his bat. He's a compact technician, Charles.
You can actually see, because the camera went to leg and the ball went to the offside, but he got a single for it, Johns. Takes him on to 7. 16 for 2, Cowmore. Charles in again, right arm over the wicket. Ooh, nearly how he got the wicket of Brewster. Exactly the same sort of wider ball that actually didn't do very much, and a rather involuntary prod there by Taylor.
It's one of those sort of one-day wide Yorkers, I think they're referred to. You almost hit the popping crease, and very nearly did the trick all over again.
Mention how you can get in touch with us here at Live Sports FM after this ball from Charles, and that, well, again, I thought that was going horribly wide, and it's really curved back in. He's bowling some wonderful off-cutters, is Chris Charles, and certainly got Matt Taylor a bit of bother there, but he managed to keep the ball out of the stumps and for no run.
Chris Wright threatening the stumps with his throw.
Just to let people know that you can get in touch with us, tweet us at Live Sports FM, let us know who you're listening to, who you're listening with, and which side are you cheering on, and we'll see if we can give you a mention. As Charles comes in the next ball, a bit shorter and cut away a little bit awkwardly by Matt Taylor, but managed to get it away down to third man. Fielded down there by Fletcher, and it's another single to Taylor, takes him on to 4. Cowmore on to 17 for 2.
Chris's dad Richard, listening in Helsby, just tweeted in. He's listening and watching with his great friend Carl Hicks, and there'll still be smarting, I think, from Chris Wright's first ball run out. He's set to try and make amends in the field here.
Good ball there by Charles, last ball of the over, fizzes past the outside edge of Ben John's bat. End of the 7th over. Calmore 17 for 2, Taylor on 4, Ben Johns on 7. James, I believe you're going to leave us. Thank you ever so much for all your comments. Give you the chance to make one last comment before we hand you over to John Beddoe. Any thoughts on how the run chase is going?
Well, I think Albany will be happy with the 2 early quick wickets, but it's the sort of run chase which could be changed, I would imagine, with 2 attacking overs from the chasing batting side. So they'll have to keep a very tight lid on it. But at the moment, you can hear the Albany supporters. They're in good voice.
They certainly are. Thanks so much indeed, James.
Thank you, Keith.
The 6th over
JP.
started by Jimmy Eccleston. That's down the leg side. I think that's going to be given a wide. 5th wide of the innings so far. Certainly a major contributor to Calmore's total of 18 for 2. I'm joined in the commentary stint by John Beddoe. John, good afternoon to you.
Hello again, Keith. It's set up nicely here.
Lovely to have you back, and we'll bring you in just a moment to see what you make of System's the next ball, which rather awkwardly played by Matt Taylor, just prods it down in front of him. Very difficult time for the batsman out there at the moment, John.
Yeah, there is. I mean, both of these 2 bowlers have got a bit more pace about them than the Calmore openers, and they just seem to be getting a bit more seam movement. Maybe a bit of moisture's just got underneath as well, but there's certainly some movement off the pitch.
That one is turned into the leg side by Taylor. Bit of hesitation between him and Johns, but they both come to the same conclusion, and certainly don't want to lose another wicket. So they decide to go for safety first and not take the run, as it was turned on the leg side to Fletcher from the end for no run.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely say Albany are in the ascendancy here. I mean, it's 94 of 88 deliveries now, so they've started strongly and in pole position.
This time they are going for the quick single as Taylor prods it into the offside, and they get there quite comfortably. So Taylor goes on to 5, 19 for 2. Yes, we've established that the 112 is obviously a Duckworth-Lewis-Stern calculation. So we do therefore have the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern pass score, which is 32, which is always a good yardstick, they reckon. So at the moment, Calmore well behind the pass score.
Yeah, especially those 2 early wickets. Two excellent deliveries from Chris Charles, and the second absolute peach.
Excellent again. This one is tucked off his legs by Johns, but only for a single. Fielded by, well, we haven't mentioned today because he didn't come out to bat, Ben Timilty, who may come on to bowl his spin later on, but single to Johns takes him on to 8, 20 for 2 in the middle of the 6th over.
He's got some mutual friends of mine from when I used to play at Winchmore Hill down in London. He's caught up with Rob Sobers, who's an old friend of mine and was at University of Tumblety.
The whole process is repeated with the next ball from Eccleston. This time Taylor dabs it down quite nicely into the player we just mentioned, who fields it down at 3rd man for another single.
I think what's impressed me so far, though, with the start from Albany is that both of the bowlers are bowled into the field. So they've got the men out protecting the short boundaries, they've got the fine leg and 3rd man, and you can work that to singles. So there hasn't really been many boundaries yet.
We've only seen the one so far. Will this be another one? No, it's going to be well stopped by Ben Tummel. He's fielding superbly, isn't he, down there?
No, definitely a great save there. Diving away to his left, sliding away.
Absolutely textbook save there by Ben Tummel. I hope I pronounced his name right.
Tumblety.
Thank you very much indeed, John. So that's the end of the 6th over. Chasing 112 to win off 20 overs. Calmore are 23 for 2. Ben Johns on 10. Matt Taylor on 6. And as you said, John, absolutely right. Very, very good tight bowling. I think it might be a bowling change, actually. Is that, we got a bowling change coming up? Yes, I think Lee Ainsworth's coming on. So obviously saving Chris Charles for another over later on. Because we've worked out it definitely is 4 overs for each bowler. So obviously keeping Chris Charles back with 1 over.
No, I think that's sensible, especially if it does go down to the wire and you do need someone to come back and maybe just bowl at 16th, 17th, 18th over just to either look for a wicket or to to draw out the runs if it does get close. It's 89 required off 84. The pass score is 36, so the 13 behind target at the moment, which, as you say, gives an indication that Albany have started. I'd say they're stronger with the 2 teams in the second half.
Absolutely spot on there, John. Let's see how Lee comes on. Lee Ainsworth, right arm over the wicket. Bit short and leapt up quite a bit, but played nicely by Matt Taylor off his chest. for a single down to Jimmy Eccleston down on the long left boundary. Takes Taylor on to 7, 24 for 2, 25 for 2.
Yeah,
Extra run suddenly appeared somewhere.
he was just able to ride the bounce, wasn't he? It sort of did get a bit big on him, maybe a bit bigger than he was expecting, but big gap, and I think that's the important thing for Calmore at the moment. They need to try and make sure that they're picking up a single ball. They need to, try and obviously they need to score 87 off 84, but you don't want that run rate to get anywhere over 9. So try and tick along a runner ball, and loose balls and boundaries will eventually come.
And it must have been a no ball as to the extra run that happened there. Now that's got to be a wide by Ainsworth. Lost his radar quite a bit there, and Simon G had to go a long way across to get the ball. Got a lovely message just while we wait for the next ball from Alison, Carol and Shirley, who are at Hellsby cheering on the Alvanley team. Come on boys, you can do this. Thanks very much, Alison, Carol and Shirley. Well, I can assure you the boys are doing their best at the moment. Lee Ainsworth comes in. That was not a bad ball, that one. Actually went a long way wide. I think in the end Ben Johns missed it by some way, but certainly went chasing for that one.
Yeah, it seemed to. It's a straight ball. I mean, that ball was probably about 6-9 inches outside off stump when it's pitched, but it's swung away after it's gone with a seam as well. So I think with the keeper standing back and it going right arm over the wicket to left hand, it always looks more exaggerated, but it wasn't a wide.
Ben Johns has gone for a big off drive, which I think has cleared the field. But the outfield is slow and it won't go for 4. Picked up inside the boundary. Check the fielder in a moment. Good, he went for the aerial route. It was quite safe on the offside. Went right over the fielder at mid-off, who had to run back a long way. But clearly the outfield, from the saturation from the rain that's fallen quite heavily from lunchtime onwards. I think John's just got a couple for that shot. Takes him on to 12. And the next ball slightly wide outside the off stump. He goes for the... Yeah. How should we describe the agricultural heave to cow corner?
Yeah, the shot before is obviously a ball pitched up and he's hit through the line. I think where that part of the ground is as well, it's a sort of the bottom corner, so any rain which is going to be surface will have sort of run down towards that. So you'd imagine that's the wettest and boggiest part of the ground, but the outfield still looks quick, doesn't it?
Certainly does, as Ben Johns on 12. This one he plays out to extra cover points, and good piece of fielding there by Chris Wright. Very quick with the throw, but good running by Johns and Taylor. Johns gets a single, takes him off to 13, off 16 balls, so he's been looking to score quite quickly. Calmore on to 29 for 2.
Yeah, it's a good over this for Calmore. Six runs so far for the first 4 balls. Very quick over the ground there, wasn't he? The Alvanley fielder sort of running around, but it's to his left, so there's always a single there.
Ainsworth in. Bowles chopped down to probably down to third man there by Taylor. Good piece of fielding again. They're very sharp in the field, Alvanley. I will say that Calmore as well, but very sharp in the field there. Just keeps it down to a single. It was Fletcher out there at third man who slid across, got the throw in quickly. Always a single, but if they were thinking of 2, definitely no chance. But
yeah, he's got a really good starting position. I mean, you look at now, he's a good sort of 10 yards. The 2 straight boundaries here today are the 2 longer boundaries, aren't they? And he's about 10 yards off, so he's able to save that second run. And it's going to come down. And it's going to come down to the things like that, which is going to be the difference in terms of which team gets over the line today.
So that's the end of the 7th over. Calmore chasing 112 to win off 20 overs. End of the 7th over, 30 for 2. Ben Johns on 13, Matt Taylor on 8, and just beginning to repair those 2 early wickets, John. And you were noticing the DLS per pass score. It's 41. Earlier, I think you said the difference was 13. So just bringing it down a little bit, but I'll say Albany's still got their heads in front at the moment.
But I think again, if you look at that over, there weren't really many. Maybe the 1 dot balls. I don't have a scorebook in front of me. The required rate's 6.3. They've taken 7, so if they carry on at that, they'll win the game.
Another change of bowling. They're also keeping the overs back for the opening bowlers, because Stephen Charles is coming on to replace Jimmy Eccleston, whose 3 overs cost 17 runs. He's going to be coming on from the media end, or the nursery end, I really should call it, shouldn't I?
I think it's still nursery, although we're privileged enough to go up into the media centre before and help ourselves to an infamous Lord's buffet.
We certainly did.
It was spectacular.
Being very
sights.
professional about it, but we certainly did have a nice lunch. And we had time to eat it as well because of the weather, which I have to say hasn't got any worse over the last few overs. It did get a little darker for a bit, but fingers crossed we should get the 20 overs in. So, as I said, change of bowler. Stephen Charles comes in and right arm off spin. I think looking at the way he loops the ball up, and Matt Taylor drives him straight back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, it's a good start. And again, the field here for Albany, they've got 2 men in short mid wicket and short extra cover, just cutting off those singles. They're really important positions there for Albany. Narrow down the angle and stop the batsman just dropping it into the leg side or offside and stealing the single.
Yes, if you can stop the batsman getting cheap runs, so much the better. And that one beats everybody, beats Simon G. I mean, I don't know if he got a little edge on it. It's gone the way through to the boundary for 4. We'll see if the umpire's signal is 4 off the bat. Second 4 of the innings for Cowmore. Takes Matt Taylor on to 12. But I don't think he knew much about that. I don't think that's quite what he expected. And would you call that a chance, technically, John?
I suppose, well, technically it's a chance if he's edged it and the keeper's missed it. It's a strange. I mean, you wouldn't have thought there's enough pace on the ball to get to the boundary with 2 men chasing it.
Indeed. He's got a nice loop on him. And he's just broken his bat playing the next shot as Matt Taylor. Is that part of his bat that came flying off?
Yeah, no, he's certainly lost a big part of his inside edge, and
he's definitely going to need a new bat after that. I haven't seen that for years.
Well, it's these Australian bats, you know. What he wants to do, he needs to get himself down to Redbourne and go and see Gary Sanford at Choice Willow, and he'll sort him out a new blade.
I'm sure there's other people who can provide bats for you, just making that clear, but I'm sure they're very good. But yes, the bottom edge of the bat, I mean, the ball hardly got back to the bowler. It's one of those where the bat went further than the ball, I think. And Matt Taylor is walking back to the pavilion, but I can assure you he's not out. He's going to obviously get another bat. I hope he's got another one. He's got 4 to choose from. 12th man, Sam Moss. Let's give Sam Moss a shout. Has taken the old bat and the chunk of wood, and he's coming out with another bat. Now, will this be advantageous or not? Batsmen usually have a favourite tool, don't they? I mean, snooker players always talk about their favourite cue. I'm sure batsmen are similar.
Yeah, no 2 bats are, I suppose, ever the same. I mean, you see the professionals nowadays, and they've got 7, 8, 9 bats which they choose from. They've all got maybe a slightly different middle based on the, if it's a slow pitch or a fast pitch to obviously take into account and consider the.
Well, not in my day, John. I just had the one bat and like it or lump it.
It lasted you 15 years.
Didn't matter what sort of pitch it was the same bat I took out. Didn't do me much good, I hasten to add.
I mean, you'd expect that maybe from a quicker bowler, but I don't think I've ever seen that off a a spin bowler or slow bowler.
Good point. Yes, Stephen Charles is not a fast bowler. Make that very clear. Anyway, he's back on now. Bowls the ball. That one doesn't really get up and chopped into the offside, but straight to a cover point. Excellent fielding by Chris Wright. Chris, I think, trying to make up for getting run out first ball.
Yeah, no,
his fielding is really sharp at the moment.
I've obviously watched Albany a lot over the years, and Chris is very, very quick over the field.
But the next ball, Taylor does get through the offside for a single, means he will keep the strike, fielded by Chaz Charles. So we have reached the end of this, the end of the 8th over, or the end of the 7th over. So 8 overs gone, casing 112 to win off 20 overs. Calmore are 35 for 2. Ben Johns on 13. Matt Taylor also on 13.
Yeah, so five runs coming from that. So 12 from the last 2. Run rate just creeps back up to 6.4 with them not quite reaching the required runs for that over. So again, a good over there for Albany. The 4 was a very interesting boundary there, because I mean, there's not a great deal of pace on the ball when it leaves Steve Charles's arm. And to get an inside edge like that, and for it to then, to go a good 65 yards back and beat the fielders to the boundary was shows how quick the outfield is.
So it's Lee Ainsworth starting a new over, and a thick inside edge by Matt Taylor takes it down to a long leg, fielded by Chaz Charles. Another single for Taylor takes him on to 14. 36 for 2, Calmore, and we're into the 8th over. Sorry, 9th over. We've had 8 overs, so we're into the 9th over.
Again, that ball, it's nipped back into the right-hander from this pavilion end, which has the benefit of the slope to naturally assist bringing the ball back in there, and it's an inside edge and another single to Calmore.
Here comes Ainsworth again to the left-handed Ben Johns and beats him outside the off stump. Ball was slanting away. John sort of quite nodding, wasn't he? Almost as soon as he played the shot and missed it, he was nodding his head. Whether it was, yes, I was beaten by a good ball, or just perhaps a rueful reflection that he hadn't quite got to the pitch of the ball, but definitely beaten there by Ainsworth outside the off stump.
Yeah, no, again.
He didn't get the edge.
A little bit of a way swing with the slope, taking it away as well.
Ainsworth again. Johns has gone for the big pull on the leg side, and I think he's cleared the infield, but I don't think he'll get to the boundary. Got 2 runs for that shot. Don't think he quite timed it, but he certainly got on top of it. Fielded by Reed out there.
Yeah, no, I think he's trying to hit that to Abbey Road, and he's hasn't quite timed it. And so very safe. It's a large part of the outfield there with plenty of space, and 2 more runs to the Calmore total was there.
Yeah. Johns on to 15, 38 for 2. Ainsworth again, and again similar to 2 balls ago. As John correctly said, just that little bit of a way swing to the left-hander. And Johns went chasing it, missed it. Again, a rueful look by the opener.
But it's quite late swing as well, isn't it? If we look at that delivery, I think that ball doesn't really start swinging until probably about 15, 16 yards. So I think one thing which maybe Johns could do here is maybe just come a bit further out of his crease. So the keeper's standing back, so just to negate some of that movement.
This one's on a good line by Lee Ainsworth, middle and off stump. Johns can do no more than defend it back down the pitch. No run.
It's a good spell of cricket here. It's a good battle this between Taylor Johns and the 2 Albany bowlers, and I say 74 now needed off 67. It's certainly game on.
Last ball of the 9th over. Ainsworth into Ben Johns. Oh, he really lost his radar there, and that's a clear wide. Summonji, the wicketkeeper, did well there to get a hand on it. He couldn't stop it, but at least he made sure they couldn't go for 4 wides. That was a potential 4 wide ball. But they did cross, so they do get the extra run. So it does count as 2 wides. Takes the total on to 40 for 2.
I mean, obviously it was a wide down the leg side to the left-hand batsman, but I think that would have been a wide to the right-hand batsman as well. It really was wide, and as I say, the really good sprawling dive by the Albany wicketkeeper to prevent 3 extra runs there.
Next ball is on middle and leg. Steered into the leg side by Matt Taylor, but straight to mid-off. That is no run. And we have reached the end of the 9th over. Calmore Sports chasing 112 to win off 20 overs are 40 for 2. Ben Johns on 15, Matt Taylor on 14, and bring you in, John, because that pass score still always seems to be about 10-11 difference, isn't it? The pass score at the moment is 50, so still close, but again, Albany just got their necks in front, I think.
Yeah, I mean they're obviously just behind, but they're not massively behind. And as we know, one big over of 15-16, which is perfectly possible, and all of a sudden they're back with the pass score. So it's very much a tight game here, and it's set up very nicely. With the crowds obviously had to wait for that sort of 2.5 hour delay we had, and they're being rewarded now with some fine bowling from Albany, and so sensible innings here from Taylor and Johns, who neither have really taken too many chances, and they've put on a steady partnership.
Well, they put on 30, which is probably in the context of the game quite useful. Big appeal on the first ball from Charles, bowling over the wicket, taken down the leg side by G. Big appeal, but umpire Terry Dorr has turned it down. Just have a look to see what. Well, that was a flurry of could have been back, could have been pad, could have been trouser leg.
I think from that replay we saw, I think it's just come off the thigh pad, but.
Next ball is flayed into the leg side by Ben Johns, but straight to Reed at deep cover point. Just a single. It takes Johns on to 16, 41 for 2.
Yeah, I think what he wants to do, especially when he's bowling to the left-handed Johns, he doesn't want to give it too much flight, because obviously he's got the short leg side boundary. So I think he's going to be darting it into the left-hander and maybe slight more air to the right-hander.
And the next ball is dabbed into the offside by Matt Taylor and placed it very well. So an easy single there. Chris Wright fielding, but had no chance of cutting the single off. As Taylor dabbed it into the cover region and picked the spot well, actually, in between three fielders. So he got the single. Takes him on to 15, 42 for 2. Charles bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Johns. Gets an inside edge. Didn't know much about that, but managed just to steer the ball through for a single. Ball was, I think he was trying to play it on the offside, and it went on the leg side, but fielded by Fletcher, coming in from the deep square leg boundary.
Yeah,
Another single.
Just another inside edge, but again, it's another single, so it keeps the scoreboard ticking over for Calmore, which is important for them.
This is what they're doing at the moment. As the next ball, he goes a long way forward, Taylor, tries to play it round his pad. A bit of a dangerous shot. Certainly, Steve Charles was very interested in that, gave a loud appeal, but umpire Terry Dorr not interested.
No, that's missing a fifth leg, never mind a fourth.
Last ball, the 10th over, just turned round the corner by Matt Taylor, and he's running quickly for the second run, but he'll only get the single. He's fielded there. So, end of the 10th over. Calmore chasing 112 to win of 20 overs are 44 for 2.
At Live Sports FM.
Welcome back. Going to have a change of commentator now. Passing over to Bill Marshall after a few words from John Beddoe.
Yeah, so it's, let's say, halfway through this Calmore innings, 44 for 2, chasing 112. Game set up very nicely here. We've got Ben Johns 17 off his 24 deliveries and Matt Taylor 16 off 29. So 68 runs to win, 60 balls remaining, 8 wickets in hand. Set up nicely. Good afternoon again, Bill.
Good afternoon, John. Yes, intriguingly poised. Of course, one advantage or disadvantage of bowling is a wet ball, but that probably doesn't apply so much with the drainage system here at Lords being so efficient. Stumping there by great bit of work down the wide ball, but the batsman had drifted out of his crease. An excellent take, and he whipped the belt up before the batsman could get his back in. So superb bit of work there.
Yes, that's a really good piece of wicket keeping there. A really important wicket for Albany as well. I think this partnership was probably just starting to give the Albany fans maybe a few concerns. They just settled in nicely and were picking up singles, and that wicket there is really important for Albany. Yes, it's cost them a run, but I don't think they'll mind the cost of that wide for the wicket.
Yeah, it was a wide down the leg side, but of course you can be stumped off a wide, so that's the end of Mr. Taylor, stumped by Simon G off the bowling of Ben Tumulty for 16.
So what's really important then for Calmore now is that John's being a not-out batsman, now has to make sure that he doesn't get out in the next couple of overs. There's going to be a new batsman coming in, obviously, and it's difficult to come in and score from ball one. So
yeah, you've also got to factor in that the batsman's got to get used to the light, which I actually think actually slightly improved in the last 5-10 minutes. Some of those dark clouds have moved away to our right. So, new batsman is James Manning, who one of the 7 bowlers used in the first innings.
His son Freddie, his little man's the team mascot for Calmore today. Played cricket both in England and in Australia, so he's used to competitive cricket.
Some people like to play 12 months of the year.
But again, with that, if we look at the DLS par score, that will just take the DLS par score up a few more with that loss of that extra wicket. So again, Albany will just feel that they've had the opportunity to turn the screw a little bit more now.
So unusual scoreboard there for Mr. Tumulty's bowling cricket. No balls, no maidens, of course. 1 wicket for 1 run. What happens when you get a leg side wide? That earns you a stumping. right on the money, gets a thickish inside edge, just dribbles down to fine leg for a single. So Manning off the mark first time up, but not a very convincing shot, John.
No, but a little bit of turn, and I think we've seen that from all of the spinners on show today. There's been, the wicket has offered some assistance to the spinners. So that one there, yeah, just taking the inside edge, but we'll take him off strike, and he'll feel a lot happier having a single to his name on the scoreboard, and brings Johns back onto strike, who's 17 off 24.
Certainly, Ben Perry was getting some turn before in the first innings, before the lengthy tea interval. A bit early to be calling it a tea interval, but that's what it is, Johnny. When you start at 11, tea interval doesn't seem quite the right word somehow. So that's confidently struck to the point boundary there for a single. So Johns moves on to 18.
There's a couple of fielders evade our view where we sat here today, don't they? So you're never quite sure if it's going to come to the boundary or if it's going to be cut off for that single.
Comes in again, that's quite a considerable turn into the batsman there. With the left arm, just pushed into the leg side, no run.
I think it's quite interesting. We look at where the fielders are set after this ball.
And again, kill for LBW, but definitely hitting the batsman outside the line of off stump there, John.
No, definitely. But I mean, the fielders who are on the boundary, they're all right on the boundary, protecting that boundary, protecting the four. And the four fielders who are inside the circle, they're all a good 10, 15 yards inside, so there's no singles in there.
So we struck back to the ball and no run, so tumbled into a nice little groove here. I'm just having to wait for that one, just pushing it behind square for a single. Going back for the second. Throw comes in, but the batsman's comfortably home. So couple there for Manio, goes to 3 off 5 deliveries. So the score now 49 for 3 at the end of that over.
Yeah, fielder just running round to his right there, just slipped as well as he got down and bent down to pick up the ball. So I think it would have made it comfortably without the slight slide and slip from the fielder, but
5 bowlers used already.
But that's the first time the required rate has hit 7 now, so just starting to increase. If they don't get those runs each over, Bill, it's just going to continue to grow.
So Steve Charles to continue from the media end. In. Good ball there, just pushed into leg side, just can't prevent a single. So John's on to 19, and that's the 50 for 3 off 67 balls. So the run rate is 4.5, needs to be slightly above that to win this truncated Voneus National Village Cup final. Manning just taking guard, just squatting on his haunches, just waiting for Charles to come in again. Lift that right arm, flighted delivery, just catching the outside quarter of the bat, squirting the ball out to gully, no runs.
Yeah, they want to bowl as many runs as they can at the new batsman Manning here. I mean, I know obviously he comes from good pedigree, having played both here and down under, but you always want to be bowling to the new batsman.
It's just drifting straight on. This time the fieldsman do nick a single there. The fielder can't gather the ball in first time, so that's Johns goes on to 19 and the score on to 51. So
61 off 51 required with 7 wickets in hand. You'd still fancy that most evenings on a midweek 20 over game.
Ooh, that one just hurrying the batsman, just coming in with the arm, and the batsman rather cramped for room, just almost getting bowled there. Sorry, Johns. The previous single was to Manning. And again, flighted delivery this time. The batsman takes a stride and drives the ball firmly to a deepish mid-on for a single. So it's Johns is on to 20.
But it's good bowling here from Steve Charles. It's 2.5 overs just for 12 runs so far. So he's carried on the work which the Omni bowlers have done.
And there, that's the end of Charles over, so his figure's now 3 overs, no majors, none for 12, and a score 52 for 3, with John's 20 and James Manning on 4.
Yeah, so I'm going to be handing over to Luke now, so I'll leave you in Bill's capable hands. I think we're set up for a thrilling finish here this year. We had a good finish last year, which went to the final ball, and with 16 even off 48.
One more over, John. You were right.
One more over.
Sign off yet.
The tweets have been coming in.
Tumulty in again. The fly to delivery. Batsman just having to take their stride and wait for the ball. Strikes the ball firmly out to the cover boundary for a single. So John's on to 21. And the score on to 53 for 3.
They're going to need a big over here, aren't they? They need that over where they score 15, 16 runs.
It's a slightly slower ball. Manning just having to wait for it, just pushing it into the offside. But, can't get a single.
And I think they're going to have to target one of these. They're going to have to target one of these spinners with this short boundary. You've got the added advantage with a right-left hand. You've always got a short leg side boundary to the two spinners. So I think one of these two has got to say right next over.
Again. Fly to delivery, spinning back into the batsman. Appeal for LBW. Probably hit him just outside the line. Appeal for run out. So it's all happening, John. But both umpires involved there, and both turning down the appeals, and I think we might have had a leg by in the middle of all that.
Yeah, well, the LBW is certainly not out, because it's hit him a good 6-8 inches outside off stump. Obviously, the direct hit and a run out is a little bit more difficult for us to
definitely outside the line, as you said. Just a slight delay while umpire Terry Dorr puts the bails back on, and he has one of his stumps is loose, so the bail fell off. He just gets a thumbs up from umpire Richard Ellis from Gravesend in Kent that the stumps are aligned properly. So Tumulty in again. That's a leg stump half volley whipped behind square on the leg side. Sprawling stop there. So it's good. Manning can't get anything more than a single.
They've been good in the field, Albany, so far. They've been very sharp. They've certainly saved a few singles, or kept singles rather than twos. They're fielding well as a team and as a unit.
Batsman just having to wait for that one again, just pushing the ball out on the offside. In fact, I've been impressed by both sides fielding, John, to be honest with you. Tumulty in again. Fly to delivery. Hitting the batsman, beating the batsman outside of stump, and I think that's a stumping. Yeah, another good bit of work there.
It's a good piece of wicket keeping there. He's just overbalanced and his foot was just up in the air, and a sharp take by Simon G there, and that's another important wicket there for Albany. As we can hear there, the crowd who's spent a couple of hours at the bar during the rain interval are becoming a bit more vocal.
Well, so I mean, bearing in mind that I think he got 28 runs in the first innings and he's pulled off a couple of stumpings, John. Is he putting his name forward to be a potential man of the match, do you think?
Certainly up there, certainly up there. I think the only way it's going to be beaten is going to be obviously if one of these Calmore batsmen now comes through and is able to see their team home. So it's 55 for 4. That's the end of the 13th over. And James Manning there, stump G bowled Tumulty for 4 runs from his 12 deliveries. It's 7 overs to go, and he's waiting on the new batsman. The new batsman is Lavelle. He's coming out batting in glasses. And I'm now going to hand over to Luke, who's going to join Bill and see you home in this final.
Thanks for that stint, John. Well done. So, new batsman is skipper Mark Lavelle, who with work to do here, with spinners doing the business here for Alvanley, and they have Calmore Sports at 55 for 4. Just 7 overs left, and now 57 needed to win. So, wickets lost starting to come into play now, testing the depth of the Calmore Sports batting. So, Steve Charles coming in the game for the media end. Appeal for LBW again as the spinners continue to weave their magic, but no joy there, and Ben Johns survives, just trying to push that ball to leg side but missing it.
Yeah, good afternoon, Bill. Looked like an inside edge.
And there's another appeal for LBW. The ball probably drifting down, not turning enough. So the batsman having difficulty, Luke, actually putting wood on leather at the moment.
Yeah, it was down leg side, wasn't it, a little bit, but brilliant work from Simon J. I mean, we've got loads of stats, bat and bowling stats, but...
Thickish outside edge there, but he managed to squirt the ball square on the offside for a single, so see the marks on the grass there where the water has puddled but drained away, so those sort of dark green rings that you can see on the lighter surface of the outfield.
One thing we haven't got though, Bill, is like how many stumpings Simon G's done throughout the competition. I mean, 2 brilliant stumpings. The second one especially, we could see it from here. He whipped the bails off so quick and the foot was nowhere near.
Just dropping that ball behind square on the leg side, but no single. Yeah, I've been impressed by both stumpers. I think Max Bailey did a good job for Calmore Sports, and Simon G's doing an equally good job for Alvanley as they put the pressure on their opponents from Hampshire. Easy single there as Lavelle gets off the mark, just pushing the ball behind square on the leg side. And he's through for single to get off the mark. Score goes up to 57 for 4.
Yeah, it needs a few big hits now, doesn't it? 55 off 37, and you can't keep nudging singles.
Ball just drifting on, hitting the pad again. They get through for a leg bye.
They're getting behind the 8 ball now, aren't they, Calmore? And like I say, they need a big over from somewhere, don't they, just to give themselves that little chance at the minute.
Which has got a little inside edge on that because it's been given as runs. So John's on to 24 and the score at the end of that over is 58 for 4, and as Luke said, pressure on the Calmore Sports batsman now to do something more than just push for singles.
Yeah, it needs a captain's innings. He came up at the right time, didn't he, during when he was bowling, got a couple of vital wickets, celebrated with gusto, and now he needs to, well, go mad with the bat, basically.
Yeah, just having a midweek conference now, Mark Lavelle and Ben Johns, about how they should go about this run chase, how hard they need to push that pedal to the floor.
His highest score in this competition is 11, Mark Lavelle, so he needs to double that at least today.
So, Tumulty in again there. Good piece of fielding off his own bowling, sprawling stop to prevent the single. His fielders are at deep long on and deep long off, so there were no chance of them preventing the single if the ball gets past the bowler. That's a confident looking square cut, and that finds the boundary without too much fuss, so that's just what Luke was talking about.
Yeah, it's the first time, isn't it, that Tumulty's really dropped short, and it was inviting Johns there to cut it. It was a great shot, great timing, and it flew past Stephen Charles there.
Comes in again, flights that ball, just gets the outside edge of the bat, and the batsman able to run through for a single, but yeah, they had a boundary rider, Luke, there, but that ball was so firmly hit that he couldn't prevent the 4. So Johns swiftly on to 29.
Yeah,
Lavelle just taking guard.
Yeah, welcome boundary there.
A couple of left-handers in now. There's been a lot of left-handers today, Luke.
There has, yeah, and there's been a lot of spin bowled as well, but Tumulty's been really, really successful, and he's still got a couple of seamers in the tank as well.
Batsman just trying to dab that one behind square on the offside, misses it, and good take by the keeper there, almost getting the edge there. Tumulty in again, flighted ball, made for the drive there, made for the flashing off drive, but he missed the ball, but G couldn't collect it either, so they run through for a bye.
Bill, would he have given a wide if he maybe hadn't gone after that?
It was touch and go. I think probably not, but it would have been, obviously it being down the leg side, it would have been a wide, but flighted delivery there, just inviting that expansive shot, didn't get hold of it. That's more in the slot. The batsman drives firmly into the covers, takes a single, slight fumble by the fielder there, and that's the end of the over. So 65 for 4 now, with Johns up to 30, pinching the bowling, and skipper Mark Lavelle on 2. So
yeah,
Tumulty's figures, sorry Luke, 3 overs no maidens, 2 for 14, and Steve Charles 4 overs no maidens, none for 15. So the spinners are doing a good job.
Yeah, Ben Tumulty, as we mentioned before, he's known as Stato. He's been economical. He's already had 10 wickets before coming into this final. He's added 2 of those today, take his tally up to 12, and he's only a young lad, got plenty of years ahead of him, and he looks like he could go far. He looks a really good spinner, doesn't he?
Run rate required, creeping up. Now 5 overs left and 47 needed, so run rate now at 9.4, so pressure on the club from near Tottenham down Southampton way to pull this one out the fire. Got
bit of a false start there from Ains, but well, he was actually practicing his run-up, wasn't he, while Johns was taking his guard there.
Lee Ainsworth coming on now from the media end.
Yeah, Calmore Sports, who are wearing very fetching green and yellow striped jackets. They're well oiled, they're trying to get behind the team, aren't they?
Yes, the backing from both sets of supporters has got more noticeable since the tea. Do you think anything to do with alcohol intake, Luke?
Yeah, I think the rain delay helped, didn't it? They needed to find a way to entertain themselves.
So one was slightly stuttering run up. That's just gentle away swing, just pushed into the offside. They managed to pinch 2 there. Probably should have only been 1, but
yeah, it was good running, wasn't it? In the end, it was a swift throw in, and he's got his head down running for it. Yeah, and just got there in the end, and he had to really get his head down there, Johns, didn't he? Otherwise, he would have been struggling.
Good bit of camera work there as the some very experienced camera operators today. As Ainsworth comes in again, that's pulled viciously into the leg side, and that's easily cleared the ropes for a 6 signalled by umpire Terry Dore from Derbyshire. So that was just in the slot for the pull. That bit short. Ainsworth hasn't really got any extreme pace to worry the batsman.
Yeah. Alex Reid went over to him. Alex Reid went over, and his captain Michael Rollins just went over and patted him on the back. He was just a bit short, and it was absolute dispatch. First 6 of the innings for Calmore Sports, and they're saying that's what's needed, Bill. They need a big over just to drag it back 39 from 28. If they can get a big over, then all of a sudden it just gives Alvin something to think about, because at the minute it's still fairly comfortable for the Cheshire side.
So Ainsworth in again. That's short, and the batsman pulled that. He probably should have played that one into the offside, but he pulled it to the leg side for a single. Probably looking at the bottom of his bat there as if he's missed out on the chance of a 4, but the natural shot there would have been to cut the ball into the offside, but he's got a mind to swing the ball to leg at the moment. So
he's got the look of Kane Williamson, hasn't he, with that beard there, Johns, hasn't he, under that helmet.
Yeah, he's gone to 30 now.
You get a chance to watch it on the stream again. Took an amazing catch when Alvin Lee were batting to get rid of Stephen Charles.
That's I'm sure that's going to be a wide eventually. The batsman also running a bye, so a couple of runs into the extras column there as Calmore Sports aim to swing this match round. Let's go now 76 for 4. So John's doing a very valuable job here on 39.
I think I just saw Michael Rollins say to Ainsworth, full. Wants him to bowl it a bit fuller.
Yeah, they had a after that 6, they had a mid-wicket conference about the.
It's full and it's wide outside off stump. He's given a wide, so I've done another wide. So the extra's just ticking over a little bit now. So it's 17 now in this innings.
77 Sunset Strip.
Sorry, 16. Yeah, the scoreboard moves really quickly, so yeah, it's a wide.
So Ainsworth in again. That's made for the cut, and it is cut. Batsman coming back for a second. Sprawling stop there, so near the boundary, and the batsman able to come through for 2. So
shot wide again. No, he wanted him to bowl it full. He hasn't bowled it full since, but he got away with that a little bit.
Calmore Sports making Alvin Lee think about things a little bit here as Johns continues to impress. It's a slightly better ball on the back foot, just pushing the ball out the onside again, and again they can get 2 because the field now has to run round and pick the ball up right-handed and throw it in. So John's dealing in 2s at the moment. He has advances to 43.
one big hit and all of a sudden they're ahead on balls, or they're level on balls, aren't they? And runs, so they'll almost need a run of ball, won't they, if they can get one big hit somewhere.
That's in the slot. That's a fuller, which is what the skipper wanted it to do, and that's going to be another easy 2. So third 2 of the over for Johns, and he goes on to 45, and the score at the end of the 16th over is 83-4.
Yeah, Johns is the only one.
And follow us on Facebook at Live Sports FM.
So back with us, and Tumulty just getting the ball in his hand and getting rid of his cap as he prepares to bowl from the pavilion end. Over number 17 of this contest. Of course, it's now been reduced to second innings been reduced to a T20 affair. So 4 overs left, 29 needed for Carmel Sports to win this Voneus Village Cup final. So Lavelle needing to try and rotate the strike here as Tumulty comes into him, and that's Lavelle was playing for the turn inside, but went outside and beat the bat. Gives a thumbs up to the batsman, I don't know if that's to the bowler or the non-striker. Tumulty in again. Good sprawling stop there by the bowler, the batsman.
For a minute there, it looked like he just played it back for the bowler for a caught and ball, but it just chipped up, didn't it, and landed in front of it. No, I was just going to say Johns is the one who's really batted well. He's really held this innings together.
I'm not certain that Lavelle is picking the ball on the way he's playing him. I think he's waiting to see which ball the way turns off the wicket. Just pushes that one to shortish mid-on, no run.
Yeah, he's a bit uncertain, isn't he? He's not quite sure where Tumulty's bowling it at the minute.
He's chipped it. Oh, he's got a leading edge there. Chipped the ball straight over the bowler's head, who dives, up. He thrusts an arm in the air but can't quite reel it in. So Lavelle will be happy to get off strike. He's only scored 2 off 8 balls, and
called it 2 balls before, didn't we, Bill? And it was a similar one. It was just a bit too high this time, and Tumulty made a flying effort, just couldn't quite stretch, could he?
Johns more confident with his batting, pushing the ball to that shortish mid-wicket and able to run through for a single, so he goes on to 46. So he's got by some margin the highest score in the match, Luke.
Absolutely, yeah. And can he be the first one to get a 50 in this match?
That's short enough for Lavelle to just turn the ball into that vacant mid-wicket area for a single, so that's the end of a good over by the left-arm spinner. So Tumulty's figures 4 overs, no majors 2-16, and Ainsworth, the rather unflattering figures of 3 overs, no majors, none for 30, and the score is 86-4 with 3 overs to go. So only 18 deliveries left and 28 needed to win.
Yeah, good support here, come down from Cheshire. Good support from both sides. It's been it's certainly livened up after the rain break, as you say. I think they're well oiled, but it's been a good, I think about 1,200 tickets have been sold, which is a really good turnout for a Village Cup final at Lords. I mean, you got to remember Lords is a big ground, but they've made some noise, haven't they, in here today?
They have, and skipper Michael Rollins has decided it's time to bring himself on, so he's going to be the
when I've seen him this year, Bill, he's had a bit of a golden arm, Michael Rollins, so it'll be interesting to see. He won't want to go big. They might want to target him now, Carmel. They might think, right, this is the moment, this is our moment, we can go off after the captain. He'll want to keep it tight.
Leg spin, pitches that first ball, and slightly stiff looking action, but lands it in the right spot, gets some turn into Mark Lavelle, who's really needs to try and get his fellow batsman Ben Johns on strike here.
As I said, Bill, this is it. Lavelle's either got to get him on strike or go big.
That's gone straight up in the air, and it's taken. Dropped.
Tumulty's dropped it. He's dropped an absolute dolly,
and he's berating himself there. He got under it. He got under it. He got in the right position, got under it, took it Australian style with his cupped hands, but fell through his hands to the floor. So that's
He tried to take it in Australian style. He probably shouldn't, should he? He could have just got underneath it a
That's,
little bit. But Lavelle was walking off. He thought it was curtains.
A real let off, and they managed to scamper through for a single as well. So quite right. That's made for the square cut, and he's got that ball away. And I think it's a very, very good stop on the boundary there. But they're going to run through for 3, so that takes Johns onto the brink of 50. He's on 49. He's scoring it better than a runner ball, but his skipper is going to need to back him up here.
Yeah, I think we know who's just saved that for, haven't we, Bill? You can hear his name being chanted now, Jimmy Eccleston.
So Johns taking a breather there at the end of that all-run 3. Lavelle taking a mighty swing at that one, but the ball turns and hits him on the pad, going down leg side, so no chance of an LBW. So Lavelle's decided it's muck or nettles, I think, Luke.
Yeah, he was going for glory there, wasn't he, a little bit, and it was a horrible swipe. He was nearly bowled, nearly stumped, but he's got away with it again.
Steps out towards the off peg, and that's clattered into the boundary boards for a 4. And Lavelle looking rather, Rollins looking rather rueful there as Lavelle advances to 8. So that's what was needed from Calmore Sports captain to make contact with the ball and accelerate the scoring rate, and he hit that very, very powerful. It made a right clatter into the boards.
Yeah, it's a good shot. The way he set himself up, Lavelle, it looked like he was going to whack it for 6, but in the end he got good power on it, and he beat the fielder. He was quite close to the fielder, but he flew past him. I'd say we heard it smack off the boards for 4, and it's 18 off 13 now.
What's Rollins going to do with this one? He gives it some flight, and again the bait's taken by Lavelle, and he's planted it into the stand for 6, which is just what the doctor ordered. That's a 100 up for Calmore. So that's the end of the 18th over. So 2 overs to go, and things have rather changed.
You just wonder, Bill, how costly that drop from Ben Tumulty was. It was Lavelle who he dropped, and it's Lavelle who's just hit 10 off 2 balls, and all of a sudden the crowd are getting up for it. They need 11 off 2 overs, 12 off 12, so a run a ball, and this is maybe where they look to bring Chris Charles back on now.
Well, I think they've got Eccleston and Charles up their sleeves for an over each, so this could be where they're going to be needed. But as you say, Luke, that drop catch could prove very costly.
Yeah, he's coming on now, Charles, and this is what happened against Houghton Main, where Houghton Main had 1 big over, so they brought on Chris Charles just to come on and tighten it up and finish the job off. But his captain needs him to be as tight as he was in his opening couple of overs.
So, game on again here in the Voneus National Village Cup final.
That was a huge hit from Lavelle, and you saw as well, Johns came up to him, and it was almost, even though Lavelle's the captain, Johns was geeing him up saying, come on, Skip.
Of course, he was hitting with the spin. So we now have a understandably a big discussion about where to place the fielders, with Johns on strike on 49 and 12 runs needed off 12 deliveries.
I said, Bill, they couldn't keep going for singles, could they? Albany were coasting home, and then all of a sudden 1 big over, and I'm surprised, like I say, Michael Rollins, he either got a golden arm or he goes for a big, he tends to get carted off the park, and he did there. He got carted around the last couple of balls, didn't he? And all of a sudden it's dragged Calmore back into it, and it's given them the impetus, and I said all they need to do is tap and run every ball, but with Chris Charles on now, it's going to be difficult to get Chris Charles away, but you can't afford to give away any extras either.
You feel this is, I think the last over might be the big one, but this is a very, very important over. You imagine that Eccleston will be bowling from the media end, but Chris Shaw's got the cherry in his hand from the pavilion end, and the batsman's now going to have to deal with pace rather than spin. So
17 wickets in the competition, including today for Chris Charles. They'll need him to get a couple more, I think.
Here he comes, the Minor Counties bowler for Cheshire. That's just drifting onto leg stump and pushed away. Thinks about a second, but decides against it. But that's the half century for Ben Johns, who, of course, if Calmore Sports, or even if Calmore Sports don't win this game, is putting his name forward for potential to be man of the match.
Yeah, it's the first 50 of either innings. He was pleased he got close, but didn't quite make it. But Ben Johns has done really well. He's been I talked about the glue before with Simon G. He's been Calmore Sports as glue really, and started off slow and then he's really motored along, and you'd expect him to have some talent about him. As we say, got his first ever game for the club was at 15, and he got 122 not out, so he's got something about him, hasn't he? And again, there's another field change. They're just trying to slow it down a little bit, aren't they? And it's Lavelle on strike, who struggled up until the last couple of balls of last over, but here he's now facing Charles.
In comes the tall fast bowler. Slightly inside out shot there by Lavelle. Can't get the ball past that man close in on the leg side. That John's 50 came in 79 minutes off 47 deliveries, so slightly better than a runner ball. So Lavelle again having that problem that he had a few overs ago of trying to get his partner on strike. Comes in again, does Chris Charles. That's outside, again outside, drifting onto leg stump, and Lavelle flicking the ball round to fine leg for an easy single. So Charles tending to come in here and attack leg stump, Luke.
Yeah, and like I say, he's got to be really accurate, because if he gets it wrong, that's another wide, isn't it? And John Beddoes been talking about it all day, cheap runs.
Well, you certainly don't want to wide at this stage of the proceedings, because they now need 10 to win off 9 deliveries, so a wide would be criminal.
Tell you what, Jonathan and Keith have got a good view. You can see Jonathan there in his blue suit. He's down just by the pavilion. To the other side of the pavilion, waiting to do the post-match interviews for us.
So Chris Charles in again, that ball's on the leg stump. It's a leading edge, but it's gone for 6 to the short boundary, so piece of good fortune there for Calmore, and that could just have turned the whole match, Luke.
That was an amazing hit. He's hit that over the... Wow, he's hit that, through cover, over... Yeah, that's an amazing hit. He's hit that almost off the back foot.
It was looking to hit that one to cow corner, but it's flown onto the offside for a 6. So,
that's how he's... I've just looked at the replay, that's how he's done it. I thought he'd hit it straight, but...
Pretty much diametrically opposite to where he wanted to put it, but only one boundary needed now. And that's a wide, oh dearie me. The skipper will be furious with him for that. I mean, you can't do anything about a leading edge going for 6, but you can do something about a wide, and that's very disappointing from Alvanley Cricket Club's point of view.
Yeah, and the man they don't want it to come from Chris Charles, I said, but he's looking to bowl down leg side, isn't it? They need a wicket, or they need a couple of dot balls now.
John's on strike again as Charles comes in. Again, that's flicked into the leg side. They're able to run 2, so scores are now tied. So equations very much changed, Luke, with 7 balls left. Calmore Sports Club only need a single, so everybody's got to come in.
It's an incredible turnaround, Bill, because it looked like Alvanley, like I say, were cruising. I think at one stage Calmore needed like 35 off 25. We said we needed a big over, and for some reason Michael Rollins brought himself on, bowled a couple of short deliveries, and he was dispatched away, and that just swung the game in Calmore Sports' favour.
That drop catch that you mentioned, Luke, a few overs ago, now looking very costly as Charles comes in. That's a wide down the leg side, and that's victory for Calmore Sports as they jumping up and down on the balcony here. So Calmore Sports Club have won a truncated 2021 Voneus Village Cup final. The batsman shaking the hands.
Yeah, Lavelle went sprinting over towards the Calmore Sports fans and was punching the air, and he's delighted. And what an anticlimax at the end, a wide at the end there, and Calmore Sports, it's the first
wide of the over, of course, Luke.
Yeah, and it's the first time they've ever entered this competition, Bill, and they've won it the first attempt. They've got a 100% record in this competition.
Yeah,
it's
that's
amazing.
not a bad record to carry. And Nick Johns now going to get swamped by his teammates as the players congratulate you. They're on a very finely played match. The Alvanley team shaking hands with the Calmore Sports players who were run out onto the middle, and the players from both sides congratulating each other in the true sporting tradition as Ben Johns gets mobbed by his teammates for carrying Calmore Sports Club to victory when at one stage it didn't look very likely at all.
I didn't see that coming at 35 for 3, did you, Bill? It looked as though Albany had Calmore Sports all in knots, and it would have been interesting if they had completed the 40 overs, what total Albany would have got to. They finished on 150 for 7 in the end, didn't they? They could have easily got up to 180, 190, even 200 and given Calmore a real tough task, but as it was, the rain intervened and it turned it into the Duckworth-Lewis method, which meant they needed 110 off 20 overs, and they've done it with 7 balls to spare in the end. And let's give a massive hand as well to Albany. This is the first time the best they've ever done in this competition, and they were sniffing glory, and in the end they've just fallen short, haven't they?
Yeah, the Calmore's players now in a huddle as they now walk towards their spectators and congratulate them for their support throughout this day. You can't deny them, Luke.
Michael West, the old man, he's loving it, and the Albany players are coming over as well to their spectators.
Yes, they've certainly added to the atmosphere of the spectators from both clubs. They should be proud of their achievement in getting to the final. The supporters have backed them all the way, and they've managed to get a game in with both umpires waving to the fans to thank them for their support. Kerry Dorr from Derbyshire and Richard Ellis from Kent did a very good job, and Ben John still getting hugs out there in the middle as the players drink it all in, drinking the atmosphere of having played in a one-day final at Lords, and how wonderful the club cricketers that they get this opportunity to play in the Voneus Village Cup, and this competition now in its 50th, now celebrating its 50th anniversary, and we've managed to get a proper result in a match where we've had a lengthy rain break which just didn't allow Albany to finish their innings, but Duckworth-Lewis Stern meant
I'll run through
Calmore needed 112 and they've managed to, as said, with 7 deliveries to go by 6 wickets.
I'll run through the Calmore Sports card before we get the post-match interviews. So Will Brewster caught Simon G bowled Chris Charles for 0. Ben Johns, who opened the batting, finished not out. He got a red anchor in the end, 58 off just 49 deliveries. Sean Johnson was bowled by Chris Charles for 1. Matt Taylor was stumped by Simon G, bowled 10. Ben Tumulty for 16. And James Manning met the same fate, stumped G, bowled Tumulty. And at that stage, they were 55 for 4, Calmore Sports, and looking like that it was going to be Albany who were going to win the trophy, because Calmore scores weren't exactly going along at a good rate either. But in the end, as I say, a fantastic partnership between Ben Johns and the captain Mark Lavelle, who finished 15 out off 16 deliveries, proved the difference. And although Lavelle was dropped, Ben Tumulty dropped an absolute sitter off Lavelle, and that just gave the impetus to Calmore Sports. Lavelle hit a 6 and a 4 almost straight away, and after that it looked like the game was up for Albany. The bowling figures: Chris Charles 3.5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 17. Jimmy Eccleston 3 overs, none for 17. Lee Ainsworth 3 overs, none for 30. Stephen Charles 4 overs, none for 15. Ben Tumulty 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 16. And Michael Rollins, he went for 14 off his 1 over, and that could prove decisive in the end, and indeed it did. And also the extras, there was 14 wides in the end, and which proved costly in the end. The extras were 18.
Yeah, that's a lot of wides, Luke, for a T20 match, isn't it? 14. So they'll be thinking about that, reflecting about that as they journey back up to Cheshire. But that, as you say, that over from Michael Rollins was crucial with a drop catch. But even when they needed 12 runs to win with 2 overs to go, it wasn't impossible that Albany would win it, because Chris Charles was probably going to bowl 1 over, definitely bowl 1 over, and then Jimmy Eccleston was going to bowl the final over. So they kept him back deliberately for that. But Chris Charles never got to the end of his 4th over. and it was all settled with 7 balls to go.
Yeah, I've seen Alvin Lee a lot in the competition, and Chris Childs has been so accurate at the death, but he just was a bit loose, wasn't he? And as I say, that shot from Johns, which went for 6, was the key moment as well at the end, because if Albany had kept it too tight overs, then it would have gone down to a last ball thriller. But the Albany players are just coming back over again to applaud their fans. We're going to hear some reaction shortly from both captains and the man of the match. Jonathan and Keith are down there. You'll hear reaction from them very, very shortly. They're stood there and poised. But Bill, after everything we've been through, I mean, we couldn't cover the first couple of rounds because of COVID, but again, it's been such a fantastic competition, and it's great that 2 teams who haven't made the final before made it here, and that a brand new name is on the trophy.
Yeah, very unusual, Luke, of course, for a team from Yorkshire not to be in the final. They tend to dominate this competition, of course. Lots of clubs in Yorkshire, hundreds and hundreds of them, and they play to a very high standard. And of course, these things eventually get shared around, and we've had Cheshire against Hampshire today, and it's Hampshire that's come out on top. Calmore Sports Club from Tottenham near Southampton. So, as I say, what a debut in the competition for them. Beating Alvin Cricket Club have also had a fine season. So they've both had fine league seasons and in their respective competitions, and finished it off with the showpiece game at Lords. And thanks very much to the ground staff as well for all their work in.
Yeah, what a fantastic job they did to get it play back underway. So I mean, I think they took the covers off at about 20 past 3, and we were ready to go at about 10 to 4, weren't we? They did it in about half an hour. A fantastically quick job to mop up after we had 2 hours of rain, which disrupted the play.
Yeah, and of course the drainage here at Lords is so superb that you wouldn't really know that we'd had any rain at all. There was no cloth needed to wipe the ball. There was no obvious fieldsman slipping in the lush outfield with it being September and some rain on it. And so thank you very much to the ground staff, thanks to Lords itself, thanks to the cricketer and Voneus, the sponsors, and all the other sponsors. Bowler, of course, being one of them. So it all adds to the mix.
And of course, David Gower's here today, who's one of the sort of patrons of the sponsors, Voneus. I presume he'll be involved in the presentation as well in some way.
He may well be. I just happened to grab a word with him. He was due to appear in the semi-final at Neyland, but he said he'd only got a couple of days' notice of that appointment, and he already had something else arranged. So no fault of David Gower's whatsoever that he wasn't able to turn up at Neyland, and we had to eat his cupcakes, unfortunately, Luke. So.
Oh yeah, I know you sounded really disappointed about that, Bill, didn't you?
I did thank Mr. Gower for not turning up, and we were able to eat his cupcakes, but those 8 cupcakes were very nice. I didn't eat them all myself, but I did have a couple. So.
I can just see the Alvin players are just, the champagne's flowing, so they're not going to be. It looks as though they're going to get over it. I know they're having a big party later on. Michael Rollins is just being taken over now, so we're going to hear from him shortly. He's going to be talking to JP and Keith to stay with us for that here on Live Sports FM.
There's going to be a few spectators with a few sore heads tonight, Luke, I think.
Certainly I imagine they'll be heading back to the cricket club down in Calmore, and the party will carry on into the small wee hours. I'm guessing there'll be, well, hopefully people will be working from home and they can just suffer behind it and turn the Zoom cameras off.
Or more likely they've seen sense and take the day off tomorrow. So always a wise plan that after a cup final. Take the following day off, so you're covered both ways. You're either commiserating with your teammates or celebrating with your teammates. So Michael Rollins just about made his way over there. So
yeah, he's going to be talking now to Jonathan and Keith. You can see them down there. Jonathan's in a dashing blue jacket and some white chinos.
Covers now being rolled out to protect the square here. Of course, got the Bob Willis Trophy final later this month.
Okay, so we're going to head down now to Jonathan, who's with the losing captain, Michael Rollins.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Luke. As you said, being joined pitch side by Mike Rollins. Mike, never easy, but appreciate you joining us. Yeah. Just before we talk about today's game, just tell us a bit about the journey that you and the lads have had on the road to Lords this year.
I think we've had a pretty tough run to Lords, to have beaten 4 previous competition winners. To get here, I think shows what a good team we are. Well done to Calmore. I think maybe the rub of the green just wasn't with us today, but yeah, no, it's been great to get here. I have confidence in the lads will get back here at some point in the next few years, so yeah, we'll learn from today.
Yeah, I know that you'll be disappointed that obviously the match has been rain affected. I guess 150 for 6 after 36, with 4 overs to go in your innings, you thought you were well set just to put a few more runs on towards the end of the innings?
Yeah, we had a few hitters towards the end, and we probably backed ourselves to get 180, 190 plus. It was a shame we couldn't get that full 40 in, because I think that probably would have given us maybe a better score to defend. You can't predict and play for rain, so it is what it is, unfortunately. 112 to defend. I was relatively happy with that. I thought we'd, first 10 overs make life hard for them, and we did. I think we were on top. Unfortunately, I think it just slipped away from us a bit there towards the end.
It's been a great team effort throughout the competition. What do you think you've learned about each other as a side?
I think I've said to lads every game, as long as we back our ability, leave nothing out there, I think we're a very, very good team, and it'll take something to beat us, like Calmore have done today. I think there's something we can take away from this. We'll let the dust settle, and this will probably hurt a bit for a few months, but I think we'll learn from it, and we'll come back stronger for it. It'll put us in a better place, in tougher games, in years to come. So we've got promoted in our league. We're going to play at a higher standard next year, and we probably won't get a tougher environment than that was the last half an hour, but it's a great experience, and it'll only put us in good stead for the future.
Well, Mike, thanks for joining us. Just before we let you go, quick message for the fans who supported you throughout the competition and turned up in droves for the final.
Yeah, big thank you to both sets of fans. I mean, it's not many times you get a chance to play in over 1,000 spectators, so yeah, it's something we'll look back on, and yeah, enjoy.
Well, pass on our congratulations for everyone at Live Sports FM on the cricket for the great run you've enjoyed. Yeah. I hope, despite the circumstances, you enjoy the rest of the day, and thanks for joining us.
No, brilliant, thanks.
So that was Michael Rollins, the losing Alvanley captain in this final, and of course, as he mentioned, the spectators, it was definitely worth it getting the crowds in after we haven't had crowds in certainly over the last couple of seasons. We'll look to hear from the winning captain Mark Lavelle very, very short. I can see he's still got his pads on. He was out there when the winning runs were hit, and I think he's just taking his pads off before he comes over to chat to Jonathan, and we'll bring that to you very, very shortly. Just going to have the presentation first, and the lifting of the trophy, and then we will hear from Mark Lavelle. And it's been a fantastic final once again. It's just been a fantastic competition in general. I mean, it's great going all around the country as we have. We went up to North Yorkshire, we've been down to Wales at Neyland, and Dave looked after us as well. We've seen some fantastic cricket in some fantastic weather, not so fantastic weather as well. We went to Ragesbury, of course, where we're in hailstone and wind and everything like that. So it's just been very sort of inclement weather, really. But today the weather didn't ruin the final. However, it did kind of spoil Albany's day, Bill, because you feel that, as I said earlier, if the rain had stayed away, it could have maybe got close to 200 and really given Calmore something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think it took the wind out of Albany's sails a little bit, but even in those last couple of overs when you had Chris Charles and Jimmy Eccleston to bowl, it wasn't a given that Calmore were going to win, but what they did have, of course, was Ben Jones at the crease, who was well settled, and Mark Lavelle had finally broken the shackles and hit a couple of boundaries, and that helped to get Calmore over the line.
Yeah, I can just see the trophies are being laid out, with the medals as well. The presentation party there as well. People from the MCC and the sponsors. I think we're just being told which medals are which. You don't want to get a winner's medal if you're a loser and vice versa, do you?
No, it's...
I can see some scones are just being brought into here as well, with cream and strawberry, and there's literally only me and you in here, Bill, so
obviously not cheese scones then.
We're going to take advantage of those, Bill, shortly, aren't we, I think?
Yes, I think so. It's too tempting.
We'll eat them before Jonathan comes back as well.
Somebody's got their eye on them already, look.
Yeah, I noticed they've been put away from us, Bill, and they've been put in the technical team. They'll be gone in about 2 minutes.
Our reputation obviously precedes us, so...
Yeah, there's just been an announcement made on the PA system.
Yes, Mr. Gower, I can see Mr. Gower there, ready to do the honours. So, former Sky Sports presenter who's...
former Hampshire captain, and of course it's a Hampshire side that's won as well.
Yes.
He was at Hampshire, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was, yes. Yeah, Leicestershire, he started at Leicestershire.
And Simon Hughes there as well, the analyst, he stood next to him.
Very fluent left-hander, Mr. Gower. Did get himself out sometimes playing outside the off stump, but don't we all? And he was one of England's greatest ever players, without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, you hear people when you hit a lovely cover drive, they always people say it's very Gower-esque.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was.
He almost invented a cover drive, I'm guessing, did he?
Well, he didn't invent it, but he had that capacity to take the ball on the up to the offside and hit it along the floor for some very pleasant-looking boundaries. Just ready with all the trophies laid out on the table as the teams now get ready to line up to receive their silverware.
Yeah.
Trophy with the Voneus Village Cup ribbons.
David Gower's just sneakily pulling back the paper on the medals, just to go, they look very nice. He's almost got the look of there, hasn't he? But yeah, I think he's just being told that you're not to touch that one. That's the man of the match one. I think Mr. Gower put that away.
We've got a silver plate, looks like, and the cup itself. Whether one of those will go to the winners and one to the runner-up, I don't know. But,
he's just been told to leave that alone, isn't he, Mr. Gower?
Don't get your fingerprints over that, David. Just hang on a minute.
So yeah, I think the presentation is nearly ready to take place. It has gone quite gloomy again. It is just gone 5:30 here on this Sunday evening, and
must apologise to Simon Hughes. I did say to him earlier that I read his book, but didn't get past the first few pages. Whereas,
why would you admit that to him?
I don't know. It was silly of me, really. He got the wrong idea. I thought he thought I didn't read it because it was boring. It wasn't that. I didn't read it because I was very, very busy. But I'm apologising to him on air if I misled him. Very good writer is Simon. Very good analyst.
A lot of hard yakka, is it called?
Correct.
Yeah, very good book, isn't it?
About his long service to Middlesex.
And then he wrote another. He said some more. I think he wrote another one. Was it more hard yakka? And he talks about when he went and played sort of club cricket in some far-flung place. I don't think it's Australia. I think he went to Sri Lanka as well. And got to know Mark Nicholas, hence why they're very good buddies, and they've commentated a lot together as well.
Yes, he's very good analyst. Is Simon, a very intelligent man, and
so the presentation's just getting underway now. I can see a lady from the MCC, whose name escapes me. I'm terrible with names, but she's just on the microphone now, and all the crowd have basically gathered on the other side of the ground now.
Yes, all huddled together, listening to the presentation speeches.
And there's Chris from the Cricketer, just doing a quick speech now. I must say, apologies, we can't bring this to you. We can't hear actually what's being said. They are on the other side of the ground, but we will get reaction. If you are a Calmore sports fan, we will get reaction from the captain, Mark Lavelle, very shortly. He's going to be chatting to Jonathan Pinfield once the presentations take place, and he's lifted a trophy and probably been sprayed in champagne. Oh, that's a thought. Jonathan's blue suit might get covered in champagne, Bill. Wouldn't that be a shame?
What a terrible thing. Perish the thought. So, the lights on the scoreboard now just showing the various house rules are shining very brightly now.
I must say, Bill, as well, Calmore won the toss and elected to field, and everybody kind of went, oh, that's a risky decision, because certainly in the final you bat first. Alvanley would have batted first anyway, but it's proved to be correct in the end. He backed himself to chase it, and he did.
Yeah, I mean, some sides prefer to know how many runs per over they need, but sometimes you do get this anomaly where you think, well, if I'd have won the toss, I'd have batted, but some sides just prefer to chase. Crowd giving a hearty round of applause there for.
I think the umpires are going to get their presentations first.
I had chatted to both of them at breakfast this morning at the Danubius Hotel just across the road from Lords here.
The umpire's got to look at Keith, don't you think?
Eh?
Do you not think the umpire would look at Keith? I thought, how's the umpiring and commentating at the same time? But yeah.
Richard Ellis from Gravesend and Terry Dorff from Derbyshire. Terry umpires in the Derbyshire Premier League. So tend to have one umpire from down south and one umpire from either the Midlands or the North. So that speech is finished now. So a round of applause from the crowd.
I'm for
Photographers queuing up to get their snaps.
Yeah, and here come the umpires now. Simon Hughes is going to present the umpires with their medals.
Terry Dorr up first from Derbyshire, and Richard Ellis up second, both being shaken there by Simon Hughes, editor of the Cricketer. Having a quick word there with Richard. Umpires both got their trophies, smiling away there, and
if I do see Simon Hughes after, I'm going to say, do you know what, I love Joel Buck, I read it from cover to cover.
I've apologised to him on air, so I did feel a bit bad afterwards. I thought, oh, that came out wrong. But
I think this might be the Calmore chairman maybe getting the medals. I'm not quite sure who that was getting a medal.
Yes. Probably
wearing a very nice straw hat. Of course, this is the 50th year as well of the Voneus Village Cup, so
there is
it looks
Ben
like
Johns
the man of the
coming
match.
up to receive. That must be the man of the match trophy, I would guess, and a well-deserved one for his 58 runs and stunning boundary catch.
Yeah, the Ben Brocklehurst Trophy man of the match, so many names on there, and as you say, Ben Johns has been added to that. The only 50 across the match, and proved to be a match-winning 50 in the end, and he got it off just 48 balls as well.
Simon Hughes there, just monitoring proceedings in the background. David Gower doing the honours there, and Ben Johns getting a hearty round of applause from his teammates and the club president or chairman, whoever he may be.
We look like he was from Alvanley, so I think maybe both. Do you know what? It was the scorers. It was the scorers getting
Colin
it.
Jones is
Colin Jones
for
and
Alvanley.
Mrs. Taylor, Claire Taylor.
Yeah.
And now Michael Rollins is going up to get his losers medal, and he'll be followed by the rest of the team there. The opener Alex Reid, he's up to get his. That towel hanging out the back of his pocket, and I think they're going up in batting order. Stephen Charles is up next, and then Simon G will be next. Then it'll be the veteran Andy Bennion, who never thought he'd play at Lords, but he did, and unfortunately he is on the losing side.
Junior coordinator at the club, I believe, Luke.
Alvanley through and through, yeah. That medal will be going in the glove box of his paint and decorating van, I reckon.
Maybe his mantelpiece is full.
Chris Wright up next. Of course, he's done a bit of commentary with us and the Woolley Trophy, was it? The Henry Woolley Trophy or something?
He got a golden today, the poor lad. Pushed the ball out into the offside and ran, and the non-striker didn't run, and he was left stranded in the middle of the wicket. Happened to the best of us.
James Eccleston getting his. So
crowd continuing to grow there with the presentation ceremony. Seems to have
and then
about 50% bigger since I last looked.
poor old Ben Tumblety will probably be blaming himself, won't he, after that drop catch, Bill?
We're thinking about that tonight before he goes to bed.
Well, he'll get a few beers down, and I'm sure he'll be all right once he's had a few beers down him. He's old enough to drink, I think, as well now, even though he doesn't look it. And then the 12th man, Matt Drury's up to get his.
Now to the victors.
Yeah, and David Gower's getting the honour of giving the winning teams the medal, and then he'll hand the trophy over to Mark Lavelle. And again, they're coming up in batting order.
Ben Johns there getting up to pick his winner's medal. Great that club cricketers get the chance to play on Lords. What a wonderful occasion.
It's just like your
FA
FA trophy
really.
and your FA vase at Wembley, isn't it? Which ironically is where I'm staying. I open my hotel window and there's Wembley Stadium.
We open our hotel window and just see some railway tracks.
Ben Perry's going up. And then the most popular man in the team, Michael West, he'll be going up. He said one of his nicknames is Kanye, also Grandad.
I love that Kanye. There he is, bless him, 42 years young. Didn't have the best first of overs, but recovered.
Stephen Wright, who bowled fantastically well.
Oh, must have been. If there's a runner-up for man of the match, I think he probably took it. But you can't deny Ben Johns.
And up comes the 12th man, Samuel Moss. Is a popular figure at the club as well. Proud Bristolian. And then
So now we come to the what Calmore sports fans will see as the main event, the lifting of the Voneus Village Cup, and that
presented by the CEO of Voneus, and he's going to hand that to Mark Lavelle.
And this is where the supporters can really let rip.
He's calling
his teammates in.
And the winners of the 2021 Village Cup, Voneus Village Cup, are Calmore Sports. And as you can see, if you're watching the stream, they are absolutely delighted. Holding the trophy aloft, jumping up and down.
That's what winning at Lords means, especially in your debut season. Fantastic effort by the Hampshire club.
And as I say, we'll be hearing reaction from Calmore Sports shortly. Mark Lavelle will be coming over to chat to Jonathan.
I think one of the sets of ribbons has already fallen off the cup, but it doesn't matter. Now they're.
I just remember Alan Hansen when he lifted the trophy for Liverpool and the top just fell off it, didn't it? He'd only just picked it up. But yeah, now they're getting behind the
sponsors sign there in traditional fashion to have their team picture taken. I don't know whether we're going to have any champagne flowing in a minute, but I think we're about to probably interview Ben Johns in a minute.
Yeah, we're getting Ben Johns and Mark Lavelle. I'm not sure in what order yet. And the Calmore Sports fans, as you can hear, chuffed to bits in those extravagant green blazers that they've got on with yellow stripes.
Only just having to stand in the background and soak all this adulation for Calmore Sports up as they, for every winner in a cup final, there has to be a set of losers.
I think Ben Johns is coming up, Bill. I can see him stood there now with Jonathan.
Right.
Just wait, we're primed and ready. Ben Johns, man of the match today. Saw his side home.
58 runs and a great catch, well deserved.
As the trophy presentation continues.
The Alvanley players have...
And we're going to hear now from Ben Johns and hand over to Jonathan Pinfield. Jonathan.
Thanks very much, Luke. I've got Ben Johns with us, man of the match today for Calmore Sports. Ben, congratulations. And about you, I've got tears in my eyes. So what is your reaction at the moment after a wonderful game?
I'm very teary at the moment. It's not taking a lot to set me off at the moment. Words can't describe what that is. Quite unbelievable. Quite unbelievable.
I haven't got time for you to talk us through your whole innings, but I mean, you lost the 2 early wickets. You obviously stabilised things, and in your acceleration, I thought some of your shot placement was magnificent. A truly magnificent 50 today.
Thank you. Yeah, well, it's never nice losing 2 early wickets, but we knew we just needed to just tick along, steady the ship, build a little partnership, and I think me and Matty Taylor, we've done that very well. And we then pushed on, and it went our way.
But you've got to talk us through that wonderful catch you took in the Alvin Lee innings.
Yeah.
One-handed. Please talk us through it. I can't believe even watching the replays how you took it.
Yeah, it's funny watching it in between innings. We watched it through the live stream. It's back, and it didn't feel anything like that. It looks very good. It looks very good on the live stream. But yeah, one of them. You just go up and it just sticks. You know, another day that could be going down, it could be going through my hands, but yeah, it just stick today, and what a feeling. What a feeling.
You are a man for the big occasion, Ben, because you've got 3 50s, quarter-final, semi-final and the final. I will just remind you did start off with a couple of ducks, but you are a man for the big occasion, I reckon.
It wasn't a great start to the tournament, but you know, I was helped out. I was helped out by the guys, and then, like you say, quarter-final, semi-final, today on the final, it all came good. And
sorry, Ben, just 2 quick questions. Little Bird told me that you made your debut in 2015, aged 15 years old, and you haven't missed a game since.
Yeah. I think it's up to about 130 games in a row now. I don't know. I don't quite know how it's happened, and I don't know where the years have gone. It's, you know, I get to play with 10 of my mates every single week, and it's for everyone to be here and to lift that trophy is unbelievable. It's really unbelievable.
So we just need to know finally, Ben, how are you going to celebrate tonight?
I think it's going to be a big one. I think there's going to be some champagne ordered and be to the early hours of the morning, I reckon.
Ben, go and enjoy it. Fantastic performance. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was the man of the match there, Ben Johns, talking to Keith Higgins, of course, and we forgot to mention, Bill, his amazing catch as well.
Yeah.
They got rid of Stephen Charles, one-handed over his head. He let like a salmon, didn't he? It looked as though he was going for 60. Somehow plucked it up away. He plucked it out of the air, didn't he?
Superb piece of fielding. I mean, we've been lucky to get this final through really today. We haven't suffered the fate of 1988 when Himley lost to Go Taker, where the match had to be played the Midland Bank ground at Beckenham after being rained off at Lord's. Same thing happened the following season when Hambledon lost to Toft, also from Cheshire. And of course, then we had the 2011 final at Woodhouse, between Woodhouses and Rottingdean. Rottingdean from Sussex, Woodhouses from South Lancashire. And that match was just 10 overs aside. So at one stage it looked like we weren't going to get this final through, but fortunately we did, although it was a reduced second innings.
Yeah, we're just going to wait to speak to Mark Lavelle, who'll be coming over very, very shortly to talk to one of the team, and we'll bring you that as well. He's too busy celebrating, as you might expect, to be honest with you, Bill. I mean, he's just got the trophy. They're just posing now in front of the fans for yet another photo. I know there's a lot of local press down from Hampshire today who've come to see this, and they say it's a remarkable achievement, isn't it? First time in this competition, and they've gone and won it.
Yeah, I mean, I think they only entered because Liphook and Ripsley, was it, got to the final. It was in 2018, and it sort of, they said, "Oh, what a great time with Liphook and Ripsley. What a great time we've had. What a great competition it's been," and that sort of just nudged Calmore Sports to think, "Oh, we'll have a go at that." And of course, they've come up trumps.
And for Albany, I mean, as much as they've lost in the final, if you'd offered them promotion to the top division in the Cheshire League and a final at Lords, I think they'd have snapped your hand off at the start of the season, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I think the worst thing is to lose in the semi-final because you're just one step away from playing at Lords. I mean, obviously you'd like to win the final at Lords, but actually playing there is half the achievement really, and if you can win, it's even better, of course.
Yeah, I can just see, I think it's Ben Johns just being interviewed by local radio as well and the local press, and I think Mark Lavelle's just being dragged over now. Just seeing if
I think Steve Fletcher's just pulling people in the appropriate direction.
Yeah, the Middlesex Comms team are just bringing over the skipper Mark Lavelle now. I can just see him being lined up with Keith and Jonathan there. And he's just getting into position, and you'll hear from the victorious captain. Crowd there just looking almost in disbelief. Okay, and let's head down now to the boundary and hear from the winning captain, Mark Lavelle of Calmore Sports.
Thanks very much indeed, Luke. I've got Mark Lavelle, the winning captain from Calmore Sports, with us. Mark, let's just analyse this first of all. First time you enter the competition and you win it. Dead easy, isn't it?
Well, I don't know about that. We've had a tough journey along the way. And Albany gave us a proper game there. What a side they were, and fair play to them. They competed throughout, but luckily we got over the line in the end.
Please tell me your emotions when that winning run. Unfortunately it was a wide, but as soon as you knew you won, just tell us the emotions that went through you as you knew you were the winner.
To be out there at the end with Ben, what an innings he's played there. It's something that will live long in my memory forever. I'll dine off that tonight with a drink with the lads. That was as special as it gets, I think, at Lord's. In front of all our friends and family. It doesn't get any better than that.
55 for 4, it looked a tall order. Have to say, the number of runs you got this year in the Cup wasn't great, so how are you feeling as you went out to bat at that score?
To be fair, I haven't had much of a chance to have a go. The rest of them have got the runs at the top and I've been in at the end. There's been a couple of games where I've batted towards the end, but I knew what the occasion was. There was a short boundary one side. Even if it got to 9s and 10s, we still fancied our chances of getting over the line. When I walked out, there was a lot to do, but as soon as I spoke to Ben, I knew he was switched on, and I had to be there with him to get over the line.
You had a fair contribution today. I mean, your bowling was very effective, and we've certainly enjoyed in the commentary your Freddie Flintoff pose after one of your wickets. I think that was deliberate, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, fair play to the Albany supporters. They were brilliant towards their team all day. They were giving me a little bit for my appealing and singing a nice little song for me, so I thought I'd give a little bit back. I think you've got to on a day like today. I've been known for my celebrations the last couple of rounds, so it was nice to be able to take a caught and bowled in front of them and give it back a little bit. All in jest. But fair play, and I'm happy with how I bowled this year. I think I picked up 17 wickets. I know what my job is as captain and with the ball, and I've just got to do what I need to do, and I'm happy that I've been able to contribute in the competition.
It's been a real team effort. Obviously Ben Johns was very instrumental today, but can I mention someone else who bowling at the beginning of the Albany innings was superb? Steve Wright. What a magic performance. 8 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 5.
And those 5, well, one was an inside edge for 4 and one was a no ball where he kicked the stumps, and he's never ever done that, so I think that was more nerves than anything. Throughout the competition, I think he's bowled the most maidens out of anyone in the whole competition throughout. We know what he does up front. He does a brilliant job, and today he was unplayable. It was a pleasure to watch from first slip. He was different class today.
So just finally, Mark, obviously a big celebration tonight. We heard from Ben that there'll be lots of champagne flowing, so I think it's going to be a long night for you, but a great night.
Is he paying, is he? He never gets around in, so if he's saying champagne, I'll dine on that one. We'll have a long night. We're here till tomorrow. We've got a lovely meal now with the other team. We'll enjoy a beer with those boys because they're a top bunch, and we'll enjoy the win. If he's getting the champagne in, I'll have a glass.
Well, it's so nice to hear you two teams are joining together. So, Mark, once again, congratulations. Wonderful final. I will wipe the tears away from my eyes shortly. A wonderful game. Thank you very much for a great game today.
Thank you, and thank you to the MCC. It's special to be able to come to a ground like this, and the Middlesex guys for doing all the filming and the groundsman for getting the game on. They didn't have to do it. It's their own hallowed turf, but to get 22 village cricketers to get a game completed was top effort from all at the Marleybone Cricket Club and the ground staff, so thank you to them as well.
Brilliant, Mark. Thanks very much indeed.
Brilliant, thank you.
Okay, that was Mark Lavelle, the winning captain from Calmore Sports.
Yeah, I think we echo that, Bill, don't we? What you said at the end then about Lavelle, about the ground staff getting it on, and the way they sussed it out with the rain coming, and then the way that they cleaned up so quickly after the 2 hours of persistent rainfall.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't have known it had rained, Luke. I mean, they did such a fantastic job. I mean, even the areas of the outfield that weren't covered, it didn't seem to have any effect on the fieldsman's ability to keep the feet. So a fantastic effort by the ground staff here, and I've met one or two of them, and they're really nice people.
Yeah, and as you said, Bill, it was such a tough final to call. I know as the second inning started, you said who would you back, and we couldn't call it, could we? But ultimately, it has been Calmore Sports who've won a day.
Yeah, I mean, they prefer chasing, and they knew what the target was when they started the 20 overs. About 110. So they actually started off fairly slowly and looked like Alvanley were going to take it, but the game took a rather dramatic twist towards the end, and Calmore Sports ended up worthy winners.
Yeah, so that is it. I've been Luke Edwards. Many thanks as well to Bill Marshall and also to John Beddoe, Keith Higgins, Jonathan Pinfield, and also James Gardner, who gave us the Albany Cricket Club perspective as well. Well, thank you very much for following our journey from Wraysbury to Neyland here to Lords. And congratulations as well to Calmore Sports Club, and commiserations to Albany Cricket Club as well, who've made us very, very welcome. Stay tuned to Live Sports as well. We've got plenty of other sports, including rugby and football for you. And we'll be back next year with more cricket. So stay tuned for that. Many thanks for listening, as I say. Have a great evening. And we will see you all very, very soon.